This means, then, that the Harlem Renaissance cannot and should not be characterized as an exclusively African-American affair, but more properly as an early 20th century Africana affair. The radical new Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance took the primitivism and exoticism associated with the old Negro and Africa and began to forge a new self-concept that understood African ancestry to be a positive as opposed to a negative. Africans and Afro-Americans found positive value in the very stereotypes that had formerly marked them as limited, pages 7 to 8. Further, in African Philosophy in Search of Identity, Dismas Maysalo, 1994, related that many members of the Renaissance, he lists Claude McKay, Langston Hughes, Jean Toomer, Count T. Cullen, and Sterling Brown, saw Africa, with its rawness and anchorage to bare natural forces, as an essential antithesis to the domineering industrial civilization of the white world, p. 13. It was this axiological inversion along the color line that made the writings of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance so enduring and intriguing to the architects of the negritude movement. 148-4. Maysalo contends that the primary aim of the Harlem Renaissance was to rehabilitate the image of the black man wherever he was. It was the expression of the black personality, p. 10. He goes on to explain that the Renaissance, as a literary movement, was a seminal and central predecessor of the more widely known cognate, negritude. In fact, according to Maysalo, in order to characterize negritude as a legitimate origin of philosophical discussion in Africa, we must trace its origins and roots to the writings on race by African Americans in the United States, especially in the 1920s, pages 10 to 11. More to the point, the Harlem Renaissance, mused Maysalo, gave negritude both its form and its content, p. 10. Maysalo, in explicating that the Renaissance was concerned to rehabilitate the image of the black man wherever he was, speaks not only to the fact that the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance was informed by Pan-Africanism, in both its Du Boisian and Garvate forms, but also to the fact that it was in Harlem, as Huggins, 1995, related, where there was a cross-fertilization of black intelligence and culture as in no other place in the world, p. 6. The Harlem Renaissance, therefore, served as a signal paradigm for subsequent Africana philosophical and radical political activity, and negritude in particular symbolizes the hard-won harvest of Africana conceptual generations and discursive formations in the period immediately following the Harlem Renaissance. 19. In highlighting the roots of negritude's radicalism, Lillian Kestlud, 1991, asserted that it was the militants of the Harlem movement who were the first to broach the subject of the existence of a racial problem, and that prior to them the only right of the black man that was recognized was the right to amuse whites, pages 57, 60. One of, if not the major contribution of the radicals of the Renaissance was their insistent engagement and appreciation of Africa, though their engagement and appreciation of Africa, it should be earnestly observed, was often caught within the confines of the prison house of Eurocentric projected African primitivisms, a la Sengharian negritude and, to a certain extent, Sengharian Africanity. According to Kestlud, the acknowledgement of Africa was one of the pervasive characteristics of the Harlem Renaissance, p. 71. The acknowledgement and appreciation of Africa led the radicals of the Renaissance to critique and collapse many of the cultural values of Europe and engage and extract African values that they felt had gone unjustly unrecognized for far too long, not simply by whites and Europe, but also by persons of African descent, continental and diasporan. Kestlud contended. However, mixed in with the folklore, the black writers of the Harlem Renaissance sowed ideas in their books which some 10 years later became the leaven of the negritude movement. They resolutely turned their backs on the preceding generation, which had been characterized by intellectual acceptance of white American values and, in literature, by sentimental lyricism over the misfortunes of an oppressed and exiled race, in order to commit themselves to a vigorous though not boastful affirmation of their original values. Pages 60 to 61. Kestlud carefully concluded. The African American literature already contained seeds of the main themes of negritude. Hence, one can assert that the real fathers of the Negro cultural renaissance in France were neither the writers of the West Indian tradition, nor the Surrealist poets. 149. Nor the French novelists of the era between the two wars, but black writers of the United States. They made a very deep impression on French Negro writers by claiming to represent an entire race, launching a cry with which all blacks identified, the first cry of rebellion. p. 57. Corroborating Kestlut's claims, John, 1968, stressed that because they, the theorists of negritude, claim to feel and represent their own dynamic being in the world, these writers looked on all Afro-American writers before them as their forerunners and discovered negritude in the earlier writers' works, p. 253. However, John is quick to offer a caveat: whatever the negritude writers may owe to their predecessors, they brought it into the great complex of their own conception. Even when borrowing or taking over, they often excelled those earlier writers in inspiration and poetic power. Their self-confidence was firmly based on real achievement, pages 260 to 261. Both Kestlut and John contend that the theorists of negritude were drawn to the writers of the Harlem Renaissance because the Harlem writers professed to represent an entire race, and because it was these writers' words and wisdom concerning the question of color in a white supremacist world that contained the kernel from which negritude, as theory and praxis, originated. Kestlut, 1991, p. 57. John acknowledged that the theorists of negritude borrowed from the writers of the Renaissance, which speaks to the notion of continuity in black radical thought traditions. However, he, as with Huggins, was too quick to label all of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance as Afro-Americans. John's insipid read of the Renaissance as an exclusively Afro-American affair notwithstanding, he touched on an issue that importantly cuts to the very core of our discussion. John observed that no matter what the theorists of negritude may have borrowed or taken over from the writers of the Harlem Renaissance, they brought it into the great complex of their own conception. By this I take John to mean that the theorists of negritude did as they admonished others to do: they appropriated and applied liberating visions, views, and values from the pre-colonial African past to their then colonial and neo-colonial present. This, of course, is why John felt compelled to highlight the fact that the theorists of negritude's self-confidence was based firmly on real achievement. The real achievement that John alluded to is, of course, the real meaning concrete as opposed to abstract political achievements of negritude as it moved from the theoretical level to the practical, application, level. More to the point, the real achievement of negritude translated itself into Césaire and Senghor's political breakthroughs with regard to their respective native lands. For example, Césaire was elected mayor of, and went on represent Martinique in the French National Assembly, and Senghor was elected and served as president of Senegal for 2 decades, 1960 to 1980. That the radical political poets of negritude understood their school of thought to be an extension and expansion of the cultural revolution initiated by the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance can hardly be questioned. Janet Valiant, in Black, French, and African, A Life of Leopold Sédar Senghor, related that Senghor was first exposed to the writings of the Harlem Renaissance by Louis Achille, Jr., a former professor at Howard University, who entertained several of the leading African-American intellectuals of the era in his Parisian apartment, and Paulette Nardal, whose apartment 154 served as the gathering house for African-American, and Caribbean students in Paris. Sharpley Whiting, 2002. Valiant, 1990, revealingly wrote, "It is here that Senghor first began to learn about the writers of the Harlem Renaissance and the new Negro movement in the United States. In time, he began to meet the black Americans, who were always welcome in the Achilles bilingual household. He discovered with surprise that there was a whole world, even if a small one, that was as preoccupied as he was by the question of color." Pages 91 to 92. Corroborating Valiant's claims, Kestlut, 1991, related Senghor, Césaire, and Damas, the founders of what came to be known as the Negritude movement, acknowledged that, between 1930 and 1940, African and West Indian students living in Paris were in close contact with American Negro writers Claude McKay, Jean Toomer, Langston Hughes, and Count T. Cullen, and that they read these writers' work and were personally acquainted with them, p. 56. As the theorists of negritude read the writings of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, they began to appropriate the aesthetic insights and axiological inversions of the Harlem School, and it is here that the strongest line, of continuity between these two schools may be ascertained. Huggins, 1995, observed that for the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance identity was central and that blackness, clearly, was not only a color, it was a state of mind, p. 9. In like fashion, following the Harlem radicals' lead, Césaire, 1972, fastidiously stated, "I have always thought that the black man was searching for his identity. And it has seemed to me that if what we want is to establish this identity, then we must have a concrete consciousness of what we are, that is, of the first fact of our lives, that we are black, that we were black and have a history that contains certain cultural elements of great value, and that Negroes were not, as René Depestre put it, born yesterday, because there have been beautiful and important black civilizations. At the time we began to write, people could write a history of world civilization without devoting a single chapter to Africa, as if Africa had made no contributions to the world. Therefore, we affirmed that we were Negroes and that we were proud of it, and that we thought that Africa was not some sort of blank page in the history of humanity. In sum, we asserted that our Negro heritage was worthy of respect, and that this heritage was not relegated to the past, that its values were values that could still make an important contribution to the world." p. 76. Negritude and the critical, turn to traditional/pre-colonial African thought. This search for identity, exacerbated by European imperialism, led the theorists of negritude as it had the members of the Harlem Renaissance to confront and contest the supposed universal applicability of Western European, or, rather Eurocentric values insofar as the colored and colonized world was concerned. Césaire was extremely explicit: "Our Negro heritage is worthy of respect." The heritage of which Césaire speaks symbolizes the cultural inheritance of persons of African descent, and must not be relegated to the past, but engaged and examined for its 151 relevance to the contemporary African reality. Serekwa Burhan, 2000. Césaire further stated that the values of the African past are values that could still make an important contribution to the world. Here Césaire's critical faith in African ancestral traditions places him squarely on terrain, covered by the African-American philosopher Alain Locke, 1968, in his essay, The Legacy of the Ancestral Arts, where he thundered, "The Negro is not a cultural foundling without his own inheritance," p. 256. 20. Locke asserted that contemporary persons of African origin would do well to extend and expand the traditions of their forebears, and he went on to retort, "No great art will impose alien canons upon its subject matter," p. 264. On the extension and expansion of the legacy left by the ancestors, Locke remarked, The Negro artist of today has most to gain from the arts of the forefathers is perhaps not cultural inspiration or technical innovations, but the lesson of a classical background, the lesson of discipline, of style, of technical control pushed to the limits of technical mastery. A more highly stylized art does not exist than the African. If after absorbing the new content of American life and experience, and after assimilating new patterns of art, the original artistic endowment can be sufficiently augmented to express itself with equal power in more complex patterns and substance, then the Negro may well become what some have predicted, the artist of American life. Pages 257 to 258, 21. For Locke, as with Césaire and Senghor, it was never a question of returning to an antiquated African past merely for the sake of highlighting and accenting the great achievements of Africa, but, on the contrary, he counseled his contemporaries to discover the lessons of a classical background, discipline, style, and technique. It was only after continental and diasporan African aesthetes had thoroughly engaged and examined the artistic legacy of their forebears that Locke suggested they should augment the original artistic endowment. The theorists of negritude, who studied with Locke personally, heeded the African-American philosopher's words and became the preeminent heirs of the radicalism bequeathed by the Harlem Renaissance to the discourses of Africana philosophy, black radical politics, and critical social theory. Masalo, 1994, p. 25. 22 Senghor, 1998, said, "We unsheathed our native knives and stormed the values of Europe," p. 439. However, he also asserted our negritude no longer expresses itself as opposition to European values, but as a complement to them. 1996, p. 50, emphasis in original. Africans, as well as Europeans, according to Senghor, are to remain open to the views and values of others, and appropriate and apply the things which they understand to be applicable to their life worlds. We Negro Africans and you Europeans thus have a common interest in fostering our specifically native values, whilst remaining open to the values of the others. Senghor, 1998, p. 440. Western European views and values are not negative in and of themselves, and this is the point that both the Harlem Renaissance and negritude thought traditions highlight and accent. But when and where Eurocentric axiology and aesthetics are foisted or superimposed onto the colored and colonized world is precisely the place where a cultural mishap has taken place. In fact, Senghor perceptively pointed out that the colored and colonized world has not historically chosen European views and values because they felt that these were the best, or healthiest, or most humane views and values, but because they have had no choice. 4. 152 4. If European civilization were to be imposed as it historically has been, unmodified, on all peoples and continents, it could only be by force. Senghor, 1998, p. 441, emphasis added. European views and values have been and continue to be forced onto non-Europeans, their cultures and continents, and it must be remembered here, as both Fanon, 1960b, 1968, 1969, and Foucault, 1978, 1997, 2000, have asserted, force always entails some form of violence, whether physical or psychological. Senghor suggested cultural borrowing as a solution to the colonial problem. Cultural borrowing would enable us to adapt ourselves to the new situation or, at the least, make a better adaptation to the situation. Senghor, 1996, p. 51. However, Senghor surreptitiously sidesteps the fact that the new situation remains a situation where past and present European imperialism ubiquitously bequeaths an unprecedented amount of power, privilege, and prestige to Europeans/whites. His concept of cultural borrowing fails to take the historicity of the colored and colonized world into critical consideration. Serekwaberhan, 1991a, 1991b, 2000. 4. If the power relations, to use Foucault's phrase, of the new situation are identical to those of the old situation, then what, pray tell, makes it a new situation? This is not to say that Senghor's concept of cultural borrowing does not and should not resonate deeply within the world of Africana philosophy and critical theory, but that his concept is ahistorical and does not adequately grapple with and/or engage the world, European and non-European, as it actually exists. Cultural borrowing lacks historical depth and for that reason needs to be rooted in the realities of the non-European world, before and beyond European imperialism. At the heart of the theory of negritude, Senghor, 1996, observed, is the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values. p. 49. In advocating a return to and/or the rediscovering of African cultural values in an effort to ascertain their applicability to the modern moment, the theorists of negritude helped to spawn the contemporary discourse on traditional African and ethnophilosophy. 23. Whether we understand ethnophilosophy, as Paulin Houtangi, 1996, does, to be the imaginary search for an immutable, collective philosophy, common to all Africans, p. 38. Or, if we interpret ethno-philosophy as quasi-Wayardu does, as the philosophy implicit in the life, thought, and talk of the traditional African, this aspect of African thought traditions must consistently be critically and dialectically engaged because, as Césaire said, the African past contains values that could still make an important contribution to the world. Wayardu, 1991, p. 88, Césaire, 1972, p. 76. The theorists of negritude, in suggesting that Africans excavate their past for appropriate and applicable views and values with regard to their present, laid the foundation for the discourse of and on ethno- or traditional African philosophy. However, unfortunately Placide Tempels, via his work Bantu Philosophy, is often considered by the workers in African philosophy as the founder or father of this discourse. Imbo, 1998, pages 8-11, Maysalo, 1994, pages 46-67. Tempels did mine the worldview of the Bantus, but he did so with the wicked intention of opening up the ethno-mind, laying the primitive thought of these primitive people to bear, before a European colonial readership. Van Niekerk, 1998, p. 74. Further, it should be importantly pointed out that Tempels' volume was not published until 1945, a 153 whole decade after the theorists of negritude had initiated their poetic, political, and philosophical movement that rested on a recurring theoretical theme of return. 24. This motif of return, the engagement of the views and values of the past in order to appropriate and apply the insights to the present, has trickled down to our modern moment and has contributed to the discourse of Africana philosophy, a fertile conceptual ground that promises to yield an abundant harvest. Although many Western European trained philosophers of African descent have criticized the workers in ethno- or traditional African philosophy, Wayardu reminds us that when we speak of the philosophy of a people we are talking of a tradition, and the study of both traditional African philosophy and various systems of modern philosophy is likely to be existentially beneficial, because, as Kwame Gaikai put it, we cannot create, or recreate, African philosophy out of the European heritage. If we could, it would not be African philosophy. Wayardu, 1991, p. 94, Gaikai, 1995, p. 9, emphasis added. If, indeed, when we speak of the philosophy of a people we are talking of a tradition, Africana philosophy, then, as with other cultural groups, philosophical traditions must out of necessity be based, almost inherently, on the historicity, the lived experiences, the life worlds, and life struggles of both continental and diasporan Africans. Philosophy invariably emerges out of and should engage a cultural context and a particular, historical coordinate or problematic, and even the most universal of philosophical thought is and may be located within the locus of a particular people's life worlds and language worlds. Take, for example, Western European philosophical thought. Gaikai, 1995, asserted, Western philosophy was itself brewed in a cultural soup whose ingredients were the mentalities, experiences, and the folk thought and folk ways of Western peoples, p. 34. This means, then, that in attempting to establish an African or Africana philosophical tradition one should rather start one's investigation from the beliefs, thought, and linguistic categories of African peoples, p. 35. The theorists of negritude, taking their cue from the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, advocated that persons of African descent return to, or rather rediscover, the teachings and texts, logic, and lessons of their ancestors in order to provide interpretations, clarifications, and solutions to the conceptual puzzles that confront Africans, as well as others, in the present. Both Wayardu and Gaikai assign a similar role to the contemporary workers in of African philosophy. On defining African philosophy, Wayardu, 1991, charged. His is the time when there is the maximum need to study African traditional philosophy. Because of the historical accident of colonialism, the main part of the philosophical training of contemporary African scholars has come to derive from foreign sources. Why should the African uncritically assimilate the conceptual schemes embedded in foreign languages and cultures? Philosophical truth can indeed be disentangled from cultural contingencies. But for this purpose nothing is more useful than the ability to compare different languages and cultures in relation to their philosophical prepossessions. Insofar as a study of traditional philosophy may enable one to do just this, it can be philosophically beneficial to the African as well as the non-African. Philosophical thought of a traditional, i.e., pre-literate and non-industrialized, society may hold some lessons of moral significance for a more industrialized society. p. 98. And, in a similar vein, Gaikai, 1995, conscientiously contended. 154-4. Modern African philosophers must base themselves in the cultural life and experiences of the community. While reflecting modern circumstances, such philosophical activity may commit itself to refining aspects of traditional thought in the light of modern knowledge and experience. The cultural or social basis, or relevance, of the philosophical enterprise seems to indicate that if a philosophy produced by a modern African has no basis in the culture and experience of African peoples, then it cannot appropriately claim to be an African philosophy, even though it was created by an African philosopher. I suggest therefore that the starting points, the organizing concepts and categories of modern African philosophy be extracted from the cultural, linguistic, and historical background of African peoples, if that philosophy is to have relevance and meaning for the people, if it is to enrich their lives. Pages 33, 42, all emphasis in original. Taking the above comments into critical consideration, this means then that workers in Africana philosophy need more than a mere perfunctory knowledge of the historicity of African peoples, pre-colonial, colonial, neo-colonial and/or post-colonial, their thought traditions, belief systems, and socio-political struggles. More to the point, Africana philosophy draws from and takes as its point of departure traditional African philosophy, and seeks to graft the insights gleaned from the critical engagement of the said discourse onto the contemporary African situation. Gaikai, 1995, pages 11, 40. This situation is, because of the historical accident of colonialism, one which currently extends well beyond the geographical circumference of the African continent. Continental Africans do not and should not be allowed to have a monopoly on African identity, or rather Africanity, as the theorists of negritude put it. In this regard, Nigerian Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, 1990, in his essay The African World and the Ethno-Cultural Debate, sardonically queried, how can we as intelligent human beings submit to the self-imprisonment of a saline consciousness which insists that, contrary to all historic evidence, Africa stops wherever salt water licks its shores? Or that, conversely, all that is bound by salt water on the African continent is necessarily African? p. 19. We would do well to cautiously consider Soyinka's queries. Soyinka knows, as should the workers of Africana philosophy, that Africa, whether invention or idea, as Mudimbe, 1988, 1994, would have it, is more than a mere material/physical spatial reality, but a conglomeration of multicultural, transethnic, and transgenerational thought traditions, belief systems, life worlds, and language worlds that are drawn from and contributed to by persons of African descent, and, if truth be told, Africanists, i.e., non-African scholars and cultural workers, wherever they exist. In stating that Africa and the contemporary African situation does not pertain exclusively to the physical land mass, nor the persons who reside on what is currently called the African continent, but extends to persons of African descent the world over, I wish to allude to the fact that both Wiredu and Soyinka acknowledge the historical reality of the diabolical dispersion and colonial conquest of African peoples in the contemporary context. Because of the historical accident of colonialism, Africa and what it means to be African have been altered indefinitely, albeit, not irreparably, since culture is an ever-evolving shared human product and shared human project. This means, then, that cultural workers of African descent, and Africanists, must, from within the vortex of this insoluble situation, return to or rediscover and wring meaning from not merely an aspect of the contemporary African situation, that is, the continental African situation, but the whole of the 155. Contemporary African situation, which includes the African diaspora just as much as it does the African continent. In short, any discussion of the contemporary African situation, as opposed to, say, the Nigerian, or Ethiopian, or Kenyan, or Zimbabwean situation, must by default include the Africans of the diaspora, or else what one is really referring to is the continental African situation. Of course, we desperately need studies that focus on particular continental and diasporan African cultural groups, but these studies should be appropriately titled so as not to mislead the students and scholars of Africana studies, and Africana philosophy and critical theory in specific, considering the present discussion. Negritude's deconstructive and reconstructive challenges to Africana. European, and European American philosophy. In African philosophy, deconstructive and reconstructive challenges, Lucius Outlaw, 1996a, stated that negritude is one of the most deconstructive forms of African philosophizing, because it registers a major challenge to the notion and ideal of what it means for Africans to be human, pages 66 to 67, emphasis in original. If we follow Mutombe, 1988, then we, to a certain extent, understand Africa to be an invention and / or creation not wholly of our, i.e., Africans, own construction. Therefore, what it means to be African again, to a certain extent must be confronted, contested, and critically and dialectically engaged with an understanding of the history of the African experience, past and present, continental and diasporan. The theoreticians of negritude, in advocating that persons of African descent return to, or rediscover African views and values, sought to reclaim and rehabilitate African thought systems and identities, and by doing so they challenged the very, as Ato C. Kyoto, 1996, put it, imperial and pure universals that Western European culture and civilization prides itself on, p. 104. In Negritude, Outlaw, 1996a, acutely observed. We have the reclamation of the place of Africans on the stage of human history, but now cast in roles defined by Africans who have structured those roles out of what they take to be the meanings of African histories and existences, both of which are seen as decidedly different, or ought to be, from the histories and existences of peoples of Europe. But the complex of strategies that we now refer to as negritude involved much more than the rehabilitation of Africa. In addition to the construction of a philosophical anthropology carved out of African ebony, there was also an effort to displace from its dominating position the paradigm of rationalist epistemology championed by proponents of philosophy by arguing in favor of an epistemology that had its basis in African racial / biocultural life worlds. In addition, for Senghor and other negritude writers, African historical cultural life worlds are shaped by values and aesthetics particular to African peoples. Part of the negritude agenda was to identify the elements and practices constituting these life worlds and to reclaim and rehabilitate them from the twisted amnesia resulting from European colonialism and enslavement. Thus, in addition to arguments in behalf of an African epistemology, negritude bequeathed African-centered aesthetics, axiology, and socio-political philosophies. p. 67, emphasis in original. 156-4. This challenges conventional conceptions, Africana and otherwise, of negritude, and it also enables us to reframe the discourse on negritude's contributions to radical politics and the Africana tradition of critical theory. What places Outlaw's analysis of negritude on a different plane is the simple fact that he moves beyond the conventional one-dimensional critique of negritude, which usually argues that it has little or nothing to offer to contemporary Africana studies, and Africana philosophy in particular, and critically interrogates it with an eye toward the ways in which, when viewed from an African-centered perspective, it contributes important paradigms and points of departure. In other words, Outlaw's analysis of negritude is distinguished in that it is dialectical, carefully distinguishing between its progressive Africana elements and its retrogressive Eurocentric elements, and vice versa. This should be stressed, as all too often Africana theoretical traditions and Africana theorists are engaged in extremely rigid and unrealistic ways, which usually focus more on the ways in which they are either similar or dissimilar to Eurocentric theories and theorists, without asking what I believe to be the more important questions, such as, what distinct contributions does the Africana tradition of critical theory make to critical theory in a general, i.e., white and non-white, world? Historical sense. What are the major theoretic motifs and methods, and who are the major theorists of the Africana tradition of critical theory? What were the ancient and pre-colonial African conceptions of wisdom, philosophy, and theory that might be most useful for contemporary critical theorists, Africana and otherwise, deeply preoccupied with the deconstruction and reconstruction of radical politics and critical social theory? What lessons can contemporary societies learn from classical and traditional African social and political theories, movements, and systems? If, indeed, one of the main motifs of negritude involves a critical return to pre-colonial, traditional, and/or authentic African views and values, then, part of its contribution to the Africana tradition of critical theory revolves around its emphasis on a sense of history and a deeper, more critical relationship with African culture, and struggle, This is often obscured by many Africana philosophers' preoccupation with an overfocus on the misguided and mealy-minded nature of Senghorian negritude, without a clear delineation of the ways in which Senghor and his, however nebulous, negritude, when taken along with Caesarian, and Sartrean, negritude, in the final analysis registers in the world of black radical politics as one of the great challenges to European imperialism, to white world supremacy, and to the Eurocentric idea and invention of Africa and Africans. Speaking directly to this issue, Outlaw importantly asserted, like all discursive ventures, negritude was not a homogeneous unity, nor is there consensus regarding the meaning of the term. And there continues to be powerful, and sometimes persuasive, criticisms of Senghorian negritude. Nonetheless, the negritude arguments, fundamentally, involved a profound displacement of the African invented by Europeans. It is this African challenge and displacement, through radical critique and counter-construction, that have been deconstructive in particularly powerful and influential ways, involving direct attacks on the assumed embodiment of the paragon of humanity in whites of Europe, an attack that forces this embodiment back upon itself, forces it to confront its own historicity, its own wretched history of atrocities, and the stench of the decay announcing the impending death of the hegemonic ideal of the Greco-European rational man. p. 67. 157. Negritude deconstructs the hegemonic ideal of the Greco-European rational man precisely at the moment that it reclaims and rehabilitates the values and aesthetics that are purportedly, according to Outlaw, particular to African peoples. In no uncertain terms, negritude advanced the notion that African people can and should reclaim and rehabilitate, i.e. return to, or as I would prefer rediscover, African-centered aesthetics, axiology, and socio-political philosophies. In challenging the African invented by Europeans, negritude contributes to the discourses of Africana philosophy and Africana critical theory, a type of philosophical praxis that is concurrently a radical critique of Eurocentric concepts of man and a counter-construction of the African that is cast in roles defined by Africans who have structured those roles out of what they take to be the meanings of African histories and existences. Put another way, negritude provides philosophers and critical theorists of African descent, as well as Africanists, with an emulative model that is rooted in and grows out of the lives and lessons, thoughts, and texts of both continental and diasporan Africans, and it demonstrates that Africana philosophy and Africana critical theory must out of historical necessity dialectically deconstruct Eurocentric concepts and categories simultaneously as it reconstructs African epistemology, and African-centered aesthetics, axiology, and socio-political philosophies. 25. Negritude, by steering Africana studies scholars and, more particularly, specialists in Africana philosophy and Africana critical theory, in the direction of an engagement with traditional African philosophy, in a sense promotes the contextualization and historicization of Africana philosophical and political thought. This is precisely what forced Senghor to deconstruct his early Sartre-influenced conception of negritude and reconstruct it into the more African identity, i.e., Africanity-affirming conception that he is now famous, if not infamous, for in Africana philosophical circles, Imbo, 1998, English, 1996, English and Kalamba, 1996, Horde and Lee, 1995, Irl, 1965a, 1965b, 1970, 1971, 1977, Maysalo, 1994, Shut, 1998, Tawa, 1971. Senghor realized, one could say, that in order to reconstruct the African, he would, in a certain sense, have to deconstruct the European and, further, that the African in opposition to the Hegelian philosophy of history does not exist outside of the bounds of human history. Sartre robbed the oppressed of their agency. Senghor sought, however subtly and servilely, to reclaim it. Moreover, it should be recalled that Sartre maintained that negritude was a reactionary moment, the minor term of a dialectical progression, but Senghor, 1996, said, the struggle for negritude must not be negation but affirmation, p. 49, emphasis in original. In affirming Africanity, Senghor snatched the attempted abortment of African agency away from Sartre, resuscitated it, and initiated the contemporary critique by Africana philosophers of Western European philosophical and cultural categories and conceptions being grafted onto Africana life worlds and lived experiences. 26 When Senghor, 1996, stated, our negritude no longer expresses itself as opposition to European values, but as a complement to them, he, in a way, confuted Sartre's assertion that negritude, being an antithetical value, is a negative moment that is insufficient by itself, p. 50. Negritude, being the awareness by a particular social group or people of its own situation in the world, insofar as Senghor was concerned, was not insufficient by itself by the very fact that it was his. 158-4. Torikali housed diametrically adjacent to the supremacy of the white man, as Sartre put it, p. 49. On the contrary, the supremacy of the white man may perhaps be insufficient by itself, because it inherently depends on another, someone outside of itself and its life world and language worlds, which it seeks to denude, degrade, and dominate, and, if that other is not a non-white, though they usually are, this hegemony has historically translated itself into sexism, patriarchy, or the gender oppression of women of European descent. Bell and Blumenfeld, 1995, Gould, 1973, 1984, Gould. And Wartofsky, 1976, Jackson, 1993, Jagger and Young, 1998, Kaufman, 1993, G. Lloyd, 1984, Pateman, 1988, 1989, Tong, 1989, Twana, 1995, Twana and Tong, 1995. 27 One need not meditate long on Sartre's cryptic comments announcing the death of negritude in order to detect a Hegelian line of thinking that leads directly to Hegel's infamous master-slave dialectic. However, Fanon, 1967, debunked this Sartrean, one-dimensional interpretation and projection of the Hegelian dialectic onto the white master/black slave situation long ago, stating, there is not an open conflict between white and black. One day the white master, without conflict, recognized the Negro slave. But the former slave wants to make himself recognized. At the foundation of the Hegelian dialectic there is an absolute reciprocity which must be emphasized. It is in the degree to which I go beyond my own immediate being that I apprehend the existence of the other as a natural and more than natural reality. If I close the circuit, if I prevent the accomplishment of movement in two directions, I keep the other within himself. Ultimately, I deprive him even of this being for itself. In its immediacy, consciousness of self is simple being for itself. In order to win the certainty of oneself, the incorporation of the concept of recognition is essential. Similarly, the other is waiting for recognition by us, in order to burgeon into the universal consciousness of self. Each consciousness of self is in quest of absoluteness. It wants to be recognized as a primal value without reference to life, as a transformation of subjective certainty, Gewissheit, into objective truth, Wahrheit. Self-consciousness accepts the risk of its life, and consequently it threatens the other in his physical being. Thus human reality in itself for itself can be achieved only through conflict and through the risk that conflict implies. This risk means that I go beyond life toward a supreme good that is the transformation of subjective certainty of my own worth into a universally valid objective truth. Pages 217 to 218, all emphasis in original. Following Fanon, both the supremacy of the white man and negritude are inadequate because of the absolute reciprocity that must exist if either is to be a universally valid objective truth. In order to be universally valid, both positions of the dialectic must not only recognize and reciprocate the other's primal value, or human worth, but both must go beyond life toward a supreme good. Senghor swung in this direction when he stated, "Our negritude no longer expresses itself as opposition to European values, but as a complement to them." But, it must be reiterated that Senghor's concept of the African is in large part culled from Eurocentric and white supremacist projections of primitivism onto Africa and Africans. Negritude nevertheless, unlike the supremacy of the white man, does not seek to deprive any human being or cultural group of its being for itself, of its humanity, and Sartre is well aware that the supremacy of the white man is a defiling and deforming, inhuman digressive discursive formation and praxis that rests on faulty. 159. Logic and Pseudoscience. As Sartre, 1968, self-reflexively and eloquently observed in his preface to Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. We Europeans were men at his, the racialized and colonized's expense, he makes himself man at ours, a different man, of higher quality. With us, to be a man is to be an accomplice of colonialism, since all of us without exception have profited by colonial exploitation. Or with us there is nothing more consistent than a racist humanism, since the European has only been able to become a man through creating slaves and monsters. Pages 24 to 26, see also Sartre, 1995. In opposition to the supremacy of the white man, Senghor, 1998, put forward his borrowed, from Teilhard de Chardin, concept of the civilization of the universal, which maintained that if European civilization were to be imposed, unmodified as it historically has been, on all peoples and continents, it could only be by force and, therefore, it would not be humanistic, for it would cut itself off from the complementary values of the greater part of humanity, p. 441. Realizing, as Sartre did, the racist humanism of European culture and civilization, Senghor, perhaps taking his cue from Fanon, went beyond life or his own immediate situation toward a supreme good that recognized and reciprocated primal values, or the human worth of other peoples and their cultures and civilizations. Senghor, conceiving of negritude as a complement to European values, sidesteps Sartre's Hegelian dialectical progression, which, of course, ends, telos, in synthesis, and offers up a seminal theoretical theme from Africana philosophical discourse, complementarity. Negritude, for Senghor, was no longer an antithetical value, or an anti-racist racism as it was for Sartre, but an affirmation of African humanity that was perpetually open to revision and redefinition. Disentangling his theory of negritude from Sartre's, Senghor solemnly said, "Our revised negritude is humanistic, I repeat, it welcomes the complementary values of Europe and the white man, and indeed, of all other races and continents. But it welcomes them in order to fertilize and reinvigorate its own values, which it then offers for the construction of a civilization which shall embrace all mankind. The neo-humanism of the 20th century stands at the point where the paths of all nations, races, and continents cross, where the four winds of the spirit blow. p. 441, 28. Countering the racist humanism of Europe, Senghor's revised humanistic negritude breaks free from Sartre's Hegelian dialectical progression and Manichean thinking, and openly acknowledges that the world, as it actually exists, is not merely a series of binary oppositions between blacks and whites, or Africans and Europeans, but a world full of other races and cultures and continents. Senghor's new negritude welcomed the values of the rest of the racialized and colonized world in order to fertilize and reinvigorate its own values, hence the concept of cultural borrowing, and it is interested ultimately in the construction of a civilization which shall embrace all mankind. Negritude, like Du Bois and James's Pan-African Marxism and, as we shall soon see, Fanon's discourse on decolonization, was ultimately concerned with the greater good, the supreme good of humanity, that is, it was profoundly, nay radically, humanistic. In this sense, then, it contributes and helps to highlight another important theme of the discourse of Africana critical, the 164. Ori, its revolutionary humanism, its deep and abiding concern not merely for the contemporary African situation, but for the supreme good, to use Fanon's phrase, of suffering humanity as a whole. Where the theorists of negritude synthesized Pan-Africanism, black nationalism, Marxism, existentialism and surrealism into their own extremely original artistic, intellectual, and political project, Frantz Fanon, as I have hinted at throughout this chapter, wielded a new form of negritude, a neo-negritude, if you will, against the new forms of racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism. His thought and texts challenge the very foundations of Africana, as well as European and European-American, philosophy, and makes several seminal contributions to Africana critical theory in the sense that his offerings acutely accent the constantly changing character of imperialism, especially as it expresses itself as racism and colonialism, or what has been termed racial colonialism. For Fanon, colonized and racialized people, especially black folk, needed to do much more than return to the traditions of their ancestors, as it would seem that Senghor and to a certain extent Césaire would have it. From Fanon's perspective, more than a mere cultural revolution was needed as well. What Fanon proposed was a complete revolution, one that encompassed not only cultural reclamation, but also self and social transformation. He argued that it was not simply continents and cultures that had been colonized, but many of the very concepts that racialized and colonized people were using in their efforts to attain their freedom. As a consequence, he developed one of the most important discourses on decolonization in recent memory. Therefore, the next chapter will be devoted to a critical exploration of Fanon's discourse on decolonization and its contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory. I am not merely here and now, sealed into thingness. I am for somewhere else and for something else. I demand that notice be taken of my negating activity insofar as I pursue something other than life, insofar as I do battle for the creation of a human world, that is, of a world of reciprocal recognitions. He who is reluctant to recognize me opposes me. In a savage struggle I am willing to accept convulsions of death, invincible dissolution, but also the possibility of the impossible. Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks, p. 218. Fanon hides nothing. In order to fight against us, the former colony must fight against itself, or, rather, the two struggles form part of a whole. Jean-Paul Sartre, Preface to The Wretched of the Earth, p. 11. Everything, on Fanon's account of the social and symbolic conditions of post-colonial existence, requires to be reread and rewritten. Everything is an invitation to invention. 802, Fanon's Dialectic of Experience, p. 40. Fanon is not simply a man of action, he is also a critic of reactive action. Nigel C. Gibson, Fanon, The Post-Colonial Imagination, p. 41. Severed from its body, Fanon's thought can signify everything and nothing at the same time. E. San Juan, Jr., 1999, p. 126. I do not come with timeless truths. Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks, p. 7. 165. 5. Revolutionizing the wretched of the earth, radicalizing the discourse on decolonization. The Facts of Fanon's revolutionary blackness was born in the folds of French colonialism on July 20, 1925 on the Caribbean island of Martinique. Unlike Dubois, but very similar to his Caribbean comrades James and Césaire, his family was firmly upper middle class and, in the typically complicated Martiniquan manner, hyper-preoccupied with all the questions concerning race, color, and class. Genzier, 1973, p. 10, see also Macy, 2004. Fanon's father, Félix Casimir Fanon, was of mixed Indian and Martiniquan origin, while his mother, Eleanor Medelis Fanon, was of Alsatian extraction, herself the illegitimate daughter of parents of mixed blood and heritages. Genzier, 1973, p. 10. Frantz Fanon's first name, of course, reflected his mother's Alsatian ancestry. He was the fourth, youngest, and middle son of his parents' 8 children, and in keeping with the unique color complex, of the Caribbean, it is extremely important to observe he was the darkest member of his family. The fact of his blackness, as he himself put it in Black Skin, White Masks, was never allowed to be forgotten, neither among his family and friends, nor, most especially, among the Martiniquan public at large. At age 18 Fanon enlisted in the Free French unit, then believing that his own freedom, that of Martinique and that of France were inextricably bound up together. Macy, 2000, p. 91. Between 1944 and 1946 he served in Algeria, where he also came into contact with Senegalese soldiers. This, to say the least, was an eye-opening and life-altering experience for him, and it was there in Africa that he began to develop a critical consciousness of colonialism and its physical and psychological effects on the colonized. After he was wounded and discharged from the French army, he opted to study psychiatry because of its synthesis of medicine, psychology, and philosophy, he believed, would enable him to pursue his increasing interests in the psychological effects of racism and colonialism on both the colonizer and the colonized. He studied first in Paris and then in Lyon, from 1947 to 1951. Following the successful completion of his qualifying exams, Fanon began to practice initially in Saint-Élie, France, then in Pont-Orson, Normandy, and finally in Blida-Joinville, Algeria, where he was appointed chef de service in 1953. In 1952 he was wed to a French woman of Corsican gypsy descent, Marie-Joseph Dubly, known to all as Josie, whom he met in 1949 when she was 18 years old and still a classics student at her lycée. It was in Algeria as the chef de service at the psychiatric hospital of Blida-Joinville that Fanon acquired significant clinical experience and engaged in seminal psychiatric experiments through his work with 165 European women and 220 Algerian men. During these decisive years Fanon honed his ideas on the social, political, and cultural causes and effects of many mental illnesses. He resigned from the psychiatric hospital in 1956 to join the Front de Libération Nationale, the FLN, the revolutionary anti-colonial movement that successfully waged armed struggle for an independent, and Islamic, Algeria free from French colonialism. Fanon was not content with the supposed neutrality his status as a medical doctor offered him. In his letter of resignation he unequivocally intoned, "There comes a time when silence becomes dishonesty." Fanon, 1969, p. 54. He was determined to use his military and medical training in the interest of Algeria's liberation and all of Africa's decolonization. C. P. Adams, 1970, Bulhan, 1980b, 1985, Hopton, 1995, Macy, 1999, Rosanna Postel and Allen, 1996, Ocelli, 2001, Youssef and Fadl, 1996. 166-5. Fanon began his formal association with the FLN as early as 1954 when he counseled, in the psychiatric sense, several Algerian freedom fighters suffering from mental problems as a result of the war. David Macy, 2000, a leading Fanon biographer, maintains that Fanon's growing commitment to the nationalist movement took the classic pattern of an initial contact, the rendering of minor favors and the establishment of both trust and deeper involvement, p. 265. Before long Fanon was fully integrated into the FLN, working as a medic, freedom fighter, revolutionary writer, and Algerian ambassador. He addressed the All-African People's Congress held in Accra, Ghana, from December 8 to 12, 1958, as a member of the Algerian delegation. There he rendezvoused with acclaimed Pan-African revolutionaries, such as Patrice Lumumba, Tom Mboya, Roberto Holden, and, of course, the then President of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah. It was at this crucial Pan-African Congress that Fanon forcefully argued that the Algerian struggle for freedom was, indeed, integral to the overarching Pan-African movement, and introduced what would later become his controversial views on violence and decolonization. Although the Congress of over 200 delegates, representing 25 countries, as a rule emphasized nonviolence and negotiation, especially Lumumba, Mboya, and Nkrumah, Fanon shocked and awed his audience with passionate pleas, exhorting the delegates to never rule out recourse to violence, p. 368. For Fanon, racism and colonialism at their core are nothing other than outright, naked violence, both physical and psychological violence. Therefore, freedom fighters and nationalist leaders had to adopt all forms of struggle and could not rely on peaceful negotiations alone, p. 368, emphasis in original. Out of his insistence that freedom fighters and nationalist leaders had to adopt all forms of struggle and could not rely on peaceful negotiations alone, the African Legion project was born. Often overlooked in the commentary critical and otherwise on Fanon, Macy contends that the idea of an African Legion came to mean a great deal to Fanon, p. 369. As much is evident when we turn to the concluding section of Fanon's, 1969, essay entitled, Accra, Africa affirms its unity and defines its strategy, where he wrote, in the settlement of colonies of the type of Kenya, Algeria, and South Africa there is unanimity, only armed struggle will bring about the defeat of the occupying nation. And the African Legion, the principle of which was adopted in Accra, is the concrete response of the African peoples to the will to colonial domination of the Europeans. In deciding to create a corps of volunteers in all the territories, the African peoples mean clearly to manifest their solidarity with one another, thus expressing the realization that national liberation is linked to the liberation of the continent. Pages 156 to 157. Shortly after his tendentious success at the Accra Conference, Fanon was appointed the Gouvernement Provisoire de la République Algérienne, the GPRA's, ambassador to Ghana in 1959, and went on to represent the GPRA at several international conferences, including, the Conference for Peace and Security, Accra, Ghana, April 7 to 10, 1960, the Afro-Asian Conference, Conakry, Guinea, April 12 to 15, 1960, and, the Third Conference of Independent African States, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, June 17 to 19, 1960. Though it has often been downplayed by Fanon's Eurocentric critics, from the foregoing it is easily ascertained that he was, indeed, a Pan-Africanist. However, I should quickly quip, his Pan-Africanism was often at 167 loggerheads with many of the more nationalist-oriented leaders of his time. It should also be pointed out that though he was not religious in any sense of the word, he was willing to devote his life to a liberation struggle that had as its end goal an Islamic State. Clearly, then, Fanon was a complex and complicated person, committed, perhaps above all else, to racially colonized people's right to self-definition, self-determination and decolonization. In neglecting Fanon's nuanced engagement of Pan-Africanism, African socialism, and Algerian nationalism, many of his critics have created or, rather, insidiously invented an ahistorical, fantastic, often inexcusably Eurocentric, and extremely violent Fanon. Fanon's 4 books Black Skin, White Masks, A Dying Colonialism, The Wretched of the Earth, and Toward the African Revolution reveal a dialectical thinker and critical theorist of extraordinary depth and insight, especially with regard to issues involving Europe's supposed white superiority and Africa's alleged black inferiority, racism, sexism, colonialism and neocolonialism, revolutionary self-determination and revolutionary decolonization, the nature of revolutionary nationalism and its interconnections with revolutionary humanism, colonial violence and anti-colonial violence, national consciousness, national culture and national liberation, the psychology of both the colonizer and the colonized, and the prospects and problematics of a truly post-colonial African state. The man who came to be called the apostle of violence, the prophet of a violent Third World Revolution, the prisoner of hate, and the preacher of the gospel of the wretched of the earth, died of leukemia on December 6, 1961 at the unforgivably young age of 36, E. Hansen, 1977, p. 52, Macy, 2000, p. 2. Macy, 2000, perhaps, captured the ever-evolving posthumous life of Frantz Fanon best when he wrote at the dawn of the 21st century, over 40 years after his death, Fanon remains a surprisingly enigmatic and elusive figure. Whether he should be regarded as Martiniquan, Algerian, French, or simply black is not a question that can be decided easily. It is also a long-standing question, p. 7. 1. Undoubtedly, Fanon has profoundly influenced 20th and, already, 21st century thinking about racism and colonialism, and whether his readers understand him to have been Caribbean, African, or French or some synthesis of each of the foresaid, it is extremely important to emphasize that he desired, above all else, to be regarded quite simply as human, as a brother in the house of hard-working, humble humanity. However, as the Ethiopian philosopher, Tewodros Kiros, 2004, readily reminds us, we are the children of geography and history, born to a given race, a given region, at a particular time, in a particular place, p. 217. Fanon, no matter how radically humanist, was not during his lifetime, and certainly is not now, immune to these inescapable facts, the facts, as he himself said, of his blackness. An accomplished writer, Kiros contends, Frantz Fanon is regarded by many as one of the greatest revolutionary thinkers of the 20th century, p. 217. He holds a special place in the hearts and minds of black radicals, revolutionary nationalists, and Pan-Africanists because, Kiros continues, he was a Pan-Africanist who did not divide Africa into North and South, and he made it his mission always to remind the Algerians of their Africanity, and other Africans of the Africanity of the north of the continent. His activities and writings were always guided by a Pan-African lodestar, p. 216. 168.5. Fanon, 1968, then, was not simply against the colonization of African people and the African continent, but he was also against the colonization of African thought, what he termed in The Wretched of the Earth, the racialization of thought, p. 212. In this chapter I examine what I understand to be Fanon's major contributions to Africana critical theory, most of which were included in the litany above where I detailed the wide range of issues his 4 books address. However, I should emphasize at the outset, because his work has been engaged and appropriated by scholars and activists of disparate disciplinary and political perspectives, Fanon's discourse on decolonization will be employed as the primary point of departure and leitmotif in an effort to make his contributions to Africana critical theory accessible to as broad an audience, academic and otherwise, as possible. His discourse on decolonization, though, will be almost utterly incomprehensible without first, turning to the anti-colonialism of Aimé Césaire and intricately exploring what Fanon borrowed from, and how he built on and went beyond, Césaire's revolutionary negritude and discourse on decolonization. Fanon, Césaire, and continuity. In the discourse on decolonization, I come back once more to Césaire. I feel that I can still hear Césaire. Once again I come back to Césaire. I wish that many black intellectuals would turn to him for their inspiration. Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks, pages 90, 187. Fanon's pronouncements are underwritten by the specter of negritude. 8:02, Fanon's Dialectic of Experience, p. 44. Preceding Fanon, one of the early decolonizers and, perhaps, his greatest, single, Africana influence, particularly with regard to the concept of decolonization, was the Martiniquan poet and theorist of negritude and radical politician, Aimé Césaire. To Césaire's influence on Fanon is, quite simply, immeasurable and, seemingly, ubiquitous throughout his corpus. Fanon's earliest post-war political activities can be linked to Césaire and, as the highly regarded Ghanaian political scientist Emmanuel Hansen, 1977, has noted in his groundbreaking study, Frantz Fanon, Social and Political Thought, though here is no evidence that Fanon was at this time 1946 sympathetic to the communist cause. He was more interested in the cultural nationalism of Césaire. His participation in the campaign activities of Aimé Césaire was very instructive, p. 27. Further exploring Fanon's intellectual and political relationship with Césaire, the French intellectual historian, David Cot, 1970, contends, Fanon took his lead from Césaire, p. 15. Cot continues, Fanon's first debt was to Aimé Césaire, and particularly to his masterpieces Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, Return to My Native Land, and Discours sur le colonialisme, Discourse on Colonialism. In Fanon's view, Césaire had virtually single-handed fostered the spirit of black pride in the people of the Antilles, pages 17 to 18. 169. Fanon, as anyone who has ever perused the pages of Black Skin, White Masks shall surely tell you, was extremely enamored by Césaire. So much so, that he bemoaned the fact that more intellectuals of African descent did not turn to him Césaire for their inspiration. Fanon, 1967, p. 187. Césaire, in many senses, provided Fanon with an anomalous anti-colonial political education that would, by the time of the writing of The Wretched of the Earth, translate itself into a full-blown praxis promoting theory of decolonization. Besides and, to a certain extent, beyond literally providing Fanon with political education no matter how flawed, upon critical reflection, Césaire contributed the concept of black consciousness, or, black pride, as Cot would have it, to Fanon's critical theory of the colonial world. This spirit of black pride that Césaire is reported to have fostered in Antillians has been commented upon by several of Fanon's biographers as having a life-altering effect on him and his thinking. For as mentioned above, Fanon's crucial years between his discharge from the French army and his higher education in France were both intellectually and politically pivotal, and Césaire's centrality during this period of his development cannot be overstated. Fanon did not merely engage the thoughts and texts of Césaire. By no means, he, Fanon, ever the radical willing unerringly to act on his ideas and couple his passion with politics, participated at the behest of his elder brother, Joby, in Césaire's 1946 campaign, under the auspices of the French Communist Party, for the prime ministership of Martinique, C.J. Fanon, 2004. In Fanon, The Revolutionary as Prophet, Peter Geismar, 1971, one of Fanon's first critical biographers, revealingly wrote, Frantz and Joby Fanon based their hopes for a better society on Aimé Césaire, then running as the Communist Party's parliamentary candidate from Martinique in the first election of the Fourth Republic. Césaire had been at the head of a group of intellectual refugees from the Antilles who put out their own review in Paris, Légitime Défense, with articles dissecting all aspects of Caribbean colonial society. Earlier than Fanon, he despaired of these islands where the blacks treated each other as dirty niggers. Martinique, he said, was the bastard of Europe and Africa, dripping with self-hatred. Yet he returned to seek a political solution to the cultural desolation. The communists, Césaire felt, could begin to renovate Martinique's economic infrastructure, a more healthy society might develop. That Frantz Fanon worked for Césaire's election in 1946 indicates not that the former was a confirmed Marxist at this early time. Fanon was but 21, or a revolutionary, but only that Fanon felt that things were not quite as perfect as they might be within the French Republic, or in Martinique. Still, this first political endeavor was instructive. He began to think about the mechanics of social change. The 1946 excursion, which had originally been planned so that they could listen to the fine oratory of Césaire, and aid him when possible, led to quite different patterns of thought. Pages 40 to 41, 5. Geismar relates that Césaire, and this should be emphasized, sought a political solution to the Antillean problem of cultural desolation. 6. Césaire was not merely a theorist, or some sort of armchair revolutionary promoting negritude and a new black consciousness. Much more, he was one of its greatest practitioners. Negritude, as discussed in the preceding chapter, and as too few academics and activists have acknowledged, was not simply a theory of return, or cultural recuperation, or nativism, as some have consistently charged. Annis, 1974, Bastide, 1961. 175. Beer, 1959, Berrien and Long, 1967, Blair, 1966, E.A. Jones, 1971, Meloni, 1963. Quite the contrary, negritude, in the heads, hearts, and hands of Aimé Césaire, Léopold Sédar Senghor and Léon Damas, was a theory that encompassed and engaged trans-African aesthetics, politics, economics, history, psychology, culture, philosophy, and society. Berrien and Long, 1967, Cismeru, 1974, Finn, 1988, González Cruz, 1979, E.A. Jones, 1971, Kennedy, 1990, Kestlud, 1991, Lano, 1961, C.L. Miller, 1990, N.R. Shapiro, 1970, Simon, 1963, Tomich, 1979, Wathier, 1967. Negritude was a theory that promoted praxis toward the end of transforming the aforementioned aspects of African life worlds in the best interest of persons of African descent in their specific colonial, neocolonial, and / or post-colonial settings, circumstances, or situations. Earl, 1970, 1977. Negritude, and it perhaps would be hard to overstate it, was the very foundation upon which Frantz Fanon developed his discourse on decolonization. Caught, 1970, pages 17 to 28, Genzier, 1973, pages 36 to 44, Macy, 2000, pages 127 to 132, 177 to 186. However, even at this early age, Fanon was not an uncritical disciple of Césairian negritude. It was Joby, Fanon's elder brother, who awakened him to the weaknesses of Césaire's campaign by emphasizing the problems and serious pitfalls of social and political mobilization on a colonial island such as Martinique. According to Joby, the major flaw of Césaire's campaign was that he never succeeded in reaching the peasants and the countryside. E. Hansen, 1977, p. 27. Césaire's cultural nationalism smacked of the very vanguardism and top-down tactics of continental African colonial aristocrats and bourgeois bureaucrats that Fanon would take to task several years later in The Wretched of the Earth. What is important here to observe is that it was Joby, not Frantz, who insisted on the peasantry's involvement in Martiniquan politics. He accented the irony of a militant black Marxist such as Césaire overlooking, perhaps, the most downtrodden on the island, the peasantry and rural folk, all the while espousing communism, workers' rights, and radical economic reform. By the time he wrote The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon's concept of decolonization included, not only the colonized proletariat, but also the colonized lumpenproletariat, the landless peasant, and the mass of the country people. Fanon, 1968, pages 44, 80, 111. Here, we can see that even from his first exposure to Caesarean negritude Fanon developed a dialectical rapport and critical relationship with it, and that he also, very early in his political life, began a practice of appropriating aspects of others' arguments, synthesizing them with contrasting concepts, and then pushing them to their extreme, at times dialectically redeveloping them in ways their inventors may have never fully fathomed. As with his brother's critique of Césaire's 1946 campaign, it can be said that Fanon appropriated much from Césaire, and especially his seminal text, Discourse on Colonialism. Let us now, therefore, turn to Discourse on Colonialism, where it may be said the real roots of Fanon's dialectic of decolonization and liberation lie. When Fanon, 1968, wrote, In the Wretched of the Earth, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon, p. 35, he knew, as he had illustrated as far back as his essays in El Mujahid and A Dying Colonialism, that Césaire, 1972, in Discourse on Colonialism, had passionately and polemically argued that, no one colonizes innocently, that no one colonizes with impunity either, that a nation which colonizes, that a civilization which justifies colonization and therefore force is already a sick civilization, a civilization that is morally diseased, that irresistibly. 171. Progressing from one consequence to another, one repudiation to another, calls for its Hitler, I mean its punishment. Pages 17 to 18. The force which Césaire writes of above is none other than outright, naked violence. The colonizers literally force, through violent and other means, the natives to relinquish their lives, lands, and labor. This is a tale told many times over all throughout Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Australia. However, as often as the tale has been told, few theorists involved in the discourse on decolonization have explored the legitimacy and validity of retribution, that is, punishment for evil done or reward for good done, with the depth and piercing precision of aim. Césaire, Irel, 1968, Tomich, 1979, Taua, 1969a, 1969b. In stating that a civilization which justifies colonization is already a sick civilization, a civilization that is morally diseased, and then invoking retributive justice through punishment, Césaire cuts to the chase, if you will. He wishes to make it known, to the colonized and otherwise, that the colonial world, an immoral world, an unethical world, an irreligious world, yearns for, and demands, violence. The violence of the weak. The violence of revolutionary action. Césaire, 1972, pages 28, 34. The revolutionary action that Césaire claims the colonial situation calls for, is definitely what he, Fanon, and, as we shall soon observe, the Kenyan revolutionary writer, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, term, decolonization. For those who would argue that Césaire is a naive nativist, one who simply espouses a radical rhetoric of return or cultural recuperation, it would be prudent to consider his concept of cultural exchange. He believes that cultural contacts between divergent civilizations is a good thing, but despises and detests, and rightly so, humanity, having been, or being, reduced to a monologue, pages 11, 57. Césaire said, I admit that it is a good thing to place different civilizations in contact with each other, that it is an excellent thing to blend different worlds, that whatever its own particular genius may be, a civilization that withdraws into itself atrophies, that for civilizations, exchange is oxygen, that the great good fortune of Europe is to have been a crossroads, and that because it was the locus of all ideas, the receptacle of all philosophies, the meeting place of all sentiments, it was the best center for the redistribution of energy. But then I ask the following question: has colonization really placed civilizations in contact? Or, if you prefer, of all the ways of establishing contact, was it the best? I answer no. Between colonization and civilization there is an infinite distance, that out of all the colonial expeditions that have been undertaken, out of all the colonial statutes that have been drawn up, out of all the memoranda that have been dispatched by all the ministries, there could not come a single human value. Pages 11 to 12, emphasis in original. Césaire supports cultural exchange and the placing of civilizations in contact with one another. What he does not agree with, however, is the domination of one human, social, political, and/or cultural group over that of any or all others. Hence, here his comments point to a distinct anti-colonial conception of self-determination. Domination, whether colonialist or capitalist, or both, demands revolutionary action, and this action, as stated above, has been designated, defined, and described as the process, ES, and program, S, of decolonization. 172.5. Fanon's conception of decolonization, what Hansen, 1977, p. 27, has termed revolutionary decolonization, is inscrutable without linking it to Césaire's discourse on colonialism. Césaire's emphasis on not simply decolonization, but self-determination and African consciousness were appropriated by Fanon and, as was his custom, synthesized with contrasting anti-colonial concepts, including Sartre's critiques of capitalism and colonialism, and then belabored to their extreme, see Sartre, 1948, 1963, 1976, 1995. Just as he had done with Joby's critique of Césaire's 1946 campaign, which would also impact his thinking in The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon took Césaire's discourse on colonialism and Africanized, or, rather, Algeriaized, it and, even more, he dialectically deepened and further developed its revolutionary dimensions. As stated above, Fanon, 1968, asserted that decolonization is always a violent phenomenon, p. 35, this is so because the agents of the colonial government speak the language of pure force, p. 38. It is this force, this according to the Eritrean philosopher, Serekwaberhan, 1994, virtual primordial violence that spawns the reactive, or, as I would prefer, counteractive violence contra, not simply the colonizers, but the internalization of colonialism and racism on the part of the racially colonized and the entire white supremacist colonialist capitalist world, p. 73. The colonizer, Fanon, 1968, insisted, is the bringer of violence into the home and into the mind of the native, p. 38. However, this is not to say that Africa, or any part of the colored, non-white world, was nonviolent prior to European colonial conquest, s. By no means should this falsehood be allowed to pass unchecked, see Badunrin, 1984, pages 7 to 8, and also Mazrui, 1967, 1978, 1980, 1986, 2002b, 2004. What Fanon meant here is that the colonizer brought the violence that white supremacist or racial colonialism is to African and other racially colonized peoples' life worlds and lived experiences, thus drawing them, the colonized, into Europe's global imperial orbit, which presently includes peoples and continents constitutive of 75% of the Earth's population and surface, Blout, 1993, said, 1979, 1993. With the colonizers came violence of such immensity and intensity, such global enormity, that the pre-existing violence, dare I say, the pre-colonial violence on hindsight appears to be no more than mere local or, at most, national skirmishes, scant squabbles that historically have been documented to have been commonplace, and to have plagued human beings in almost every epoch of human history, culture, and civilization. Colonialism is, quite simply, violence in its natural state, and, this epoch-breaking and epoch-making violence, asserted Fanon, 1968, will only yield when confronted with greater violence, p. 61. The colonized, under these circumstances knows, and especially after enduring centuries of exploitation and alienation at the hands of colonialists and the colonial system, that she or he has no other recourse, decolonization or, continued, dehumanization. It is at, and in, this momentous moment, the moment the colonized commits to, and takes up the banner of decolonization, that Fanon contended. He of whom they have never stopped saying that the only language he understands is that of force, decides to give utterance by force. In fact, as always, the settler has shown him the way he should take if he is to become free. The argument the native chooses has 173 been furnished by the settler, and by an ironic turning of the tables it is the native who now affirms that the colonialist understands nothing but force. The colonial regime owes its legitimacy to force and at no time tries to hide this aspect of things. p. 84, emphasis in original. What is important to emphasize here is that the argument the native chooses has been furnished, at least in part, by the settler, by the settler's colonial actions, by their force, by their colonial violence, and, it also needs to be accentuated, by the European liberals and the white left's anti-colonial inaction. That the white left, both of Europe and America, has long practiced a policy of benign and often naked neglect where racial colonies and the racially colonized are concerned, to put it plainly, is nothing new. In fact, if truth be told, white liberals and the white left's policy of benign and naked neglect is perfectly normal in the abnormal and absurd white supremacist colonialist capitalist world. However, the fact that the racially colonized have appropriated aspects of the white left's, mainly Marxist, arguments might come as a surprise, and especially to those who remain unaware of the long tradition of black radicalism, which, in all political and intellectual honesty, can be said to reach back as far as the abolitionist and Pan-Africanist movements, and stretch across several centuries to our modern movements for racial, gender, and economic justice. 7. Which aspects of the colonized's anti-colonial argument, have been furnished by the settler, or the settler's metropolitan Marxist siblings? Do the colonized uncritically digest the colonizer's arguments? Can anything of anti-colonial value be found in the radical/revolutionary tradition of the colonizer's cousins and kinfolk back in the colonialist capitalist metropole? This last question begs to be asked and answered, especially considering Audre Lorde's, 1984, haunting harangue, "The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house," pages 110 to 113. Prior to engaging Fanon's contributions to the discourse on decolonization, and in order to critically comprehend his pioneering conception of revolutionary decolonization, we would do well to attend to each of the queries above, particularly the latter. In so doing, it may be most helpful to bear in mind Trinidadian historian Tony Martin's contention that there is an explicit indication of Fanon's affinity to Marx, which is evident even without a close look at his philosophy. Martin, 1999, continues, "The fact is, for example, that 2 of his 3 books bore titles directly suggestive of a conscious identification with Marx, Les Dames de la Terre, which is taken from the first line of the Internationale, and L'Instinct de la Révolution Algérienne, which bears an obvious similarity to Marx's The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, p. 85. Fanon's revolutionary decolonization was informed by, not only Pan-Africanism and various strands of African nationalism, but also by his critical and ever-evolving relationship with Marxism. This critical dialogue with Fanon would yield very little if his much mangled dialectical rapport and critical relationship with Marxism were left in the lurch. 174.5. Fanonian Marxism and/or Marxist Fanonism. Fanon's critique, appreciation, appropriation, and modification of Marxism in the interest of revolutionary decolonization. Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again. Franz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, p. 40. Fanon can be considered a Marxist. This is not to say that he adhered rigidly to every word that has come down to us from Marx's pen. He didn't. But he was Marxist in the sense that Lenin or Castro or Mao are Marxist. That is, he accepted Marx's basic analysis of society as given and proceeded from there to elaborate on that analysis and modify it where necessary to suit his own historical and geographical context. Tony Martin, Rescuing Fanon from the Critics, p. 87. Fanon can be considered a Marxist humanist, in the sense that he is not championing a static notion of human nature, but a human potential which can be created by revolutionary beginnings, and where social relationships give meaning to life. Nigel C. Gibson, Introduction to Rethinking Fanon, p. 117. Decolonization is the logical consequence of colonization, Kong, 2004, Kawash, 1999, Lazarus, 1999. Therefore, those who would label decolonizers and their discourse, nativists and nativism, should read very slowly, and very carefully, the following line from Fanon: the argument the native chooses has been furnished by the settler. That the native chooses violence as a means toward the end of total liberation should surprise no one, and least of all colonialists, capitalists, and those associated with the ruling race, ruling gender, and ruling class, e.s., of the modern, neo-imperial world system. Fanon, 1968, p. 310. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels had written on, and of, the imminent revolution for many years by the time Du Bois, James, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon developed, in the 20th century, their discourse, on decolonization. Marx and Engels, 1978, stated quite cryptically in the Communist Manifesto: all previous historical movements were movements of minorities, or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. The proletariat, the lowest stratum of our present society, cannot stir, cannot raise itself up, without the whole superincumbent strata of official bourgeoisie society being exploded into the air. p. 482. 175. Decolonization is essentially this paragraph magnified 10 times over, and then dropped into the context of our post-modern moment of undercover colonialism, or, as Kwame Nkrumah, 1965, and Samir Emin, 1973, would have it, neocolonialism. Were one to substitute racialized/colonized for proletarian and proletariat above, then, perhaps, Fanon's assertion might make more sense. The argument, chosen and augmented, adopted and adapted by the racially colonized were and are, to a certain extent, supplied by the radical and revolutionary traditions of racist, colonialist, and capitalist Europe and the United States. A. C. Meng, 1990, I. Cox, 1966, Ispeister, 2001, Lopez, 1988. One need look no further than C.L.R. James's magisterial The Black Jacobins to comprehend that the first successful revolution by people of African descent in the modern era was deeply influenced by the French Revolution of 1789. However, Fanon, 1968, forwards that Marxist analysis, or any other radical or revolutionary tradition, that does not arise out of the particular and peculiar, concrete historicity of the racially colonized, should be deconstructed and reconstructed so as to encompass and suit the needs, as well as address the current neocolonial crises, of their specific time and circumstances. p. 40. In Rescuing Fanon from the Critics, Tony Martin, 1999, perhaps more so than any other Fanonist, has asserted that although Fanon's writings reveal the influence of several people, Hegel, Marx, Sartre, and Césaire, to name but a few, most critics and commentators have generally evaluated his philosophy around the concept of Marxism, p. 85. 8. However, Fanon, similar to only a handful of Marxist theorists, understood well what Marx, writing in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, meant when he wrote, The Social Revolution cannot draw its poetry from the past, but only from the future. Marx and Engels, 1978, p. 597, also quoted in Fanon, 1967, p. 223, see also T. Martin, 1999, p. 86. For although he argument the native chooses has been furnished by the settler, it must constantly be kept in mind that Fanon, 1968, himself said, Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again, p. 40. Fanon set for himself the task of enhancing, slightly stretching, Marxist analysis. He asserted that everything so well explained by Marx needed to be, out of historical, cultural, and geographical necessity, thought out again. What does it mean to stretch, to extend and expand Marxists' analysis in our search for solutions to the colonial problem, especially racial colonialism? What does it mean to rethink social transformation in light of the anti-imperial onuses that both colonialism and capitalism present, and specifically in contradistinction to Comrade Karl Marx's corpus to non-European/non-whites? Fanon, perhaps, would have replied that there are no social or political panaceas for the plethora of problems which presently plague humanity. Even if the argument the native chooses has been furnished by the settler, the native does not and should not conceptually incarcerate, or intellectually emaciate herself or himself in the colonial vocabulary, p. 43. Fanon discerned that Marxist analysis was part and parcel of capitalism, not colonialism. 9. Indeed, Marx and the critical, as opposed to vulgar, orthodox, and or mechanical, Marxists provide one of, if not the, most comprehensive and sophisticated. 176.5. Kate critiques of capitalism. However, they have consistently neglected to factor capitalism's interconnections with racism and colonialism into their analyses. That is why Fanon's emphasis on a more elastic interpretation and application of Marxism, particularly outside of the conventional capitalist context, is so seminal. He challenged the anti-colonial intellectual activist to not only be anti-colonial, but also anti-capitalist and anti-racist. It was Lewis Gordon, 1997b, one of the leading and more critical Fanon scholars, who asserted that Fanon's thought might best be characterized as conjunctive analysis which critically engaged racism and colonialism and capitalism, pages 35 to 36. The Fanonian intellectual activist, then, is much more than a mere Marxist disciple. The Fanonian intellectual activist is more than a mere critical race theorist and anti-colonialist. The Fanonian intellectual activist is not, under any circumstances, a mere academic, ivory tower overseer, or armchair revolutionary. The Fanonian intellectual activist is a critical theorist and revolutionary humanist, and also a constant critic of internalized colonialism, racism, and capitalism on the part of the colonized. Osaniam, 2002, Pithus, 2003. This is the dual mandate that Fanon ascribed to the revolutionary intellectual activist. Noted Fanon scholar, Nigel Gibson, 1999b, eloquently addressed this issue when he wrote, rather than applying an a priori, a crucial task for the Fanonian intellectual was to confront the intellectual's internalization of colonial ideology that had become mentally debilitating. The native intellectual, therefore, does not simply uncover subjugated knowledges but has to challenge the underdeveloped and Manichean ways of thinking produced by colonial rule, p. 114. Colonialism inherently gives colonized intellectuals an intellectual inferiority complex. In order to initiate the process of decolonization, the anti-colonial, on the path to becoming a truly post-colonial, intellectual must radically rupture their relationship with their neo-colonial education and practice critical conceptual generation, putting forward dialectical theory and praxis particular to, and in the best interest of, their specific historical struggle, against colonialism, capitalism, and racism, among other, post-modern socio-political ills. In a word, colonized intellectuals must decolonize their minds, as Ngugi, 1986, put it, and become revolutionary intellectual activists. Again, Gibson, 1999b, offers insights. The revolutionary intellectual who explicitly attempts to develop the often conflictual relationship between mental and manual labor, therefore, is grounded in two interpenetrated though different types of knowledge, the explication of subjugated knowledges and knowledges born of resistance, in their myriad, and not simply practical, forms, and what Fanon meant by working out new concepts, namely, the history of the idea of freedom. These knowledges are connected. Revolutionary thought is also a conceptualization of the historical memory of struggle. p. 120. In challenging the underdeveloped and Manichean ways of thinking produced by colonial rule, the Fanonian intellectual activist must also bear in mind something that the Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissaun revolutionary, Amilcar Cabral, 1979, as will be discussed in greater detail in the subsequent chapter, contended. A people who free themselves from foreign domination will not be free culturally unless, without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, they return to the upwards paths of their own culture. p. 143. The Fanonian intellectual activist, similar to the 177. Cabralian intellectual activist, has a deeply dialectical and critical relationship with Marxism, one that simultaneously critiques most Marxists' inattention to racism and colonialism, but greatly appreciates their thoroughgoing critique of capitalism and its infamous constantly changing character. From the point of view of Fanon's critical theoretical framework, Marxism can be effectively used toward anti-colonial ends and, more importantly, in the process of decolonization. However, here we would do well to keep in mind his admonition that, Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. See Ayala, 1975, W. Hansen, 1997, D. Lloyd, 2003, Morera, 1989, C.J. Robinson, 1993, Serekwa Burhan, 1988. In The Class Struggle in France, Marx wrote, "A new revolution is possible only in consequence of a new crisis." It is, however, just as certain as this crisis, Marx and Engels, 1978 p. 593, emphasis omitted. For Fanon, it could be said that racial colonialism presented humanity with a new crisis and, therefore, a new revolution, a whole new conception of revolution was required, one that took into consideration not merely the ravaging effects of capitalism, but also those of colonialism and racism. It was incumbent on the wretched of the earth, without turning a blind eye to the predatory and vampiric nature of capitalism, to acutely analyze and assess their own racial and colonial oppression, exploitation, and alienation. The revolutionary intellectual activists who think and act in the best interest of, and in concert with the wretched of the earth, must do precisely what Fanon, 1968, admonished them to do at the close of The Wretched of the Earth. They must waste no time in sterile litanies and nauseating mimicry of Eurocentric and capitalist political economy-obsessed Marxists. p. 312. Fanon forcefully challenged the wretched of the Earth's revolutionary intellectual activists to intellectually, politically, and culturally leave Europe. p. 311. He critically continued, "Let us decide not to imitate Europe, let us combine our muscles and our brains in a new direction. Let us try to create the whole man, whom Europe has been incapable of bringing to triumphant birth." p. 313. Fanon was well aware that we, like any people involved in a life or death struggle for human liberation, need a model, that we want blueprints and examples. He earnestly admitted that for many among us the European model is the most inspiring, p. 312. This is so because, neo-colonial, education exclusively and purposely exposes colonized intellectuals to Eurocentric models, social movements, political thought, philosophy, culture, and so on. Colonized intellectuals, therefore, are just that, colonized, and the only way they can decolonize their minds is by plunging themselves into the depths of those elements of their indigenous thought, culture, and traditions pre-colonial, colonial, and neocolonial which could potentially aid them in their efforts to develop revolutionary theory and praxis. They must, however, do this without losing sight of those positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, as Cabral asserted, which could, if employed in the revolutionary interest of the wretched of the earth, provide them not only with critical theories of, but critical praxis in, the racial colonial and racist capitalist world. According to Fanon, the nauseating mimicry and imitation of the European model on the part of racially colonized intellectuals, and the racialized/colonized in general, has led to mortifying setbacks, which of his 4 books Black Skin, White Masks and the Wretched of the Earth most explicitly engage these issues. It was 178-5. Both shameful and horrifying to Fanon that as more African countries gained independence, what Nkrumah, 1965, in his conception of neocolonialism called nominal independence, and as more Africans in the diaspora secured greater access to education and basic civil rights, they not only continued to turn to Europe, but willingly and increasingly deepened and developed their racial colonial relationship with European mother countries. Fanon, 1968, fumed. European achievements, European techniques, and the European style ought no longer to tempt us and to throw us off our balance. When I search for man in the technique and the style of Europe, I see only a succession of negations of man, and an avalanche of murders. The human condition, plans for mankind, and collaboration between men in those tasks which increase the sum total of humanity are new problems, which demand true inventions. Pages 312 to 313. Fanon dared the racially colonized to leave Europe and think critically about the new problems, which demand true inventions. The European game has finally ended, he said, we must find something different, p. 312. The new problems, which demand true inventions are precisely those problems which the racial and colonial proletariat have long been struggling against, racism and colonialism, and the intersections and interconnections between and betwixt capitalism and colonialism and racism. Above, when Fanon asserted that we, the wretched of the earth's revolutionary intellectual activists, must combine our muscles and our brains in a new direction, the new direction that he had in mind was one that simultaneously built on and went well beyond Marxist analyses of the vicissitudes and vampiric nature of capitalism. For Fanon, as for Africana critical theorists, Marxism is but one of many theoretical tools or weapons to be deployed in the struggle against neo-imperialism, which includes the new and constantly changing forms of, not only capitalism, but colonialism and racism as well. Europe should not be the measure and model for what it means to be human, or civilized, or cultured, or modern. In fact, Fanon announced, when the racially colonized intellectual embraces critical consciousness, which is to say, when the racially colonized intellectual shifts from being colonized and begins the arduous and protracted process, of becoming the wretched of the earth's revolutionary intellectual activist, anything is possible. Why? Because revolution, real revolution as opposed to theoretical or rhetorical revolution, is nothing other than the concrete creation of historical possibilities, the innovative opening up of alternatives. What may have appeared impossible before the embrace of their revolutionary responsibilities, now seems quite possible to the formerly colonized but, currently on the road to becoming a real revolutionary intellectual. Fanon was unequivocally critical of, and critically optimistic about, the wretched of the earth's revolutionary intellectual activists. We today can do everything, So long as we do not imitate Europe, so long as we are not obsessed by the desire to catch up with Europe, p. 312. Really now, a Fanonian query begs, what has Europe contributed to human culture and civilization that the racialized and colonized, intellectual activists or otherwise, should want to spend their entire lives in nauseating mimicry, uncritically imitating? It will be recalled that I asserted above, the only way anti-colonial intellectual activists can decolonize their minds is by plunging themselves into the depths of those elements of their indigenous thought, culture, and traditions pre-colonial, colonial, and 179. Neocolonial, which could potentially aid them in their efforts to develop revolutionary theory and praxis. It is with this in mind that I return to the important work of the noted Ghanaian philosopher, Kwasi Wiredu, 1991, who makes two important points with regard to the discussion at hand. The first point is that it seems to be a fact about human beings generally that technical progress is apt to outstrip moral insight, p. 98. In this sense, he continues, the philosophical thought of a traditional, i.e., pre-literate and non-industrialized, society may hold some lessons of moral significance for a more industrialized society, p. 98. These comments connect with Fanon's when we recollect his assertion that we must move in a new direction, and turn our attention to the new problems, which demand true inventions. The new direction that Fanon has in mind here is not a Senghorian negritude nostalgic embrace of all things primitive in pre-colonial Africa, but an Africana critical theoretical archaeology of those aspects of Africa's past pre-colonial, colonial, neocolonial that could potentially be utilized in our present struggle, for human liberation and a higher level of human life. Wiredu's work is insightful in that it helps to highlight, not simply some of the distinct differences between Africana and European thought, but that Africana thought, as with European thought, has aspects that are simultaneously particular and universal, and that European theorists, among others, could gather a great deal from Africana thought. This brings us to the second point that Wiredu's work helps to highlight. In his own words, an obvious fact about the thought of a traditional society is that it is communalistic in orientation. By contrast, the more industrialized a society is, the more individualistic it seems to become. Now it is quite plain that some of the most unlovable aspects of life in the so-called advanced countries are connected with individualism. It is reasonable to expect that a critical examination of individualism in the context of a study of a communally oriented philosophy might yield some useful insights for people engaged in the quest for industrialization as well as for those who are far advanced in that process. Of course, both communalism and individualism may have their strengths and weaknesses. But, an objective appraisal of them is likely to be hampered if studied exclusively from the point of view of any one of these modes of life. Pages 98 to 99. Contemporary continental and diasporan Africans live in both advanced industrial and non-industrial societies, colonial and capitalist societies, literate and semi-literate societies and, therefore, the revolutionary intellectual activists who have been charged by Fanon with the task of searching for solutions to the wretched of the Earth's new problems, which demand true inventions, must take all of this into consideration and also heed Wiredu's words when he observed that both communalism and individualism may have their strengths and weaknesses. The wretched of the Earth's revolutionary intellectual activists must undertake an objective appraisal of both communalism and individualism, all the while bearing in mind that their assessment is likely to be hampered if studied exclusively from the point of view of any one of these modes of life. Wiredu's work enables the wretched of the Earth's revolutionary intellectual activists to call into question Eurocentric conceptions of progress and modernization and demonstrates that because of, what he terms, the historical accident of colonialism, Africa is underdeveloped in many, though not by any means all, areas, p. 98, see also Rodney, 1972. 185. 1990. However, by the same token, his work accents the often overlooked fact that though Europe may be technically and scientifically overdeveloped when compared to Africa, in many other areas, especially ethics and morality, Africa, among other underdeveloped continents, is clearly more advanced. Wierde's ideas on this subject have been recently echoed by Gibson, 1999b, who wrote, "It is now the European who must catch up with the African," p. 119. Instead of mindlessly mimicking Eurocentric Marxists, which if truth be told most Marxists have been and remain unrepentantly Eurocentric, the revolutionary intellectual activists who think and act in the best interest of, and in concert with, the wretched of the earth should systematically and critically study their own history and culture pre-colonial, colonial, and neo-colonial with an eye toward anything and everything that could be employed in the present anti-imperial struggle. Wierde's words must be held in mind, and Fanonian intellectual activists should unceasingly encourage racially colonized, as well as other intellectuals to rethink the contributions that non-European and or so-called underdeveloped cultures could make, not merely to Marxism and other radical political theories, but to modern, i.e., 21st century, human culture and civilization in general. See Ammon, 1976, 1989, 1990a, 1998a, 2003, Kasukin, 1985. Fanon, 1968, declared, "Today we are present at the stasis of Europe, and Eurocentric, capitalist economy-obsessed Marxism is an outgrowth of European thought and culture, which similar to Europe in general has reached an impasse," p. 314. Fanon refused to bite his tongue, even in the midst of his French, African, and other Marxist comrades. Long before the postmodernists and post-Marxists, Fanon noted Marxism's obscene narcissism and pointed to the contradictions at its conceptual core. Collery, Cullenberg, and Bewiner, 1995, Magnus and Cullenberg, 1995, Nelson and Grossberg, 1988. I quote the pertinent passage at length. "A permanent dialogue with oneself and an increasingly obscene narcissism never ceased to prepare the way for a half-delirious state, where intellectual work became suffering and the reality was not at all that of a living man, working and creating himself, but rather words, different combinations of words, and the tensions springing from the meanings contained in words. Yet some Europeans were found to urge the European workers to shatter this narcissism and to break with this unreality. But in general, the workers of Europe have not replied to these calls, for the workers believe, too, that they are part of the prodigious adventure of the European spirit." Fanon, 1968, p. 313. Fanon's critique of Marxism and the metropolitan proletariat did not stop here. As if defending his embrace and espousal of certain elements of Caesarean negritude, Pan-Africanism, African nationalism, African socialism, and the African Legion project, Fanon dealt Eurocentric Marxists and white leftist liberals a theoretical death blow. All the elements of a solution to the great problems of humanity have, at different times, existed in European thought. But the action of European men has not carried out the mission which fell to them, and which consisted of bringing their whole weight violently to bear upon these elements, of modifying their arrangement and their nature, of changing them and finally of bringing the problem of mankind to an infinitely higher plane. P. 314. 181. In his unceasing efforts to bring the problem of mankind to an infinitely higher plane, Fanon challenged white supremacist colonialists and Eurocentric Marxists. This represents a significant contribution to the discourse on decolonization insofar as we understand that Fanon took issue with both racial colonialism and Eurocentric radicalism. His work went even further to reveal that racially colonized intellectuals, racially colonized politicians, and the national bourgeoisie were willing to side with white supremacist colonialists if it meant that they could trade places or, at the least, share the spoils with the white colonialists and recolonize the nominally independent nation in their own nefarious neocolonial interests. However, Fanon acutely asserted, under the colonial system, a middle class which accumulates capital is an impossible phenomenon. Now, precisely, it would seem that the historical vocation of an authentic national middle class in an underdeveloped country is to repudiate its own nature insofar as it is bourgeois, that is to say insofar as it is the tool of capitalism, and to make itself the willing slave of that revolutionary capital which is the people, p. 150. As for those colonized intellectuals coming into a critical consciousness of neo-colonialism, Fanon cautions them about their embrace of, and conceptual incarceration in, Eurocentric radicalism, Marxist or otherwise. Africa's specific historicity, Africa's particular experience of racial colonialism, and Europe's incessant imperial efforts to de-Africanize Africa must be borne in mind and integrally incorporated into any theory that seeks to contribute to the liberation of Africa and its diaspora. Marxism does not now, and has never, claimed to speak to the special needs of Africa and Africans. This point should be emphasized, so that if, or, should I say, when, neo-colonized African intellectuals begin to develop an anti-colonial critical consciousness and initiate their sincere search for solutions to the problems of Africa and its diaspora, they will realize that though Marxism, among many other schools of European thought, may have much to offer black radicalism and Africana revolutionary praxis, European schools of thought, European history and culture, European religion, and European conceptions of science and civilization cannot and should never be used as the paradigms and theoretical points of departure for decolonization, re-Africanization, and blueprints for an authentic post-colonial Africa and its diaspora. The basic parameters of Marxism are actually too narrow to categorize and conceptually capture Fanon's critical theory, which to reiterate includes critiques of racism and colonialism and capitalism and, if truth be told, sexism. Bergner, 1995, Gibson, 1999a, Gordon, Sharpley Whiting and White, 1996, Reed, 1996, Sharpley Whiting, 1997. Similar to Du Bois, James, Césaire, Senghor, and Cabral, Fanon extends and expands and, at times, explodes Marxism. He synthesizes it with the wider and too often uncharted Africana world of ideas and black radical tradition. To uncritically categorize Fanon's dialectical thought as Marxism, or even black Marxism, for that matter, and leave it there, is similar to attempting to force his feet into a pair of too tight shoes simply because Marxists and others caught in the quagmires of Eurocentric critical theory think the shoes will look good on his feet. This, in all intellectual honesty, is utterly unfair to Fanon and, what adds insult to injury, is that when his work is carefully and critically read, when it is critically engaged and the historical and cultural contexts, as well as the social and political milieus in which he composed the texts are taken into critical consideration, then his work, literally. 182.5. His words, defy the lazy labeling and simple-minded synopses of Marxists and others conceptually incarcerated in Eurocentric critical theory. This is, precisely, why Melis Ayala, 1975, Emmanuel Hansen, 1977, Louis Gordon, 1995b, El Adel Janadu, 1986, Ado C. Kyoto, 1996, Tsnaserekwa Burhan, 1994, and Renata Zahar, 1974, among others, consider Fanon more an innovator within the Marxist tradition and a too often unrecognized rightful member of the Marxian pantheon than a disciple of Marxism, that is, I should importantly add, if he is to be considered as a Marxist at all. In 1970, less than a decade after Fanon's untimely death, Marcus Garvey scholar Tony Martin, 1999, mused, Fanon can be considered a Marxist. This is not to say that he adhered rigidly to every word that has come down to us from Marx's pen. He didn't. But he was Marxist in the sense that Lenin or Castro or Mao are Marxist. That is, he accepted Marx's basic analysis of society as given and proceeded from there to elaborate on that analysis and modify it where necessary to suit his own historical and geographical context. p. 87. It is the latter part of Martin's last sentence that resonates the deepest with the discussion at hand, Fanon accepted Marx's basic analysis of society as given and proceeded from there to elaborate on that analysis and modify it where necessary to suit his own historical and geographical context. Clearly Martin and I are not in agreement when he asserts that Fanon accepted Marx's basic analysis of society as given, because I do not understand how he could make such a claim when, as I am sure he knows all too well, neither Karl Marx nor his myriad disciples engaged the colonial world, or the racial world to the discursive depth and critical detail to which they have the capitalist world. See Marx and Engels, 1972. How could Fanon have accepted Marx's basic analysis of society as given when he consistently emphasized that racial oppression and colonial exploitation, that racism and colonialism, if you will, are equally as oppressive, exploitative, and alienating as the evils of capitalism? To be fair to Martin, whom I greatly intellectually admire, it could be that because Fanon often emphasized the political economy of race, racism, and colonialism in a white supremacist colonialist, capitalist world, he is open to being interpreted as a Marxist, especially since the search for and critique of the political economy of things in a capitalist society is one of the most common characteristics of Marxism. In fact, Martin maintained, like the good Marxist that he is, Fanon sees the economic base of most things. This includes racism and colonialism, p. 88. It is true that Fanon pointed to the economic base of most things, but what distinguishes his work from that of most Marxists are the very varied things, the colonial and racial things that captured his critical attention and to which he sought to apply Marxism. Fanon, indeed, employed the Marxian method, but he also observed its limitations and deficiencies when we come to the colonial and racial world. Is he automatically a Marxist simply because he utilized certain elements of the Marxian method? If so, then, he may also be labeled a Pan-Africanist, African nationalist, African socialist, negritudeist, existentialist, and phenomenologist, among others. Is he really a Marxist when his corpus, yes, every single work in one way or another collapses Marxian critiques of capitalism by pointing to the ways in which capitalism is interconnected with and inextricable from colonialism and 183. Racism. Fanon may have accepted Marx's basic analysis of capitalist society as given, but he, on principle, found Marxism inexcusably inadequate and loathsomely silent when it came to colonial society, or racist society or, heaven help us, a simultaneously white supremacist colonialist capitalist society. I am not denying or taking issue in any way with the intellectual and political fact that Fanon can be considered a Marxist, as Martin put it above. I am only emphasizing that he was much more than a Marxist, and that Martin himself hints at as much when he wrote in the latter part of the sentence under scrutiny that Fanon elaborate or built on Marx's analysis and modified it where necessary to suit his own historical and geographical context. It is precisely when and where he modified or stretched, as he himself said, Marxism that Fanon made his most enduring contributions to both the discourse on decolonization and Marxism, bringing them into critical dialogue in a way they had not been before and Amilcar Cabral's critical theory withstanding have not been since. Inasmuch as socialism existed long before Karl Marx, and considering Wiredou's, among others, characterization of pre-colonial and traditional African societies as communal, it could very well be that Fanon, similar to Sékou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Amilcar Cabral and, to a certain extent, Leopold Senghor, was searching for a socialism suitable for Africa and its modern needs. In order for socialism, or any political economic system, to really address the authentic human needs of Africa and Africans, it would have to be grounded in, and grow out of Africa's particular history and culture, Africa's multicultural and transcendent conceptions of social organization, politics, ethics, and so on. 10. Fanon, 1968, firmly challenged the wretched of the Earth's revolutionary intellectual activists to develop their own history, culture, and struggle-specific radical political theory to guide their revolutionary praxis. The Third World ought not to be content to define itself in the terms of values which have preceded it. On the contrary, the underdeveloped countries ought to do their utmost to find their own particular values and methods and a style which shall be peculiar to them. The concrete problem we find ourselves up against is not that of a choice, cost what it may, between socialism and capitalism as they have been defined by men of other continents and of other ages. Capitalist exploitation and cartels and monopoly are the enemies of underdeveloped countries. The choice of a socialist regime, a regime which is completely orientated toward the people as a whole and based on the principle that man is the most precious of all possessions, will allow us to go forward more quickly and more harmoniously, and thus make impossible that caricature of society where all economic and political power is held in the hands of a few who regard the nation as a whole with scorn and contempt. p. 99. Fanon was pro-socialist, but he was against Eurocentric conceptions of socialism being imposed or superimposed on Africa and Africans either by European or, it must be underscored, by African Marxists, A.C. Meng, 1990, Keller and Rothschild, 1987, Ottaway, 1986, see also the Journal of African Marxists. He understood Marxist analysis to be part of the colonial vocabulary and, therefore, it needed to be called into question along with everything else in the colonial situation. Fanon, 1968, pages 40, 43, 37. He was, to put it mildly, suspicious of the thought and texts that emanated from Europe, since it was the same Europe that perpetually spoke of the welfare of man yet murder men everywhere they find them, pages 311 to 312. He was, indeed, 184-5. Suspicious of Marx and his disciples chosen agents of social revolution, the metropolitan proletariat, particularly the white workers of Europe and America, who were purportedly destined to deal capitalism its death blow. Fanon, in fact, had little or no faith in white workers rising up in revolution against capitalism because, as he observed above, the white workers believe, too, that they are part of the prodigious adventure of the European spirit. White workers, as well as white Marxists and the white bourgeoisie, simply did not, dare I say do not, understand a crucial historical and cultural fact: Europe is literally the creation of the Third World. The wealth which smothers her is that which was stolen from the underdeveloped peoples, p. 102. And, if the Marxists should fix their faces to claim that they are well aware of all of this, then, the question remains, why have they consistently neglected to factor colonialism and racism into their theories of socialist, or communist, revolution? This query, of course, leads to other critical questions I along with, it seems to me, Dubois, James, Cabral, Krumah, Turi, Nyerere, Malcolm X, Angela Davis, Samir Emin, Amory Baraka, Cedric Robinson, Bell Hooks, Cornel West, Manning Marable, Joy James and Robin Kelly, among many others have longed to ask and, to be perfectly honest, have been asking, if colonialism and racism are finally factored into Marxian critical theories of contemporary society, then, will the end goal of their, or, should I say, our, socialist, or communist, revolution remain an anti-capitalist classless society? Wouldn't a new revolutionary agenda be needed, one that includes a telos of an anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist classless society? What about the distinct forms of domination and discrimination that women experience, especially in patriarchal capitalist societies? What of women of color in white supremacist patriarchal colonialist capitalist societies? What about homosexuals in heterosexist white supremacist patriarchal colonialist capitalist societies? I am almost certain that my readers register the point that Fanon and I are making here. The critical questions are, literally, infinite when asked from the epistemically open Africana critical theoretical framework. Fanon was not fooled by the radical rhetoric of the Eurocentric Marxists. He stated, almost emphatically, that Truth meaning, that which is positive and progressive, and in the best interesting of colonized people is precisely that which hurries on the breakup of the colonialist regime, p. 50. It was only through the radical, nay revolutionary, transformation of self and society that the breakup of the colonialist regime was to be brought into being. However, and this is where and why Fanon, the African socialists, and the so-called black Marxists remain at odds with the orthodox and capitalist economy-obsessed Eurocentric Marxists, the colonialist regime is inseparable from the capitalist regime, and both the colonialist and capitalist regimes are utterly inextricable from the racist regime. To reiterate, Fanon, the African socialists, and the so-called black Marxists do not deny the pervasive and predatory nature of capitalism but, and here's the real rub, they cannot in good conscience, or, in good faith, as Sartre might have said, repudiate the ravaging and retarding effects of racism. They cannot downplay and diminish the tragic historic fact that colonialism and neocolonialism have negatively impacted Africa and its diaspora as much as, nay, in certain instances, even more than, capitalism, and, finally, they cannot overlook the myriad ways in which racism, colonialism, and capitalism constantly intersect and interconnect in the life worlds and lived experiences of the wretched of the earth. Marx asserted, as Fanon soon would, that in forging the revolution the oppressed change themselves, because the revolution requires and brings into being radical transformations of such massive proportions, that nothing existing in the new society remains as it was prior to the revolution. That is to say that the revolution that Marx envisioned, and the process, of decolonization that Fanon, 1968, conceived, were to be total and complete, and for Fanon, in contradistinction to Marx, without any period of transition, p. 35. 11. As the society is altered, so are the individuals that collectively constitute that society. In the German ideology, Marx, 1983, contended both for the production on a mass scale of the communist consciousness, and for the success of the cause itself, the alteration of men on a mass scale is necessary, an alteration which can only take place in a practical movement, in a revolution. This revolution is necessary, therefore, not only because the ruling class cannot be overthrown in any other way, but also because the class overthrowing it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of ages and become fitted to found society anew. p. 187. Revolution, according to Marx, was necessary, not merely for the forging and fostering of a new society, but for the development of new selves. Marx, again similar to Fanon, felt that the ruling class cannot be overthrown any other way. Oppressed people, to put it bluntly, have very few options. They either come to the conclusion that they are, or have been, forced to fight, or they succumb and sink back, deeper and deeper, into their present state, of dehumanization and neocolonization. Revolutionary decolonization was Fanon's solution to the colonial problem. However, we are to be reminded here that he began his first book by stating, "I do not come with timeless truths," Fanon, 1967, p. 7. This means, quite simply, that Fanon foresaw the need for future generations of critical theorists to revise and retheorize the concept of decolonization in light of the existential issues of their specific life worlds and lived experiences. It was, indeed, Fanon, 1968, who wrote without rancor or self-righteousness, "Each generation must out of relative obscurity discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it," p. 206. It seems safe to say that decolonization remains on our revolutionary agenda as we come to the close of the first decade of the 21st century, and we, as Fanon exhorted, are obliged, out of relative obscurity, to discover our mission, fulfill it, or betray it. It is in the unequivocal interest of aiding the wretched of the earth of the 21st century in their, or, rather, our, efforts to discover our mission, or mission S, that I now critically engage and expound on Fanon's discourse on revolutionary decolonization. True vs. False decolonization, Fanon and the discourse on revolutionary decolonization. For proof of what is acknowledged to be happening, it is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers. Kwame Nkrumah, Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, p. 17. 186-5. Where Marx's main focus was on communist revolution, Fanon's was on decolonization. Decolonization, fundamentally, is a form of revolution waged by, and in the best interests of, racially colonized peoples, the wretched of the earth. It is a process of simultaneous revolutionary transformation of self and society that seeks to eschew the direct, as well as indirect, imposition of imperial Eurocentric or otherwise cultural, racist, colonialist, and capitalist values and models. Decolonization is a process insofar as it understands that independence is not gained at the moment the colonized country is given its liberty, and allowed to raise its national flag and sing its national anthem. On the contrary, according to Fanon, political independence is merely the beginning, and it, political independence, in no way indicates and/or ensures that the colonized have been freed from colonial values, for these values, which include aesthetic, spiritual, social, political, cultural, intellectual, and psychological mores and models, have historically persisted and plagued the purportedly post-colonial people and society long after political independence. Grappling with this historical fact, Fanon, 1968, wrote, "During the colonial period the people are called upon to fight against oppression. After national liberation, they are called upon to fight against poverty, illiteracy, and underdevelopment. The struggle, they say, goes on. The people realize that life is an unending contest." Pages 93 to 94. Indeed, life is an unending contest, especially life lived in the racial colonialist capitalist world. Thus, Fanon's concept of decolonization seeks to call into question not simply racial colonialism, but also racial, or, rather, racist, capitalism. His concept is open-ended, radically dialectical, and self-reflexively critical, and the new nation and the new men, nay the new humanity, who are to bring this new nation into being, can be achieved through a wide range of revolutionary strategies and tactics, provided, and here I return to Fanon's faithful caveat, the post-colonial nation and post-colonial humanity do not imitate Europe, so long as they are not obsessed by the desire to catch up with Europe, pages 36, 312. If the nation-state that arises from the ashes of racial colonialism becomes dominated by the racially colonized middle class, Fanon's greedy and ever-groveling national bourgeoisie, then, not only will the cancer that is neocolonialism have been brought into existence, but racial capitalism, racist capitalist social relations, racist capitalist political economy, racist capitalist culture, etc., will tighten the already too tight, increasingly asphyxiating noose it has long had around the wretched of the earth's necks. This we may call, following the noted literary and cultural theorist, Neil Lazarus, 1999, the neocolonial option, p. 163. This option, which when critically engaged from the point of view of the wretched of the earth is revealed not to be an option at all, enables the racially colonized to be more completely capitalized. It enables the super-exploited to be further exploited in new and unimaginable ways, to be perpetually dehumanized and disenfranchised, and, to be eternally confined to the prison house that Imperial Europe and America has constructed with the express purpose of quarantining the racialized colonized. The neocolonial option encourages the racially colonized to choose between the lesser of two evils, racial colonialism or racist capitalism. However, capitalism, white supremacist or otherwise, is utterly inextricable from racial colonialism. 187. Lazarus sheds light on this issue when he writes that the neocolonial option is essentially a capitalist world system made up after colonialism of nominally independent nation-states, bound together by the logic of combined and uneven development, the historical dialectic of core and periphery, development and underdevelopment, p. 163, see also Lazarus, 1990, 2000, 2004. If the colonized middle class, Fanon's national bourgeoisie, comes to power in the post-colonial nation-state, then, only cosmetic changes to racial colonialism will have been made or, as Fanon, 1968, put it, "There's nothing but a fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets. There's nothing save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom an undivided mass, still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time." p. 147. The truth of the matter is that in its narcissism, the national middle class is easily convinced that it can advantageously replace the middle class of the mother country, p. 149. National independence, in this sense, offers the racially colonized middle class opportunities to create new relationships with both the colonizers and the colonized. In terms of the colonized, we have already seen that the racially colonized middle class wishes to exploit them more efficiently in the interest of the European and American bourgeoisies and their imperial interests. With regard to the middle class of the mother country, the racially colonized bourgeoisie discovers its historic mission, that of intermediary, p. 152. To the racially colonized bourgeoisie, nationalization quite simply means the transfer into native hands of those unfair advantages which are a legacy of the colonial period, p. 152. Below I quote at length a stunning passage in which Fanon drives the point home that the racially colonized middle class, because it will not consider as its bounden duty to betray the calling fate has marked out for it, becomes for all intents and purposes neocolonialism's midwife and European and American imperialism's smokescreen, p. 150. Seen through its eyes, its mission has nothing to do with transforming the nation. It consists, prosaically, of being the transmission line between the nation and a capitalism, rampant though camouflaged, which today puts on the mask of neocolonialism. The national bourgeoisie will be quite content with the role of the Western bourgeoisie's business agent, and it will play its part without any complexes in a most dignified manner. But this same lucrative role, this cheapjack's function, this meanness of outlook and this absence of all ambition symbolize the incapability of the national middle class to fulfill its historic role of bourgeoisie. Here, the dynamic, pioneer aspect, the characteristics of the inventor and of the discoverer of new worlds which are found in all national bourgeoisies are lamentably absent. In the colonial countries, the spirit of indulgence is dominant at the core of the bourgeoisie, and this is because the national bourgeoisie identifies itself with the Western bourgeoisie, from whom it has learned its lessons. It follows the Western bourgeoisie along its path of negation and decadence without ever having emulated it in its first stages of exploration and invention, stages which are an acquisition of that Western bourgeoisie whatever the circumstances. In its beginnings, the national bourgeoisie of the colonial countries identifies itself with the decadence of the bourgeoisie of the West. Pages 152 to 153. From the foregoing the need for the dialectical dimension of decolonization appears crystal clear. Decolonization is inherently critical of bourgeois values and cul. 188.5. Tour, whether European or African, Eurocentric or Africana, itself reflexively brings dialectical thought to bear on the liberation strategies and tactics, that is, on the liberation theories and praxis undertaken in the revolution against imperialism to achieve an authentically post-colonial world, and, equally important, it applies the same self-reflexive critique to the proponents and opponents, agents and adversaries of revolutionary social, political, and cultural transformation. Dura. 2003, Egbuna, 1986, Osaniam, 1999. Fanon critically comprehended that European capitalists and colonized African elites were willing to work together, even after colonialism, to continue colonialism, to initiate a new covert form of colonialism, a kinder, gentler form of colonialism. This is why Fanon ceaselessly searched for a version of democratic socialism suitable to the particular historical and cultural needs of Africa and its diaspora, because it could never be enough to simply decolonize Africa and its diaspora, or any former colony. Colonialism must be deracinated, literally, ripped out at the roots. Lazarus, 1999, again, offers insights. For Fanon, the national project also has the capacity to become the vehicle, the means of articulation of a social, ist, demand which extends beyond decolonization in the merely technical sense, and which calls for a fundamental transformation rather than a mere restructuring of the prevailing social order, p. 163, emphasis in original. This means, then, in the same process in which the wretched of the earth's intellectual activists deracinate colonialism from their lives and homelands, they must also offer history and culture-specific anti-colonial options. Alternative egalitarian and revolutionary social organizations, political systems, cultural forms, and human relations have to be recreated or, in many instances, created. Indigenous traditions must be rescued and returned to, in a Caesarean sense, and new ones must be initiated, and, special emphasis should be placed here, decolonization, de-Europeanization, and revolutionary re-Africanization ought to be ongoing yet, I return to Cabral's caveat, ongoing without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, which the wretched of the earth could, and, I honestly believe, should, appropriate and adapt as they return to the upwards paths of their own culture. Behold the dialectics of what Fanon referred to as true decolonization. In his own words, nowadays a theoretical problem of prime importance is being set, on the historical plane as well as on the level of political tactics, by the liberation of the colonies. When can one affirm that the situation is ripe for a movement of national liberation? In what form should it first be manifested? Because the various means whereby decolonization has been carried out have appeared in many different aspects, reason hesitates and refuses to say which is a true decolonization, and which is a false. We shall see that for a man who is in the thick of the fight it is an urgent matter to decide on the means and the tactics to employ, that is to say, how to conduct and organize the movement. If this coherence is not present there is only a blind will toward freedom, with the terribly reactionary risks which it entails. Fanon, 1968, pages 58 to 59. Clearly, decolonization is a complicated phenomenon, one in which Africa's perplexing class politics and, in specific, the peculiar politics of Africa's colonized classes, plays itself out, though not without the eager, ever watchful eyes and wicked intentions of various colonialist capitalist bourgeoisies, European or otherwise. 189. Ammon, 1980, Ammon and Cohen, 1977, S. Katz, 1980, Magubane and Antalya, 1983, Stan Island, 1968. The wretched of the earth's revolutionary intellectual activists, therefore, not only have to decolonize the world the colonizers made and, the colonizers' model of the world, as James Blount, 1993, perceptively put it, but also, the world the begrudging racially colonized bourgeoisie deeply wishes and desperately wants to make. False decolonization is, quite simply, the fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets that Fanon made mention of above. Absolutely nothing except the color of the colonizers' skins will be changed. There's nothing, fumed Fanon, save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom an undivided mass, still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time. Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization, therefore, makes a distinction between the class politics and class projects of the racially colonized bourgeoisie and the wretched of the earth. From this critical Fanonian frame of reference, it can be ascertained that decolonization is not neutral and, consequently, not always automatically in the best interest of the wretched of the earth. There are different directions that decolonization can take, just as there are different, extremely devious directions that colonialism, and capitalism and racism and sexism, can take, and the racially colonized bourgeoisie seeks to initiate and establish a neocolonial nation-state by means of a bourgeois decolonization, that is, decolonization in the interest of the racially colonized bourgeoisie who, to strike the iron while it is hot, want nothing other than to further underdevelop their countries in the imperial interests of the upper and middle classes of the mother country and, especially, foreign capitalist corporations. Not to be fooled by African colonial elites' false decolonization, which is nothing other than another name for Eurocentric imperial recolonization. Fanon, 1968, disparages the racially colonized bourgeoisie's concept of decolonization, its false decolonization, by emphasizing the interconnection of their interests with those of the upper and middle classes of the mother country. The national bourgeoisie will be greatly helped on its way toward decadence by the Western bourgeoisie, who come to it as tourists avid for the exotic, for big game hunting, and for casinos. The national bourgeoisie organizes centers of rest and relaxation and pleasure resorts to meet the wishes of the Western bourgeoisie. Such activity is given the name tourism, and for the occasion will be built up as a national industry. All these are the stigma of this deprivation of the national middle class. Because it is bereft of ideas, because it lives to itself and cuts itself off from the people, undermined by its hereditary incapacity to think in terms of all the problems of the nation as seen from the point of view of the whole of that nation, the national middle class will have nothing better to do than to take on the role of manager for Western enterprise, and it will in practice set up its country as the brothel of Europe. Pages 153 to 154. The dialectics of decolonization is simultaneously aimed at the concreteness of the colonial past and the possibilities of the post-colonial future, and, for all its openness, it remains, like all dialectics, preoccupied with both internal and external contradictions, which, as we have witnessed above, means that it is as critical of the pseudo-bourgeoisie in neocolonial Africa as it is of the super-bourgeoisies in Europe and America. The dialectics of decolonization, thus, is grounded in, and grows out of, the crossroads where the concreteness of the colonial past and the possibilities 195 of the post-colonial future converge, the place where world historical facts meet racial colonial fictions, the place where the wretched of the earth, through their revolutionary decolonization, begin the process, of freeing themselves from the claws and confines of colonialism. I observed above that decolonization critically engages the proponents and opponents, as well as the agents and adversaries of revolutionary social, political, and cultural transformation. This is necessary because of the constraints of colonial history, the fact, namely, that the historical narratives of colonizing countries, dare I say colonizing continents, by default dehumanizes the colonized, the colonial, education system, which the colonized find very difficult to get around if they desire to be successful and survive in the colonial world, brainwashes them and their children into believing that Europe and Europeans, nay, as Du Bois, 1995a, declared, white folk are quite literally supermen and world-mastering demigods, p. 456, see also Rabaka 2006d, 2007b. Is it any wonder, then, that racial colonialism and racist capitalism implants a deep and pervasive sense of inferiority into the consciousnesses of the colonized, who get caught in the tangled web of undeniable intraracial antagonisms and curious trans-ethnic kinships, bitter battles, and concealed complicity? Is it any wonder that these same racially colonized social agents, who seem to live their lives on the brink of the most excruciating schizophrenia, how could it be otherwise, are, true to their double-conscious racial colonial condition, simultaneously capable of the narrowest nationalism and most heartfelt humanism, unrepentant religious intolerance and openness to agnosticism, ethnic chauvinism, and deep commitment to critical multiculturalism, and searing selfishness and jaw-dropping selflessness? Hanley, 1976, Jan Mohammed, 1984, 1985, 1988, Lazarus, 2000, Maldonado Torres, 2005b, T.O. Moore, 2005, Ngugi, 1972, 1983. It is important for the wretched of the Earth's revolutionary intellectual activists to redefine revolutionary decolonization for their specific struggle, always keeping in mind that colonialism and capitalism, as with racism and sexism, are always and ever changing, which is to say, that each of the aforementioned are extremely malleable and motive, constantly shifting from one epoch or milieu to the next. Fanon's distinction between true and false decolonization provides an important paradigm and critical theoretical point of departure, one that enables the wretched of the earth to gauge whether true decolonization has taken, or is actually taking place. With this in mind, we are compelled to briefly albeit critically examine Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization. For Fanon, 1968, decolonization is a program, a historical process, and a period which follows neither laws, nor logic that can be comprehended by either the colonizer or the colonized a priori, that is, prior to its emergence, pages 36, 43, 36. It overturns everything, nothing survives unaltered, pages 36 to 37. Decolonization is quite simply the replacing of a certain species of men by another species of men, p. 35. It is part of a historical process that can and will end only when the entire colonial world, that is, the whole social structure, is changed from the bottom up, pages 36, 37, 35. However, decolonization goes a lot further, and cuts considerably deeper into the social setting. It, in a word, influences not merely the social setting but also those individuals who undertake it or, rather, experience it. Fanon tells us that just as decolonization changes the whole social structure, it also alters and influences individuals, it modifies them fundamentally. The 191. Thing which has been colonized becomes man during the same process by which it frees itself, pages 36 to 37. 4. Decolonization, at minimum, is the veritable creation of new men, who speak a new language to express their new humanity, p. 36. But, it should be underscored, the new men that Fanon envisioned were not merely racially colonized males. Quite the contrary, he included the colonizers or the settlers, as well as the females of both of these two forces, the colonized and the colonizers, opposed to each other by their very nature, p. 36. 12. Fanon wrote, the need for this changed decolonization exists in its crude state, impetuous and compelling, in the consciousness and in the lives of the men and women who are colonized. But the possibility of this change is equally experienced in the form of a terrifying future in the consciousness of another species of men and women, the colonizers, pages 35 to 36, my emphasis. 13. In an anarchic moment, in many respects reminiscent of the Russian revolutionary, Mikhail Bakunin, Fanon sternly stated, decolonization, which sets out to change the order of the world, is, obviously, a program of complete disorder, p. 36. It is by and through this period of complete disorder that Fanon claims racially colonized peoples finally have the opportunity to question the colonizers, the colonial world, and, perhaps most importantly, themselves. In decolonization, there is therefore the need of a complete calling in question of the colonial situation, p. 37. This complete calling in question of the colonial situation opens the colonized and the colonizing peoples to the potential and possibilities that they by and for themselves have of creating and constructing selves and societies predicated on total liberation, pages 43, 310. Total liberation entails freedom, and the freedom which Fanon envisioned had a double dimension, it is at once political and individual. With regard to the former, Fanon has in mind the freedom of the nation-state and or governmental apparatus. Concerning the later, he envisions an existential freedom, which refers to an individual's consciousness of their freedom and free choice. The Fanonian concept of freedom bitterly understands that he starving peasant, outside the class system, is the first among the exploited to discover that only violence pays and that she or he has nothing to lose and everything to gain, and for this reason, in the past where they the peasants were completely irresponsible, today they mean to understand everything and make all decisions, pages 61, 94. The freedom Fanon envisaged is one where the peasants and politicians are one and the same because all citizens know and understand that nobody, neither leader nor rank and filer, can hold back the truth, p. 199. And, the truth, according to Fanon, is that which hurries on the breakup of the colonialist regime, p. 50. He went far to put his faith in the people in full view when he wrote, everything can be explained to the people, on the single condition that you really want them to understand, p. 189. However, here Fanon is quick to offer a caveat: you will not be able to do all this, i.e., decolonize and attain and maintain revolutionary freedom, unless you give the people some political education, p. 180. Freedom in the public and political sphere requires the absence of external control over the state, Gramsci, 1971, 1977, 1978, Kipfer, 2004. It is in this sense that Fanon, 1968, especially in The Pitfalls of National Consciousness, criticizes anti-democratic, single-party, czarist, militarist, fascist, dictatorial, and puppet politics in post-independence underdeveloped countries, pages 148 to 205. 14 Through the Lens. 192-5. And Lessons of History and Betrayal, and perhaps following Fanon, Kwame Nkrumah, 1965, would later write about and term this phenomenon in so-called Third World politics, neocolonialism. Colonialism remained just that, colonialism, merely mutating into its final and perhaps most dangerous stage, Nkrumah, 1965, p. 9. Colonialism, quite simply, went by another name, and Du Bois, Fanon, Nkrumah, Cabral, and a whole host of anti-colonial Africana, among other, thinkers have expressed and offered bits and pieces of the truth and reality of this matter. Nkrumah comprehended that neocolonialism is by no means exclusively an African question, p. 17. Quite the contrary, Nkrumah, a lifelong disciple of Du Bois and Pan-African comrade of Fanon's, contended. Long before it was practiced on any large scale in Africa, it was an established system in other parts of the world. Nowhere has it proved successful, either in raising living standards or in ultimately benefiting the countries which have indulged in it. Marx predicted that the growing gap between the wealth of the possessing classes and the workers it employs would ultimately produce a conflict fatal to capitalism in each individual capitalist state. This conflict between the rich and the poor has now transferred onto the international scene, but for proof of what is acknowledged to be happening, it is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers. p. 17. It is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers, because the classical Marxist writers, in all their prescience and ranting and raving of revolution and social transformation, never fully figured, nor felt they needed to critically figure into their analyses, the classical or contemporary situations and circumstances of the racialized and colonized world. That is precisely why, following Renata Zahar, 1974, Lewis Gordon, 1995b, correctly observes that although Fanon was more in line with Marxist-Leninism, his contribution, to Marxist, and particularly Western Marxist, discourse and theory was more as an innovator, not a disciple, p. 93. It was not long after Nkrumah, 1973b, wrote, "For proof of what is acknowledged to be happening, it is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers," that he, ousted from his presidency in Ghana in 1966, turned to and drew from Fanon, and, in no uncertain terms, stated sternly, "There is no middle road between capitalism and socialism," p. 74, see also Nkrumah, 1970b, 1973a, 1973c, 1990. For Nkrumah, as for Fanon, decolonization, and all that it entails, is a necessary means if the wretched of the earth, in Fanon's phraseology, or the oppressed and exploited of the earth, in Nkrumah's terminology, are to reach the end of both colonial and neocolonial exploitation, alienation, and oppression, and usher in the ugly beauty of total liberation. Fanon, 1968, p. 310, Nkrumah, 1973b, p. 74. Gordon, following Zahar, 1974, asserts that Fanon was no mere card-carrying, party preaching Marxist-Leninist, but more. An innovator within the worlds of Marxist and liberation theory. One of Fanon's major innovations and contributions to the discourses of Marxism, liberation theory, and Africana critical theory was his articulation of revolutionary decolonization. Although many of the major Fanon scholars and critics hardly discuss his concept of revolutionary decolonization, and make little or no distinction between true and false decolonization, it has been and remains one of Fanon's most pervasive, profound, and provocative contributions to psychoanalytic, social, political, post-colonial and postmodern theory. With regard to Marxism, Fanon's articulation of revolutionary 193. Decolonization enabled him to do precisely what he advocated others engaging and enduring the colonial problem do, stretch it, slightly. The classic line, it will be recalled, reads, Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem, Fanon, 1968, p. 40. Fanon, specifically in Concerning Violence, literally augments and updates Marxist theory, and appropriates those aspects and elements from it which he believed would enable him to call into question the colonial situation, that is, begin the historical process of revolutionary decolonization, pages 36 to 37. By stretching Marxist analysis, Fanon placed a new praxis promoting critical theory, radical politics, and revolutionary decolonization, not merely on Marxists, but Pan-Africanists, African socialists, African nationalists, black nationalists, existentialists, phenomenologists, and radical humanists' discursive and political agendas. Fanon's fury, colonial violence, anti-colonial violence, and the discourse on revolutionary decolonization. Fanon first broached the subject of the inferiority complex that colonialism instills in the racially colonized in black skin, white masks. Racial colonialism and the racially colonized person's inferiority complex was something that he more or less psychologized in his early work, pointing to the profundity of the racial colonial problem and the racially colonized's double-conscious racial colonial condition as a result. P. Adams, 1970, Bulhan, 1980a, 1985, Kupin, 1996, T.O. Moore, 2005, Razanajeo, Postel, and Allen, 1996, Isernboraz, 1985. With The Wretched of the Earth, written a decade after Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon believed that he had found an extremely important part of the solution to the racial colonial problem and the racially colonized's inferiority complex, self-defensive anti-colonial violence. Though it has long rubbed many of Fanon's readers the wrong way, few can deny how intriguing his views on anti-colonial violence are. In a sense, they provide a leitmotif for critically comprehending a dying colonialism, The Wretched of the Earth, and most of essays in Toward the African Revolution, which is to say, the bulk of his body of work. Few have understood, or engaged critically, Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization, its advocacy of self-defensive anti-colonial violence or otherwise. When he is read, as mentioned above, he is often read as a philosopher of violence, but, similar to Malcolm X, Frantz Fanon cannot and should not be allowed to be reduced to a few misquoted statements concerning counter or self-defensive anti-colonial violence. Rabaka, 2002, 2008b. In point of fact, colonialism is a code word for a complex kind of violence that plays itself out in the heads and hearts, in the lives and homelands of both the colonized and the colonizer. However, the colonized and the colonizer approach violence in two completely different, yet deeply interconnected, ways. On the one hand, the colonizer introduces the colonized to colonial violence, and this is a point that should be strongly stressed. Even so, we must be clear here to highlight the historical fact that violence existed long before the colonizer came. What makes the colonizer's violence different from the pre-existing pre-colonial violence is that the colonizer's violence is colonial violence, violence for the sake of colonialism, and, more specifically, racial colonialism. The Col. 194-5. Onizid, on the other hand, engages in anti-colonial violence in reaction to the colonizer's colonial violence, to counter the colonizer's colonial violence. The colonized comes to realize that colonialism has its own code of ethics, or etiquette of anti-ethics, if you will. The colonizer cannot and does not under any circumstance acknowledge the humanity or right to self-determination of the colonized, because to do so would completely undermine the bad faith and false legitimacy of colonialism, which has been established on the imperial assumption that the colonized, left to their pre-colonial political systems and social organizations, are utterly incapable of governing themselves. What is more, insofar as the colonized does not forfeit their rightful claim to self-determination and resist the imposition of racial colonial rule, the colonial nation-state, that is, the colonial government, the exportation of European imperial social and political models and Eurocentric modes of existence cannot be guaranteed to take root. Memmi, 1967, 1969, 1984, 2000. In order to plant the seeds of European imperial social and political models and Eurocentric modes of existence, the colonizer employs various forms of violence, overt and covert kinds of violence, to quarantine the colonized to the colonial world. Fanon contended that no matter how benevolent the colonizer might appear, the reality of the racial colonial matter is that she or he will not recognize the human rights of the racially colonized, or, in the event that some semblances of the humanity of the racially colonized are acknowledged, the colonizer will not permit it unless the acknowledgement simultaneously perpetuates the continued devaluation and humiliation of the humanity of the racially colonized. In other words, racial colonialism is willing to make certain concessions or exceptions to its racist rules, but these concessions with the racially colonized, usually with the racially colonized bourgeoisie, are few and far between. It is primarily because of colonialism's violent denial of the racially colonized's humanity and history that Fanon argued that the wretched of the earth must rescue and reclaim their humanity and history from the dark, dank dungeon that the colonizer has confined it to, and completely topple the racial colonial world. The racially colonized, therefore, must be mentally and physically prepared to violate the dividing line's social, political, cultural, metaphysical, physical, epistemological, and ethical imposed by the colonizer if they are to return to the upwards paths of their own culture, as Cabral contended, and in like fashion, as Fanon importantly asserted, rehumanize the colonizer and return them to their lost humanity as well. Cabral, 1979, p. 143, Fanon, 1968, p. 38, see also Bernasconi, 1996. In the Hermeneutics of African Philosophy, Serekwaberhan, 1994, importantly emphasized. The fundamental concern of the colonized is to retake the initiative of history, to again become historical being. It is to negate the negation of its lived historicalness and overcome the violence of merely being an object in the historicity of European existence that the colonized fights. Thus, it is the interimplicative dialectic of this primordial violence, and the counter-violence it evokes, that we need to concretely grasp. p. 57, emphasis in original. Heeding the words of Serekwaberhan, and employing his caveat as my point of departure, what I seek to do here is to concretely grasp the role and relevance of violence in the process, of decolonization. It must be underscored at the outset. 195. That the first sentence of Fanon's last book, The Wretched of the Earth, reads, national liberation, national consciousness, the restoration of nationhood to the people, commonwealth, whatever may be the headings used or the new formulas introduced, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon, p. 35, emphasis added. From Fanon's perspective, that the racially colonized turn to anti-colonial and self-defensive violence should shock no one, least of all the colonizer and reprehensibly racializing and colonizing nation-states. Colonialism, the whole colonial system, the entire colonial world, is nothing other than violence. Violence is not simply physical, there are also psychological dimensions to violence. What is more, Colonial violence is extremely predatory and pervasive and seeks to racialize and colonize as many aspects of the colonized's life worlds and lived experiences, as many elements of their history and culture as it inhumanly and possibly can, from politics to economics, education to religion, psychology to social organization, aesthetics to ethics, and on and on. Recall, Fanon, 1968, contended that it is the colonizer who is the bringer of violence into the home and into the mind of the native, p. 38. All that we know as Europe and European has been, and remains, established on the negation of the lives, lands, languages, cultures, histories, and, therefore, humanity of the non-European world, see Blout, 1993, Chinwe Izu, 1978, Mutimbe, 1988, 1994, said, 1979, 1993. The colonized, back to the wall. Knife at their throats, realizes that there exists but one way out of the wicked world the settlers have made, and that is gun in hand, ready for violence at all times. Fanon, 1968, pages 58, 37. Fanon went further, the native who decides to put the program of decolonization into practice, and to become its moving force, is ready for violence at all times. From birth it is clear to him that this narrow world, strewn with prohibitions, can only be called in question by absolute violence, p. 37. Under the auspices of the program of decolonization, a struggle, one of absolute violence, a murderous and decisive struggle between the two protagonists, the colonized and the colonizers, thus ensues, p. 37. No thing remains as it was prior to the struggle, which, of course, is why the violence of this struggle is characterized as absolute. Absolute meaning total, complete, unconditional and infinite. The violence of this murderous and decisive struggle alters all that was, and opens the oppressed, and, by default, the oppressors, to the possibility and potential of that which should have been, and that which they, meaning, both the colonized and the colonizers, begin to critically understand ought to be. The colonized, again, back to the wall. Knife at their throats, knows that they have no other recourse but to fight for their liberty, and on behalf, and in the interest of their long denied humanity. The colonized knows that the world in which she or he has, literally, been flung into, a narrow world, strewn with prohibitions, is a world predicated on the primordial violence of colonialism. Colonialism is, quite simply, violence in its natural state, p. 61. It was violence, absolute violence, which marked the beginning of colonial conquest, and it shall be nothing other than violence, absolute violence, which will symbolize and signify the end of colonial conquest. The form that the colonized's anti-colonial violence takes is not in any way predetermined by the colonial violence of the colonizer. Colonial violence, ironically, opens the colonized to new versions of violence, violence heretofore unimagined in the pre-colonial world. Guinness, 2003, Kitty, 1991, Kebed, 2001, Makuru, 2005, Seshadri Crooks, 2002. 196.5. On the initial encounter between the colonized and the colonizers, Fanon, 1968, wrote, "Their first encounter was marked by violence, and their existence together, that is to say the exploitation of the native by the settler, was carried on by dint of a great array of bayonets and cannons." p. 36. The colonized's history, culture, social and political systems, language, religion, art, and customs of dress, are supplanted, literally deracinated, that is, plucked or torn up or out by the roots, eradicated or exterminated, so as to make colonialism, violence in its natural state, complete, total, or absolute, as Fanon would have it. Commenting on the breakup, that is, the decolonization of the colonial world, Fanon commented, "The violence which has ruled over the ordering of the colonial world, which has ceaselessly drummed the rhythm for the destruction of native social forms and broken up without reserve the systems of reference of the economy, the customs of dress and external life, that same violence will be claimed and taken over by the native at the moment when, deciding to embody history in his own person, he surges into forbidden quarters. To wreck the colonial world is henceforward a mental picture of action which is very clear, very easy to understand, and which may be assumed by each one of the individuals which constitute the colonized people. Pages 40 to 41. Fanon, unlike many Marxist theorists, did not ascribe fixed and fast roles to specific social and political economic classes. Decolonization, he declared, may be assumed by each one of the individuals which constitute the colonized people. Where Marx thought certain social and political economic classes, take, for example, the lumpenproletariat, were a dangerous class and social scum whose conditions of life prepare it for the part of a bribed tool of reactionary intrigue, Marx and Engels, 1978, p. 482. Fanon, 1968, on the other hand, argued that the lumpenproletariat, that horde of starving men, uprooted from their tribe and from their clan, constitutes one of the most spontaneous and most radically revolutionary forces of a colonized people, p. 129, see also C. P. Peterson, 2007, C. Kyoto, 1996, Wallerstein, 1979. This is because the colonized lumpenproletariat constitute a class who constantly have to do without the most basic human needs, and whose members are systematically denied entree into the most minuscule so-called benevolences and benefits of colonialism and Eurocentric imperial modernity. Their lives, their very existence serve as a constant reminder that the racially colonized bourgeoisie is nothing other than a bunch of buck-dancing and boot-licking neo-colonial carpetbaggers whose pseudo-lavish Eurocentric lifestyles accentuate the gross political and economic injustices of the established racial colonial order. Farber, 1981, Memmi, 2006, Sabak, 1982, Sten Island, 1968, G.A. Thomas, 1999. The colonized lumpenproletariat's lives also painfully point to the fact that their relationships with their pre-colonial history and culture have been brutally ruptured, which is one of the reasons Fanon wrote that they have been uprooted from their tribe and from their clan. The tribe and the clan symbolize the colonized lumpenproletariat's pre-colonial history and culture, their pre-colonial political systems and social organizations, and, though Marx may have thought of them as a bunch of mindless mercenaries, Fanon believed that they could potentially represent one of the most spontaneous and most radically revolutionary forces of a colonized people. Why? Because the colonized lumpenproletariat, long locked out of the colonial world that both the European bourgeoisie and the colonized African bourgeoisie greedily share, constitute the group farthest away from the crumbs that 197 fall from neo-colonialism's imperial table. Their relationship with European modernity, which is to say their relationship with the evolution of Europe's anti-black racist capitalism and colonialism, has been and remains a violent one. For Fanon, 1968, violence ruled over in the colonial world, it alone was absolute. It was the most pervasive characteristic of colonialism, and no one and no thing went unscathed. In fact, the government that the governing race and classes erected can be, and has been, described as a reign of violence, pages 40, 88. Because violence was the absolute, ordering and organizing principle of the racial colonial world, Fanon felt that only greater violence could and would bring disorder long enough to forge a new, anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist world. Colonialism is not a thinking machine, nor a body with reasoning faculties. It is violence in its natural state, and it will only yield when confronted with greater violence, p. 61. Therefore, the anti-colonial violence of the racially colonized is nothing other than the long overdue answer to the conundrum that the primordial violence of racial colonial conquest has, and continues to present to the wretched of the earth, who are, I should reiterate, the masses of the earth. The colonized, through anti-colonial violence, intend to wreck or break up the established order of the racial colonial world, pages 40 to 41. Once again Serekwa Burhan, 1994, offers important insights. The first act of freedom that the colonized engages in is the attempt to violently disrupt the normality which European colonial society presupposes. The tranquil existence of the colonizer is grounded on the chaotic, abnormal, and subhuman existence of the colonized. The new societies that replicate Europe in the non-European world are built on vacated space which hitherto was the uncontested terra firma of different and differing peoples and histories. The dawn and normalcy of colonial society, i.e., the birth and establishment of the modern European world, as Karl Marx approvingly points out in the first few pages of the Communist Manifesto, is grounded on the negation of the cultural difference and specificity that constitutes the historicity and thus humanity of the non-European world. European modernity establishes itself globally by violently negating indigenous cultures. This violence in replication, furthermore, accentuates the regressive and despotic/aristocratic aspects internal to the histories of the colonizing European societies. p. 58, emphasis in original. The imposition of European normality onto non-European lives and lands signals and symbolizes the very terms, the very grounds upon which the murderous and decisive struggle between the oppressed and their oppressors is fought. As Fanon, 1968, contended, the cause is the consequence. You are rich because you are white because you are rich, p. 40. To take this line of thinking a step further, it could be said that one is human because one is white, and that one is white insofar as one is human. By negating the history of the racially colonized, the colonizers also negate the identity, and therefore the humanity of the conquered peoples. Serekwa Burhan, 1994, maintains that he colonized is a member of a defeated history, p. 69. By this, I take him to mean two things. First, that the racially colonized is a member of a group that has suffered a historical defeat. And, second, that the racially colonized's history, the process of his communal becoming, has been violently suspended or interrupted and, from the colonial point of view, definitively, p. 69. 198.5. In defeating or conquering the racially colonized, the colonizer also defeated and conquered the historicity, that is, the lived and concrete actuality, the life worlds and life struggles of the racially colonized. The racially colonized no longer comes into being, or becomes a human being on her or his own. She or he only registers on the record of history when and where the colonizers allow her or him to do so, which, to be perfectly honest, is rarely, if ever. Further, when and where the racially colonized does rear her or his head in history, she or he is painted as a subhuman savage, a sort of quintessence of evil. Fanon, 1968, p. 41, see also, Jordan, 1968, Pieters, 1992. This in turn creates a situation, a world where there exists two species of men and women, those who are white, European, and human and, as a consequence, have human rights which are to be respected and protected, and, those who are racialized, colonized, non-European, non-white and, therefore, not human, and have no human rights which are to be respected and protected in a white supremacist colonialist capitalist world. 15. In this world, and in this situation, it is not hard to discern why Fanon would write, on the logical plane, the Manichaeism of the settler produces a Manichaeism of the native, p. 93. That is to say that the native, imbued with the horror and hell of racial colonialism, sets out to decolonize, literally decenter and destroy, the racial colonial world. The racially colonized has no choice. As I have said, the oppressed have few options. Barred by the colonizers and sometimes their own self-negation and self-hatred from the annuals of history, the racially colonized seek nothing less than to reclaim her or his place on the stage of the miraculous drama of human existence and experience. Hence, Serekwa Burhan, 1994, said, conflict and violence are not a choice, they are an existential need negatively arising out of the colonial situation which serves as a prelude to the rehumanization of the colonized. p. 73. Serekwaberhan acknowledges that violence is only a prelude, that is, it is literally a preface, an introduction, an opening through which the racially colonized might step back onto the stage of human history, and reconstruct human beings, and a humane world where each person critically understands her or his identity and dignity and, therefore, humanity, to rest on the respect and recognition of other person's identity and dignity and, therefore, humanity. 16. This line of logic is, perhaps, most pronounced when and where we observe Fanon's critiques of the ways in which colonialism overlaps, interlocks, and intersects with, not only racism and capitalism, but also sexism, and particularly patriarchy. In other words, race is not only colonized and inextricable from colonialism in the realm of racial colonialism, but it is also gendered and hypersexualized, or, rather, eroticized and exotified in racist colonialist capitalist contexts, which are always and ever, however sometimes subtly, racist colonialist capitalist sexist situations. Unveiling Frantz Fanon, Unveiling Male Feminism, Unveiling Male Womanism, Fanon's Contributions to Women's Decolonization and Women's Liberation. Fanon has a contradictory, controversial, and regularly contested relationship with feminism, womanism, and women's studies. As the growing body of criticism on Fanon's feminism demonstrates, it would be extremely difficult to deny his 199 contributions again, however contradictory, controversial and contested to women's quest to decolonize their distinct life worlds and lived experiences in the male supremacist world in which they find themselves. Sharpley Whiting, 1997. Fanon's commitment to women's liberation was deeply connected to, and, even more, inextricable from his commitments to decolonization, democratic socialism and human liberation, and, as with each of the aforementioned, his theory of women's liberation has progressive and retrogressive aspects. There is a knee-jerk tendency among theorists, both male and female, who engage Fanon's contributions to feminism, womanism, and women's liberation to argue either that Fanon was gender progressive or that Fanon was gender regressive. I openly acknowledge, in all intellectual honesty, that Fanon was both. In his texts he seems to be schizophrenically, at times, a staunch advocate for women's rights and women's liberation, and, at other times, completely oblivious of his Freudian slips and blind spots with regard to gender justice and the ways in which his work, his own words speak to, not the decolonization of women's life worlds and lived experiences, but the recolonization of women's life worlds and lived experiences. Chow, 1999, Fuss, 1995, McClintock, 1995. Much has been made of Fanon's brutal, but powerfully persuasive, critique of Martiniquan writer Mayat Kapchia in Black Skin, White Masks. Many feminist theorists find his critique of Kapchia so merciless and his words so acerbic that his work seems to be rarely read beyond his first book, and this, insofar as I am concerned, is the main part of the problem. In speaking on this issue in Who Is That Masked Woman? Or, The Role of Gender in Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks, feminist theorist Gwen Bergner, 1995, perhaps, put it best when she wrote, typically, contemporary readers dismiss Fanon's condemnation as so obviously sexist that it does not merit analysis, p. 83. What these otherwise, I can only assume, sophisticated readers fail to see is that they not only do Fanon a disservice, but they do themselves a great and grave disservice by reinscribing Fanon's supposed sexism and theoretically freeze-framing him as an anti-feminist in a way that they do not, and probably would not dare to dream of, when it comes to the oftentimes unrepentantly sexist and racist thought of Kant, Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, or Heidegger. Bernasconi, 2001, 2003, Carver, 1998. DiStefano, 2008, Holland and Huntington, 2001, P.J. Mills, 1996, Oliver and Pearsall, 1998, Schott, 1997, Scott and Franklin, 2006, Ward and Lott, 2002. I am not in any way suggesting that Fanon, or any other black male thinker, be given a pass when and where we come to women's liberation, as much as I am pleading with feminists and other women's liberationists to do away with their long-standing double standard when and where we come to non-white men's contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. I raise the issue of feminist misinterpretations of Fanon, not to defend or apologize for Fanon's textual masculinism, which I find morally repugnant and ethically reprehensible, but to humbly make a critical distinction between masculinism and sexism, as well as gender progressivism and anti-feminism. Fanon, for the most part was, indeed, a masculinist, but I believe the feminists go too far in making blanket condemnations and charging him and his corpus with symbolic matricide and anti-feminism. This kind of one-dimensional interpretation of an extremely multidimensional figure such as Fanon does not simply diminish or neglect what some have called Fanon's feminism, but it actually negates, erases or, at the very least, 205. Renders invisible his innovative and concrete contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. In Transcending the Talented Tenth, the African-American feminist philosopher Joy James, 1997, importantly asserts that masculinism is different from misogynism and anti-feminism. Since masculinism does not explicitly advocate male superiority or rigid gender social roles, it is not identical to patriarchal ideology. Masculinism can share patriarchy's presupposition of the male as normative without its anti-female politics and rhetoric. Men who support feminist politics, as pro-feminists, may advocate the equality or even superiority of women. However, even without patriarchal intent, certain works replicate conventional gender roles. p. 36. The fault lies, therefore, not so much with the feminists, but more so with the masculinists, these men who are theoretically not patriarchs and anti-feminists, but who do not critically comprehend that their masculinist worldview, though not identical to the patriarchal and misogynistic worldviews, nonetheless diminishes their gender progressivism, rendering their well-meaning thought and actions on behalf of women's decolonization and women's liberation, at best, paternalistic and schizophrenic and, at worst, ultimately, a deeply disguised, clandestine contribution to women's recolonization and women's continued domination. This, again, speaks to the necessity of bringing the dialectic to bear on male feminism and male womanism, and strongly stressing the need for anti-sexist men to consciously and consistently practice sincere self-criticism and self-correction. Anti-sexist men must do more than theoretically commit themselves to women's decolonization and women's liberation, but, even more, they must develop dialectical rapports and critical theoretical relationships with the ideologies of women's decolonization and women's liberation and embrace and practice feminism or womanism, hence, epistemically and politically incorporating women's liberation theory into their worldview. Without developing dialectical rapports and critical theoretical relationships with women's liberation theory and praxis well-meaning anti-sexist men's worldview, and, therefore, their thoughts and actions, remain nothing other than a well-meaning masculinism, which in no uncertain terms perpetuates and exacerbates patriarchy and the continued colonization of women's life worlds and lived experiences. Joy James' words and wisdom, once again, find their way into the fray. Like some types of anti-racism, certain forms of feminism and pro-feminism are disingenuous. Consider that anti-racist stances guided by a Eurocentrism that presents European, American, culture as normative inadvertently reproduce white dominance. This reinscription of white privilege occurs despite the avowed racial egalitarianism. Likewise, despite their gender progressivism, anti-sexists or pro-feminists whose politics unfolds within a meta-paradigm that establishes the male as normative reinforce male dominance. p. 35. By making a critical distinction between masculinism and misogynism, we are able to simultaneously and dialectically acknowledge that Fanon was for the most part a masculinist with pro-feminist fragments scattered throughout his corpus, and that it is extremely intellectually disingenuous to interpret, or, rather, misinterpret, him and his oeuvre as misogynist or anti-feminist. In taking a dialectical and critical theoretical approach to Fanon, we are given license to unflinchingly conduct an 201. Intellectual archaeology of his contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation, with the critical understanding that many first-rate feminist theorists may have fallen into their own form of feminist bad faith by, whether consciously or unconsciously, denying Fanon's contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. In Feminism is for Everybody, the foremost contemporary black feminist Bell Hooks, 2000, writes about an anti-male faction within the feminist movement who resent the presence of anti-sexist men because their presence serves to counter any insistence that all men are oppressors, or that all men hate women, p. 68. Revolutionary feminists, such as Hooks, challenge reactionary anti-male feminists who project nice, neat categories of oppressor/oppressed onto men and women in their efforts to portray all men as the enemy in order to represent all women as victims, p. 68. Revolutionary feminists counter by arguing that from the onset of the movement there was a small group of men who recognized that feminist movement was as valid a movement for social justice as any and all other radical movements in our nation's history that men had supported. These men became our comrades in our struggle and our allies, p. 68. Instead of approaching Fanon as a simple sexist, I will critically engage the pro-feminist fragments scattered throughout his texts. Following in the intellectual and political footsteps of revolutionary feminists, such as Bell Hooks and Joy James, who advocate a critical openness to male feminists and male womanists, below I explore Fanon's feminism as a paradigmatic point of departure for the critique of both masculinism and misogynism, as well as anti-male feminists' gender bias against male feminists, male womanists, and their contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. My major preoccupation here is premised on T. Deneen Sharpley Whiting's, 1997, assertion in her watershed work, Frantz Fanon, Conflicts and Feminisms, where she astutely stated, Fanon is neither silent on the question of gender, which exists as part of feminists' conflicts, nor sexually indifferent. I would argue that his use of masculinist paradigms of oppression and alienation in black skin, white masks, or elsewhere, does not importantly posit male superiority. Masculinism is categorically different from anti-feminism and misogyny. A thorough reading of Fanon's writings on women, liberation, and resistance in a dying colonialism, toward the African Revolution, the wretched of the earth, and black skin, white masks provides an important frame of reference for a liberatory feminist theory and praxis for women existing under various guises of colonial and neocolonial oppression and sexist domination within their own countries and communities. Pages 9 to 11. Fanon, then, does make a distinct contribution to women's decolonization and women's liberation, and the issue I wish to humbly highlight here is whether or not we, female and male women's liberationists of the 21st century, are willing and able to epistemically open ourselves to his however fragmented and foible-filled contributions, even though they are often couched in masculinist, and sometimes seemingly sexist, language and, also, in spite of the fact that Fanon's pro-feminism and gender progressivism, in many instances, may be, and most likely is, very different from our own. What lessons can we learn from Fanon's contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation? How can his work help men, and maybe even some women, unlearn sexism and learn to embrace Enpruk? 202.5. Tice anti-sexism, whether through feminism or womanism, or both, as with Africana critical theory. What does it say about the state of the women's liberation movement if sincere anti-sexist and gender progressive men feel that from many feminists' points of view they are damned if they do, and damned if they don't, and upon admission of their disdain for, and disavowal of their sexist socialization and patriarchal pretensions they are quickly quarantined to a purgatory for former patriarchs by the very feminists and womanists they were sincerely seeking camaraderie with? Again, Hooks, 1984, put the premium on revolutionary feminist principles in feminist theory when she sternly stated, men should assume responsibility for actively struggling to end sexist oppression, p. 67. Some feminists and womanists have argued that Fanon, in his own unique way, was grappling with gender domination and discrimination and, even more specifically, women's decolonization and women's liberation. He is not to be applauded for devoting a book chapter or two to women's life worlds and lived experiences, because in all intellectual and political honesty, and hoping not to sound too harsh, anything that men do to end sexist oppression is simply what any real revolutionary is morally responsible for, and ethically obligated to do to bring a real, as opposed to a masculinist, revolution into being. I am not asking, therefore, for a special place or any special favors for male feminists and male womanists in the women's liberation movement, as much as I am humbly pleading with women's liberationists to critically engage the precarious and perplexing position of many pro-feminist and pro-womanist men who feel that they have been quarantined to the damned if you do, and damned if you don't purgatory for former patriarchs by feminists and womanists, and routinely ridiculed and rendered socially and politically impotent in the male supremacist world by anti-feminist and anti-womanist men. This means, then, that many, if not most, male feminists and male womanists exist, literally, in a no-man's land, where they receive the cold shoulder from feminists and womanists, and are shamelessly shunned by male anti-feminists and anti-womanists and the sexist men who rule the male supremacist world. Speaking directly to this issue with her characteristic special insight and astuteness, Hooks observes, men who have dared to be honest about sexism and sexist oppression, who have chosen to assume responsibility for opposing and resisting it, often find themselves isolated. Their politics are disdained by anti-feminist men and women, and are often ignored by women active in feminist movement, p. 67. It would be a great intellectual injustice for feminists and womanists, female and male, to leave Fanon's contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation in the lurch. I reiterate that he probably was not a feminist or a womanist by past or present standards, but, from my understanding, with regard to revolutionary feminism, this is all beside the point. The point is to take what we can from Fanon's critical intellectual and radical political legacy that will aid us in our quest to deepen and further develop revolutionary feminism, end sexist oppression, and bring a post-patriarchal world in being. What, pray tell, you perhaps have been incessantly asking, are Fanon's contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation? In many feminist circles, black skin, white masks has long been held up as proof positive of Fanon's misogyny. First, leading the charge is a literary criticism. 203. Fanon's normative use of masculinist language, such as man, men, mankind, the black man, the man of color, and colored brothers, combined with cold and calculated masculinist constructions and projections of gender and sexuality, culminated into an unforgivable erasure of women's, especially black women's, agency and subjectivity. Bergner, 1995, Chow, 1999, McClintock, 1995. The second mark of Fanon's misogyny is said to be his masculinist reductionist approach to women, psychosexuality and sexual violence in the text, and, consequently, it is argued that he rudely reduced and rendered women, and white women in particular, neurotics and, ultimately, argued that their sexuality, their preferred sexual experiences and deep-seated sexual desires, are basically, and often unalterably, masochistic. Doan, 1991, Fuss, 1995. Finally, and by far the most common and condemning example of Fanon's misogyny is his merciless critique of Mayatkapshia, which for many feminists demonstrates once and for all that Fanon was simply another sexist man parading his patriarchy and sometimes subtle sexism at the expense of black women, unwittingly illustrating his deep-seated desire to colonize, or, rather, recolonize, and control black women's life worlds and lived experiences, and their bodies, sexuality, and dreams in particular. Sharpley Whiting, 1996, 1999. At the outset of Black Skin, White Masks Fanon shared with his readers, in all intellectual honesty, that his work was simultaneously a clinical study and a psycho-existential experimental narrative. It, therefore, was the beginning of his critical exploration and proactive process of disalienation and decolonization. He was still in the process of developing his weapons of theory, critical theoretical arsenal, and critical language, and, sad to say, many extremely important issues that he raises, not simply in Black Skin, White Masks but throughout his oeuvre, went and remain either undeveloped or underdeveloped at the time of his untimely death. Clearly, his inchoate ideas on women's decolonization and women's liberation were either undeveloped or underdeveloped, but, yet and still, these pro-feminist fragments, if pieced together properly and fused with more fully developed revolutionary feminist and womanist theory, may nevertheless provide an important paradigm, point of departure, an anti-sexist alternative to phallocentric, patriarchal, misogynistic, and militaristic masculinity distinctly different from those historically and currently available to male feminists and male womanists, as well as radical and revolutionary feminists and womanist theorists and activists. Here I feel obliged to ask, is Fanon at fault for his use of masculinist language any more than those female theorists who, writing during the same era, not only use male normative language, but put their intense internalization of male supremacy on display by either rendering sexism and patriarchy non-existent or invisible in their thought and texts, or openly, and often vehemently, criticizing feminism and womanism and carefully composing unambiguously anti-feminist and anti-womanist theories and texts? Many feminists give these female theorists a pass, one which seems to smack of gender bias, or anti-male feminism, or feminist sexism, especially when and where Fanon's texts demonstrate that he did, indeed, grapple with and seek to critically grasp gender oppression, women's exploitation, and sexual violence against women. He may not have engaged these issues from an orthodox feminist standpoint, or employing the freshest and flyest feminist theory, but that is 204.5. All beside the point that I am making here, and that is that if and when Fanon's corpus is reread and reinterpreted from revolutionary feminist and womanist perspectives, it is discovered to make several seminal and significant contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation, not to mention male feminism and male womanism. I, in all earnestness, am not convinced that Fanon's use of masculinist language translates into misogyny. Nor am I adequately persuaded that his use of masculinist language immediately and automatically disqualifies his undeniable contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. Were more of Fanon's feminist critics to epistemically open themselves to his however unorthodox and imperfect contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation, then, they might be able to salvage something from his work by critically rereading and reinterpreting his texts from dialectical and revolutionary feminist perspectives that would enable them to simultaneously critique and appreciate both his gender-exclusive, masculinist, and gender-inclusive, revolutionary humanist donations to women's decolonization and women's liberation. It is, in truth, extremely important to point out that Fanon used masculinist language, which I concede. However, it is wholly another issue to deduce from his use of masculinist language that he was either silent on gender issues, and women's life worlds and lived experiences in particular, or, even worse, that he was somehow a sexist. Fanon, indeed, did theorize gender and women's life worlds and lived experiences in Black Skin, White Masks in the chapters, The Woman of Color and the White Man and the Man of Color and the White Woman. Although, it must be solemnly said, many feminists do not agree with, or have serious issues with his analysis of women's life worlds and lived experiences. Even so, there is a big difference between arguing that Fanon was silent on women's life worlds and lived experiences, and disagreeing with his actually existing analysis on feminist or womanist principles, and, it should be observed, that just because one group of feminists disagree with Fanon's analysis of women does not mean that all feminists or womanists have to, or will disagree with his analysis. This speaks to the myriad ways in which feminists and womanists interpret and reinterprets thought and texts. T. Denian Sharpley Whiting, 1997, asserts that there is no single, unified form of feminism, not one form of feminism, but several forms of feminisms, just as Fanon, 1967, correctly contended that, Negro experience is not a whole, for there is not merely one Negro, there are Negroes, p. 136, all emphasis in original. Here we can also see the distinct differences between revolutionary feminism and more liberal and conservative forms of feminism. The revolutionary feminists, the feminists with real revolutionary principles, are willing and able to draw from both female and male radical and revolutionary sources and incorporate them into their vision of a liberated future, which includes anti-sexist men in the process of creating a post-patriarchal masculinity predicated on revolutionary humanist, which always and ever includes revolutionary feminist principles, where the liberal and conservative feminists limit their conceptions of the women's liberation movement to women only and surreptitiously continue to reinscribe patriarchal gender relations by consciously and/or unconsciously embracing and perpetuating the very antagonistic sexist sex roles, women as victim stereotypes, femme fatale fantasies, damsels in distress daydreams, and male supremacist myths that they purport to be feminist. Freedom fighting. 205. Against. In feminist theory, Bell Hooks, 1984, critically captured this conundrum best when she wrote, "Individuals committed to feminist revolution must address ways that men can unlearn sexism. Women were never encouraged in contemporary feminist movement to point out to men their responsibility. Some feminist rhetoric put down women who related to men at all. Most women's liberationists were saying women have nurtured, helped, and supported others for too long, now we must fend for ourselves. Having helped and supported men for centuries by acting in complicity with sexism, women were suddenly encouraged to withdraw their support when it came to the issue of liberation. The insistence on a concentrated focus on individualism, on the primacy of self, deemed liberatory by women's liberationists, was not a visionary, radical concept of freedom. It did provide individual solutions for women, however. It was the same idea of independence perpetuated by the imperial patriarchal state, which equates independence with narcissism and lack of concern with triumph over others. In this way, women active in feminist movement were simply inverting the dominant ideology of the culture. They were not attacking it. They were not presenting practical alternatives to the status quo. In fact, even the statement "men are the enemy" was basically an inversion of the male supremacist doctrine that women are the enemy, the old Adam and Eve version of reality. p. 76. When the chapters "The Woman of Color and the White Man" and "The Man of Color and the White Woman in Black Skin, White Masks" are carefully and critically read from revolutionary feminist and womanist perspectives, which means from epistemically open optics that eschew both weak-minded masculinists and backward-thinking bourgeois feminists' theoretical nepotism and intellectual insularity, then, it is revealed that Fanon does not always and in every instance conceive of the colonized, the anti-colonial agents of decolonization, or the revolutionary as male or masculine, nor is the neurotic negrophobe incessantly envisioned as female or feminine. Critically applying revolutionary feminist and womanist hermeneutics to "The Woman of Color and the White Man" and "The Man of Color and the White Woman" exposes us to the fact that Fanon actually diagnosed both racially colonized men and women and colonizing men and women as neurotics suffering from negrophobia, blackophobia, and Afrophobia, and, as is customary in scholarly discourse, he often quarantined his studies to specific case studies or significant examples to drive his existential points home to his readers, who he anticipated would not all be black, male, or colonized. With regard to racially colonized subjects, both male and female, his analysis actually comes to similar conclusions. The colonized woman of color seeks to reclaim her long-denied humanity, human worth, and human dignity by averting, at all costs, her blackness and falling back into the pit of niggerhood. In fact, what they must have is whiteness at any price. Fanon, 1967, put it this way: it is always essential to avoid falling back into the pit of niggerhood, and every woman in the Antilles, whether in a casual flirtation or in a serious affair, is determined to select the least black of men, and the ultimate least black of men is, of course, the white man, pages 47, 49. Fanon identified the two types of colonized women of color to which he is referring, the negress and the mulatto. Then, he proceeded to diagnose their situations in relation to the race, gender, and class rulers of the white and male supremacist capitalist colonialist. 206.5. World, the first, the negress has only one possibility and one concern, to turn white. The second, the mulatto, wants not only to turn white but also to avoid slipping back into blackness and niggerhood, p. 54. Therefore, the woman of color obstinately works to whiten herself, through what Fanon called a kind of lactification, by obtaining white male love, the love of a white man and the white male world, p. 47. Fanon described and criticized the colonized man of color's situation with the white woman in arguably harsher psychosexual depth and detail, declaring, "Out of the blackest part of my soul, across the zebra's striping of my mind, surges this desire to be suddenly white," p. 63, emphasis in original. So, even at the outset of his analysis of the colonized man of color in relation to the white woman, we witness an almost identical diagnosis compared to the one he delivered to the colonized woman of color in relation to the white man. The colonized woman of color wishes to turn white, where the colonized man of color deeply desires to be suddenly white. However, Fanon went even further in his analysis of the colonized man of color in relation to the white woman by exposing his anguished inner monologue and intimate psychosexual details. Notice that the colonized man of color wants to be loved by a white woman, not because of the inherent value of her love, but because he believes her love will enable him to be loved like a white man. Sick and twisted? Yes, indeed. In no way wishing to invoke a discourse on comparative suffering where sufferers sit around angrily arguing over who is the most oppressed and, therefore, they are distracted from the ongoing struggle to end their oppression, it could be sincerely said that Fanon's diagnosis of the colonized man of color in relation to the white woman is devastatingly damning, in that the colonized man of color does not simply seek the white woman's white love but, if we really and truly read between the lines, his deepest desire is white male love, the love of white men and the white male supremacist capitalist colonialist world. Here is the colonized man of color's anguished inner monologue in his irrational quest to be loved by a white woman in order to be loved like a white man, penultimately, loved by white men, and, ultimately, to become and be a white man. I wish to be acknowledged not as black but as white. Now, and this is a form of recognition that Hegel had not envisaged. Who but a white woman can do this for me? By loving me she proves that I am worthy of white love. I am loved like a white man. I am a white man. Her love takes me onto the noble road that leads to total realization. I marry white culture, white beauty, white whiteness. When my restless hands caress those white breasts, they grasp white civilization and dignity and make them mine. p. 63, all emphasis in original. What we witness in the woman of color and the white man and the man of color and the white woman in black skin, white masks is precisely what Fanon meant when he stated, white civilization and European culture have forced an existential deviation on the Negro, by which he meant both black men and black women, p. 14. However, here we also witness an existential deviation on the part of alienated, duping and duped, whites as well. In fact, these two chapters on interracial colonial desire are not freestanding, critical inquiries into independent issues, but actually critical inquiries into extremely interrelated and inextricable issues revolving around the racial, or, rather, the racist nature of whites' colonization of 207 non-whites, and the ways in which the incessant internalization of racial colonialism deforms and destroys the personalities and relationships of both colonized non-whites and colonizing whites. Fanon's feminist critics fail to see that he did not simply address racism and colonialism in these chapters, but gender, gender identity, and sexuality as well. Far from neglecting gender, and women's life worlds and lived experiences in specific, Fanon's analyses in these chapters form a unified existential phenomenology of racial, gender, and sexual pathology under the auspices of white supremacist patriarchal colonialist capitalism. Instead of leaving women's life worlds and lived experiences in the lurch, Fanon incorporated them into his analysis, and, as with any genuinely critical theorist, he was intellectually audacious and not afraid to take risks. Therefore, sometimes his theories hit the mark and, at other times, they sorely missed the mark. Whether Fanon's feminist critics wish to acknowledge it or not, there are extremely gendered differences and existential deviations involved in racially colonized non-white peoples, especially racially colonized non-white women's, always already damaged and deformed relationships and disturbingly disingenuous interactions with whites, because these relationships and interactions are always already taking place in a white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world. Further, these relationships and interactions, almost as if by default or automatically, take their cues from the generic gender hierarchy, sexist social superstructure, racist revulsions, colonial compulsions, capitalist constraints, religious restrictions, and linguistic laws, not to mention the myriad myths and symbols surrounding blackness and whiteness, maleness and femaleness, and richness and poorness on which European history, culture, and so-called civilization have erected their imperial white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist empire. This means, then, that these relationships are not formed, or, rather, deformed, and these interactions do not take place, in a vacuum or some backward-thinking bourgeois feminist fantasy world where gender, and gender alone, is all that matters. Indeed, gender does matter, but so does race and racism, and the ways in which, when combined with colonialist and capitalist violence and exploitation, a morally repugnant and racially reductive political economy is set up where human value, humanity, and, even more, humanness is determined by how close one is in proximity to being or possessing whiteness, maleness, and richness. Gender matters, as does race and class, and all too often feminists who are not anti-racist, radical, or revolutionary willfully forget this, especially when they approach or, rather, reproach Fanon's contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. Fanon's critical lexicon was shaped and shaded by the discursive and linguistic communities of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world in which he was educated and miseducated, colonized, and in the dogged process of attempting to decolonize. However, there are faint pro-feminist philosophical fissures in black skin, white masks that symbolize his, however inchoate, intellectual aversions to, not simply white supremacy and colonialism, but patriarchy and the psychological violence that misogyny and male supremacy inflict on both black and white women, as well as other non-white racially colonized women. Fanon developed his phenomenology of racial colonial desire and recognition in, not only an anti-black colonial capitalist world, but also an anti-woman world. His response to white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalism was revolutionary decolonization. 208.5. Revolutionary blackness, and revolutionary humanism, which is one of the reasons he addressed black skin, white masks, not simply to blacks, but to whites and other non-whites as well. I believe that the fact of the juxtaposition of the white and black races has created a massive psycho-existential complex. I hope by analyzing it to destroy it. Many Negroes will not find themselves in what follows. This is equally true of many whites. But the fact that I feel a foreigner in the worlds of the schizophrenic or the sexual cripple in no way diminishes their reality. p. 12. Women were included in Fanon's phenomenology of racial colonial desire and recognition, and even though he frequently proved that he was a foreigner to many aspects and episodes of women's lived experiences and lived endurances, his texts tell us that his foreignness in no way diminishes their reality, or the reality of any other group of suffering human souls. He knew that not all black and white, men and women would find themselves in black skin, white masks, which is probably why some feminists find useful pro-feminist fragments scattered throughout the text, and his feminist critics generally do not find anything of value in his contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. Not finding any value in his actually existing contributions is different than acerbically arguing that he did not make any contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation and, then, insincerely rendering them non-existent or invisible. In essence, the woman of color and the white man and the man of color and the white woman advance that the racially colonized non-white's gender is, ultimately, inconsequential, to a certain extent, in the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world, because to be non-white is irrationally and automatically, by the logic of that very vulgar world, to be non-male and, therefore, non-human or, at best, subhuman. Hence, there is a terse and twisted type of transgender injustice that haunts and harries each and every interaction between the non-white colonized and the white colonizer, owing to the fact that the hideous racial and gender hierarchies of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world render non-whites, again, whether male or female, anonymous and invisible, and this anonymity and invisibility is not only racial, but also extended to gender. However, even though the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world downplayed and dismissed gender, essentially women's lived experiences and lived endurances, and reduced the multidimensionality of the human personality to the zero-sum game race and ethnicity, Fanon continued to accent, in his own unique way, the crucial importance of gender analysis for any authentic dialectical and critical theory of racial colonial alienation and disalienation. In his second book, A Dying Colonialism, Fanon offered up what many radical and revolutionary feminists and womanists believe to be several of his definitive contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. In A Dying Colonialism, Fanon critically, and more assertively than in Black Skin, White Masks, connected the lived experiences and lived endurances of the racially colonized with those of the racially gendered and colonized, which, to reiterate, all racially colonized people are actually clandestinely gendered, but it is the white colonizers, especially the white male colonizers of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world who 209 have the unmitigated and grotesque gall, or, more specifically, the white power to gender or degender, to render the gender of non-whites and non-males absent or present, invisible or visible, androgynously asexually ambiguous or exotically erotically supersexed as they wantonly wish. They, and they alone, decide and determine when, where, and to whom gender does, or does not matter. Two chapters in particular from A Dying Colonialism, Algeria Unveiled and The Algerian Family, represent Fanon's, 1965, turn toward a more nuanced engagement of gender and the ways in which women, and the Algerian woman in particular, like her brothers, had minutely built up defense mechanisms which enable her today to play a primary role in the struggle for liberation, p. 65. Let us briefly look at the more provocatively pro-feminist of the two chapters on gender in A Dying Colonialism, Algeria Unveiled, with an eye toward the ways in which it registers Fanon's distinct contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. The first chapter of Fanon's second book, A Dying Colonialism, is entitled Algeria Unveiled. In the chapter, Fanon imaginatively and mockingly ventriloquizes the irrational ethos of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world. Here he makes women's decolonization, women's liberation, and patriarchy, the patriarchy of the white colonizers and the patriarchy of the non-white colonized, his main critical theoretical preoccupation. Fanon argues that the patriarchy of both the white colonizers and the non-white colonized are complicated and rendered all the more complex because it is always already much more than male supremacy, on account of the fact that it is constantly being exacerbated and perpetuated in a white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world. In what ways does white supremacy and or European imperialism shape and shade the kind of patriarchy that racially colonized women of color experience? How does the often pre-existing, or, rather, pre-colonial patriarchy of the racially colonized non-white nation compound and complicate all the colonizeds, both men and women's, quest for decolonization and liberation? Why is it necessary to address and incorporate women's decolonization and women's liberation from both white supremacist patriarchal colonialism and non-white males' pre-colonial patriarchal colonialism at the outset and throughout the course of the process of decolonization, and strongly stress that there cannot and will not be true decolonization or real revolutionary decolonization unless and until women's life worlds and lived experiences are decolonized and liberated on their own radical and revolutionary feminist and womanist terms. In Algeria Unveiled, Fanon amazingly offers pro-feminist and pro-womanist answers to these questions. The Algerian woman is seen by both the white colonizing patriarchs and the non-white colonized patriarchal nationalists as, literally, the living flesh of the colonized national body, and so begins the battle of the veil, and with deeper and deeper Western penetration the forbidden feminine mystique, the long sequestered hijab-covered heads and burqa-bound beautiful bodies of white supremacist patriarchal colonial fantasy and desire are revealed to them and, humiliatingly, piece by piece, the flesh of Algeria is laid bare for all the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world to see, to touch and, ultimately, to rape. p. 36, 42. In Algeria Unveiled, Fanon accented the ways in which racially colonized non-white women's gender is recognized by white supremacist patriarchal colonialism, not to sincerely support women's decolonization and women's liberation, but in their 210.5. Equitas efforts to further European imperialism and, more specifically, the French colonization of Algeria. The Algerian woman, contended Fanon, an intermediary between obscure forces and the group, between white colonizing patriarchs and non-white colonized patriarchal nationalists, appeared in this perspective, from the perspective of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world, to assume a primordial importance. p. 37. The racially colonized non-white woman assumes a primordial importance to the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world because she is believed to be key to the continuation of colonialism and this is an extremely important if she could be duped into diverting her agency and power to supporting white supremacist patriarchal colonialism and rupturing her relationship with the supposed source of racially colonized non-white nationalist men's power, their childish and primitive preoccupation with maintaining their pre-colonial male supremacy at all costs, even in light of their commitments to decolonization and liberation. Fanon exposed the irrational logic of the white supremacist patriarchal colonialists. The officials of the French administration in Algeria, committed to destroying the people's originality, and under instructions to bring about the disintegration, at whatever cost, of forms of existence likely to evoke a national reality directly or indirectly, were to concentrate their efforts on the wearing of the veil, which was looked upon at this juncture as a symbol of the status of the Algerian woman. Such a position is not the consequence of a chance intuition. It is on the basis of the analyses of sociologists and ethnologists that the specialists in so-called native affairs and the heads of the Arab bureaus coordinated their work. At an initial stage, there was a pure and simple adoption of the well-known formula, let's win over the women and the rest will follow. This definition of policy merely gave a scientific coloration to the discoveries of the sociologists. p. 37. Fanon offers us several insights here. First, he demonstrates that the white supremacist patriarchal colonialists' interest in the social conditions of racially colonized non-white women is false and utterly absurd. Fanon critically comprehends the ways in which white supremacist patriarchal colonialism rearranges the gender, sexual, social, and political economy of racially colonized non-whites, constantly dividing and conquering them, thwarting any and all efforts they make to unite in the interest of toppling white supremacist patriarchal colonialism. He emphasizes the negative dialectics of white supremacist patriarchal colonialism, observing that it does not simply have a white supremacist dimension, but a male supremacist dimension as well. Hence, when and where white supremacist patriarchal colonialism is threatened or weakened by racial or cultural nationalism, when and where it cannot create ethnic conflicts, ethnic cleansings, and treacherous tribalisms between racially colonized non-whites to keep them divided and conquered, then, it pulls out its secret weapon, White supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism. White supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism is a false feminism that is premised on white supremacist patriarchal colonial pseudo-social science. Above, Fanon hints at how incredibly coordinated the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world is, from its military to its media, from its academy to its religious institutions, from its commercial industries to its entertainment industries. Nothing is 211 sacred, and it will use anything and anyone to maintain its gruesome grip on the lives and lands of racially colonized non-whites. White supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism is actually not about improving the social status of racially colonized non-white women at all, which would mean morally and politically committing and contributing to women's decolonization and women's liberation, but it is more about the continuation of racial colonialism and, even more, about unveiling the medieval and barbaric, the sadistic and vampirish patriarchy of racially colonized non-white nationalist men, p. 38. In its own incredibly skewed way, white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism believed that it offered racially colonized non-white women a choice, but racially colonized non-white women were immediately hip to the ruse. It was a fiercely false choice between the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world, or the pre-colonial patriarchal world dominated by narrow-minded nationalist and hypocritically hyper-religious non-white men. The racially colonized non-white women's response was loud and clear: they chose neither. They chose to simultaneously combat white supremacist patriarchal colonialism and traditional patriarchal nationalism and hyper-religious hypocrisy. They chose to create their own revolutionary alternative, one that neither the white supremacist patriarchal colonists, nor the non-white racially colonized patriarchal nationalists offered in their respective programs of colonization and decolonization. The white supremacist patriarchal colonialists' efforts to liberate oppressed Algerian women was, therefore, nothing other than another neocolonial maneuver to recolonize Algeria. Again, Fanon mocks the madness of the irrational logic of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world. If we want to destroy the structure of Algerian society, its capacity for resistance, we must first of all conquer the women. We must go and find them behind the veil where they hide themselves and in the houses where the men keep them out of sight, p. 38. White supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism is a feminism that promises, promotes and is predicated on cultural destruction, and not the cultural destruction of patriarchal culture, but the cultural destruction of racially colonized non-whites' pre-colonial and anti-colonial culture, p. 49. In liberating Algerian women, by unveiling them, the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world would use its liberalism and feminism as instruments of discrimination, domination, and, ultimately, cultural destruction. Moreover, in unveiling Algerian women, the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world would also symbolically render the Algerian man naked, exposing him in the worst way, making him shamefully vulnerable before the world, and simultaneously sowing the seeds of resentment between him and the Algerian woman. After all, based on the irrational logic of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world, it is the colonized Algerian patriarchal nationalists' fault that Algerian women are treated in such a medieval and barbaric way. Just imagine it. White colonists, especially white women colonists, contend they are covered from head to toe. Poor things, meskin. Fanon put it this way: colonial society blazes up vehemently against this inferior status of the Algerian woman. Its members worry and show concern for those unfortunate women, doomed to produce brats, kept behind walls, basically banned, for all intents and purposes, p. 40. Veiled Algerian women, everywhere and always denying the white supremacist. 212.5. Patriarchal colonialists their supposedly God-given right, again, to see, to touch and, ultimately, to rape. In unveiling Algerian women, and by sowing the seeds of resentment toward Algerian men, the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world hideously hoped that it could dupe the Algerian woman into being an ally in the work of cultural destruction and a two-faced white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminist double agent, surreptitiously sowing the seeds of Algerian cultural destruction and European imperialism, p. 49. Fanon's words hit home. In the colonialist program, it was the woman who was given the historic mission of shaking up the Algerian man. Converting the woman, winning her over to the foreign values, wrenching her free from her status, was at the same time achieving a real power over the man and attaining a practical, effective means of destructuring Algerian culture, p. 39. White supremacist women colonists joined their white supremacists patriarchal colonial men in what they were either duped or, based on their internalization of the irrational logic of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world, dishonorably honestly believed to be the noble work of liberating Algerian women who had lived their lives under the auspices of a most medieval and barbaric patriarchy, which transformed them into nothing other than an inert, demonetized, indeed dehumanized object, p. 38. White supremacist women colonists wanted to liberate them and bring them into a more modern, more civilized form of patriarchy, which, of course, was the more political, more sophisticated patriarchy of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world. We see, then, that this is nothing other than the original white supremacist and European imperial civilize and Christianize approach to racially colonized non-white peoples' cultures and civilizations, and the difference is that the rules and ruses of the game have changed, placing racially colonized non-white women at the center, but, we should ask, for what purpose and in whose interest? Fanon revealed the complicity of the French feminists in the false Algerian women's liberation campaign that was initiated by white supremacists' patriarchal colonial men. The French feminists, however well-meaning from their own point of view, were crucial collaborators in the continued colonization of Algeria, and Algerian women in specific. They paternalistically decided what was best for Algerian women without consulting Algerian women. This was not feminism, and certainly not radical or revolutionary feminism but, as stated above, white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism. Fanon sliced through their hypocrisy with words, when really and critically read, that continue to cause controversy. Mutual aid societies and societies to promote solidarity with Algerian women sprang up in great number. Lamentations were organized. We want to make the Algerian ashamed of the fate that he metes out to women. This was a period of effervescence, of putting into application a whole technique of infiltration, in the course of which droves of social workers and women directing charitable works descended on the Arab quarters. The indigent and famished women were the first to be besieged. Every kilo of semolina distributed was accompanied by a dose of indignation against the veil and cloister. The indignation was followed up by practical advice. Algerian women were invited to play a functional, capital role in the transformation of their lot. They were pressed to say no to a centuries-old subjection. The immense role they were called upon to play was 213. Described to them. The colonial administration invested great sums in this combat. After it had been posited that the woman constituted the pivot of Algerian society, all efforts were made to obtain control over her. The Algerian, it was assured, would not stir, would resist the task of cultural destruction undertaken by the occupier, would oppose assimilation, so long as his woman had not reversed the stream. Pages 38 to 39. Based on the irrational logic of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world, an inversion of sorts was now necessary to continue colonialism. Instead of directly targeting Algerian men, it would get them by focusing on Algerian women and indoctrinating them with a false feminism, white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism. Never mind that Algerian men were similarly indigent and famished under French colonialism. What white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism demanded was the aforementioned discourse on comparative suffering, where sufferers sit around angrily arguing over who is the most oppressed and, therefore, they are distracted from the ongoing struggle to end their oppression. White supremacist patriarchal colonial feminism would fool Algerian women into believing that all of their suffering was due to the patriarchy and hyper-religious hypocrisy of Algerian men, and not, as it actually was, partially predicated on white supremacist patriarchal colonialism. White supremacist patriarchal colonial feminists offered French colonialism, and thereby French civilization, as an alternative to the patriarchy and hyper-religious hypocrisy of Algerian men, in their white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminist minds transfiguring it, making French colonialism in Algeria a women's liberation movement. Again, according to Fanon, Algerian women were hip to the ruse. The hidden hypocrisy of the white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminists was quickly and easily detected. Algerian women were well aware that white women colonists in the white supremacist patriarchal colonial capitalist world were always and ever, however unbeknownst to themselves, in collusion with the racial, gender, and class hierarchy of that world. From Algerian women's point of view, there was no principled way for the white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminists to get around it. The only viable alternative was to morally and politically commit themselves to Algerian, among other racially colonized non-white, women's decolonization and liberation. The white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminists made the major mistake of underestimating Algerian women's pre-colonial and anti-colonial traditions of critical thought and, however subtly as a result of the patriarchy and hyper-religious hypocrisy of Algerian men, Algerian women's cultural criticism and social activism. The myriads ways in which white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminists benefited from the oppression, exploitation, and violence the cultural destruction discussed above suffered by Algerians, both female and male, was not lost on Algerian women and, in fact, they were extremely insulted by the white supremacist patriarchal colonial feminists' paternalism. If this is what French women called feminism, if this was their version of feminism, then, most Algerian women wanted nothing whatsoever to do with it, and they let it be known that they rejected French feminism without in any way precluding their principled commitments to women's decolonization and women's liberation. An amazing transformation of the Algerian woman's personality and physicality takes place in the course of her participation in the revolution. Where she once 214.5 would have been extremely uncomfortable to appear publicly without a veil, now she disguises herself as an unveiled assimilated Algerian woman, a woman alone in the street. This same Algerian woman warrior will, also, wear a veil when necessary, transforming herself into a woman arsenal, according to Fanon, using the veil as an anti-colonial camouflage to carry various essentials for the revolution, p. 58. For many female freedom fighters, then, the veil was however temporarily transformed from an instrument of oppression to a means of liberation. Fanon touched on the irony of unveiled and seemingly assimilated, but actually deeply committed revolutionary Algerian women, carrying revolvers, grenades, hundreds of false identity cards or bombs. The unveiled Algerian woman moves like a fish in the western waters. The soldiers, the French patrols, smile to her as she passes. Compliments on her looks are heard here and there, but no one suspects that her suitcases contain the automatic pistol which will presently mow down 4 or 5 members of the patrols, p. 58. There is a sense in which the anti-colonial unveiled and unassimilated Algerian woman's unveiling represented both changes in her relationship with the men, the patriarchs of Algeria, but, more importantly, changes within herself and with her body. Unveiling was both dramatic and triumphant for Algerian women, both intimidating and liberating, because after having been forced to wear the veil for so long and then to suddenly be without it was, for all practical purposes, to be naked. Fanon critically engaged the dream content of recently unveiled Algerian women involved in the revolution, and his revelations were nothing short of shocking. One must have heard the confessions of Algerian women or have analyzed the dream content of certain recently unveiled women to appreciate the importance of the veil for the body of the woman. Without the veil she has an impression of her body being cut up into bits, put adrift, the limbs seem to lengthen indefinitely, p. 59. Having been harassed and hounded by the fear of public, familial, and personal humiliation and physical harm were they ever to have ventured out of their homes without their veils, now these same women were bitterly asked by the same men who veiled them, who quarantined and sequestered their bodies and souls, to unveil for the revolution, unveil to liberate their fatherland. Is it any wonder, then, that these women felt that their bodies were being cut up into bits or their limbs broken and stretched beyond belief? Were they not being pulled in several different directions psychologically, socially, politically, and religiously? And, what of the racial colonial sexual gaze of the French colonists, or the hyper-religious patriarchal gaze of Algerian men? Were these women not caught in the crossfire of a history-making and earth-shaking war where French colonists and Algerian nationalists jousted for, among many other things, the malfeasance of male supremacy, the very wrong patriarchal right to rule over Algeria, especially Algerian women, the living flesh of Algeria, as they damn well militaristically and misogynistically pleased? Combating their fears or, at the least, learning to live with them and use them as a transforming and healing force, Algerian women transfigured themselves through their participation in the Algerian Revolution. Wrestling with and often rejecting her feelings of being improperly dressed, or being naked, or her sense of incompleteness, or the anxious feeling that something is unfinished, the Algerian woman warrior quickly invents new dimensions for her body, new means of muscular control, p. 59. It is almost as if the veil were some sort of cocoon, and 215. As the Algerian woman unveiled for the purposes of the revolution, she was able to overcome centuries of patriarchal hyper-religious hypocrisy and make her own distinct contribution to the Algerian Revolution. She was not the inert and dehumanized object that either the colonizing French patriarchs or the colonized patriarchal Algerian nationalists and religious zealots imagined, but, I say again, an altogether very different, and very human, as opposed to subhuman, being. Fanon drives the point home. She has to create for herself an attitude of unveiled woman outside. She must overcome all timidity, all awkwardness, for she must pass for a European, and at the same time be careful not to overdo it, not to attract notice to herself. The Algerian woman who walks stark naked into the European city relearns her body, re-establishes it in a totally revolutionary fashion. This new dialectic of the body and of the world is primary in the case of one revolutionary woman. p. 59. The foregoing reveals that Fanon's conception of decolonization was much broader than previously thought. He, indeed, did include women in his dialectic of decolonization and liberation. His contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation helps to highlight the distinct differences between true and false decolonization. True decolonization, ultimately, revolves around revolutionary humanism, which is inextricable from freedom or, rather, real liberation. I shall conclude this chapter, therefore, with an examination of Fanon's philosophical anthropology and the ways in which it dictated and determined his revolutionary humanism and discourse on revolutionary decolonization. The deep desires of revolutionary decolonization, Fanon's philosophical anthropology and philosophy of freedom. At the heart of Fanon praxis promoting critical theory of decolonization is a philosophical anthropology which understands that human beings' fundamental nature is to be free. Immanuel Hansen, 1977, has asserted that, Fanon regards freedom as man's supreme goal. And, the whole purpose of man's existence is to realize this supreme goal, p. 62. Decolonization, then, is not and should not be equated with violence for violence's sake, but, quite the converse, violence for freedom's sake. 17. The ultimate objective of the counter-violence of the colonized is to bring the colonial system, the colonial regime, the entire colonial world, to its knees, and then amputate both its legs so that it will never walk, on or over the corpses of the colonized, again. At the heart of Fanon's philosophy is fundamentally a philosophy of freedom, and, as Hansen noted above, it is specifically to this supreme goal, freedom, that Fanon felt human beings' entire existence revolved around and gravitated toward. In this section we will engage and explore Fanon's philosophical anthropology and the end toward which he defends and explicates the means of decolonization, and all that it elicits his concept of freedom. Black skin, white masks, more so than any of Fanon's other works, reveals a great deal about his philosophical anthropology, that is, his view, concerning the essence of human nature, without regard to race, culture, ethnicity, nationality, gen. 216.5. Sexual orientation, religious affiliation, social status, or class position. For Fanon, the quest for freedom is the essential element that binds one human being to another human being, one human group to another human group, and it is this principle in particular that distinguishes and defines human beings qua human beings. Fanon envisioned a world where human beings behaved as humane beings, that is, as civil and sincere, loving, kind, compassionate, and caring individuals who detested, despised, denounced, and were ultimately willing to destroy, if need be, anyone, or anything, who denied another what was most human in them, their right to self-determination and to develop to their fullest potential. Davids, 1996, Roberts, 2004, C. Wright, 1992. Black Skin, White Masks was written as a rejoinder to the question what does man want? And, more specifically, what does the black man racially colonized humanity want? Fanon, 1967, p. 8. By the conclusion of the book the reader has a concrete idea of what human beings want, or, at the least, from the Fanonian perspective, what they should want, and especially racially colonized humanity. Fanon declared, "I find myself suddenly in the world and I recognize that I have one right alone, that of demanding human behavior from the other. One duty alone, that of not renouncing my freedom through my choices. No attempt must be made to encase man, for it is his destiny to be set free. I, the man of color, want only this, that the tool never possess the man. That the enslavement of man by man cease forever. That is, of one by another. That it be possible for me to discover and to love man, wherever he may be." Pages 229 to 231. In the event that a human being, or a human group, denies the quintessential right, that of freedom, to any other human being or human group, Fanon argued that the offended party was justified in demanding human behavior from the other. 18. Although it took him several years to come to the precise nature the demand should take, ultimately revolutionary decolonization was Fanon's response to the conundrum, of colonialism. His philosophical anthropology supports what he conceived as the ultimate objective, and understood to be the supreme goal of human existence, total, complete, or absolute liberation. Any attempt to encase or enslave human beings was, for Fanon, a negation of their humanity, their being in the world as free agents, or their ability to choose or not choose. To deny human beings their agency is to obfuscate, if not literally obliterate, their dignity and, therefore, identity. On the obfuscation and eventual obliteration of the dignity and identity of colonized peoples, Fanon, in the so-called dependency complex of colonized peoples, remarked, "If at a certain stage he the colonized has been led to ask himself whether he is indeed a man, i.e., a human being, it is because his reality as a man has been challenged. In other words, I begin to suffer from not being a white man to the degree that the white man imposes discrimination on me, makes me a colonized native, robs me of all worth, all individuality, tells me that I am a parasite on the world, that I must bring myself as quickly as possible into step with the white world, that I am a brute beast, that my people and I are like a walking dung heap that disgustingly fertilizes sweet sugar cane and silky cotton, that I have no use in the world. Then I will quite simply try to make myself white, that is, I will compel the white man to acknowledge that I am human." p. 98, 19. 217. Colonialism, at minimum, corrodes the dignity and identity of the colonized person. It robs the colonized of all worth, by which I take Fanon to mean dignity, and all individuality, which comprehended at its most elementary level connotes those defining and distinguishing characteristics which makes one person, perhaps in a multiplicity of ways, discernible and different from another. A person's individuality is, in a sense, inextricable from their personality, and both of these combined, constitute a person's identity. 20. To rob the colonized of all worth and all individuality is to deprive them of their dignity and identity. They become dignified and distinguishable only to the extent that they bring themselves as quickly as possible into step with the white world. This is, of course, why Fanon never grew weary of exclaiming. At the risk of arousing the resentment of my colored brothers, I will say that the black is not a man. The black man wants to be white. However painful it may be for me to accept this conclusion, I am obliged to state it, for the black man there is only one destiny. And it is to become white. The black man wants to be like the white man. For the black man there is only one destiny. And it is to become white. Pages 8 to 10, 228. By denying the dignity and identity of the oppressed, the oppressors lump all the oppressed together. They, the oppressed, become one big black blob or mob, depending on the time and circumstance, and under such conditions the oppressors construct a world, a reality where only one particular part of humanity, the white part, is seen as human. See Gordon 1997a, pages 69 to 80, 2000a, pages 153 to 163. In fact, the very nature of what it means to be human becomes synonymous with the ruling race, or nation, or empire, etc. Hence, Fanon's reiteration, for the black man there is only one destiny. And it is to become white. Observe that Fanon begins and ends black skin, white masks with this infernal epitaph. It appears in the conclusion precisely as it does in the introduction. He knew, so long as white men consider themselves superior to black men, and, so long as black men want to prove to white men, at all costs, the richness of their thought, the equal value of their intellect, so long as racially colonized humanity refuse to extricate themselves from their various racial colonial situations, then, for so long would the Monte situation of the racial colonial world persist. P. 10. Whether blob or mob, the oppressed, in the world, the racial colonialists and racist capitalists have constructed, are denied an identity and, therefore, are perpetually perceived by the oppressors and all too often each other as anonymous and experience an intense and excruciating anonymity. See Blout, 1993, Gordon, 1995b, pages 37 to 66, 1997b, pages 13 to 24, 2000a, pages 153 to 163. Fanon's concept of freedom rests, at bottom, on the revolutionary, politicization of the people, and here the people connotes all strata and classes of persons in a given society or social setting. He, similar to Du Bois, understood that it was possible for the state to be free and the people not to be free. Perhaps few statements capture this contradiction on the printed page better than when Fanon, 1968, wrote, paradoxically, the national government headed by the racially colonized bourgeoisie in its dealing with the country people as a whole is reminiscent of certain features of the former colonial power, p. 118. Similar to Frederick Douglass, who felt that the United States the 4th of July holiday was, from the 218.5 slaves' point of view, an unequivocal sham, Fanon audaciously asserted that the fanfare and bombast symbolizing and celebrating the inauguration of the national government represented nothing other than a fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets. This kind of independence, if it may be referred to as independence at all, has little or no effect on the lives of the racially colonized people. Where Krumah termed it neocolonialism, Fanon, 1968, called it false decolonization, but whichever phrase one employs the results are the same, the continued oppression of the oppressed, p. 59. For Fanon, true decolonization, that is to say authentic anti-colonial freedom, is possible only when political independence is combined with personal independence, and revolutionary decolonization is the cauldron through which all must pass if human beings, both racially colonized and colonizing persons, are to achieve their destiny, which, according to Fanon, 1967, is to be free. No attempt must be made to encase man, for it is his destiny to be set free, p. 230. In order for both the colonized and the colonizers to be set free, Fanon thought it was necessary to decolonize the whole of humanity, the colonized and the colonizers. In this sense, then, Fanon, contra the claims of noted African-American literary theorist, Henry Louis Gates, Jr., in Critical Fanonism, can and has been read as a global theorist and world revolutionary thinker, see Onwuanib, 1983, said, 1989, Turner and Allen, 1999. It is extremely important to address Gates's anti-Fanonian, C.J. Robinson, 1993, p. 87, assertions, because, if they are allowed to pass unchecked, then Fanon and Fanonian discourse, what Gates terms contemporary colonial discourse theory, are reduced to nothing other than a series of diatribes and dreams of decolonization. Gates, 1999, p. 266. Further, Gates comments on, and criticisms of, Fanon as a global theorist procures for itself a place, albeit a peculiar place, within Africana critical theoretical discourse, for the precise reason that, first, Africana critical theory, by dint of harsh historical circumstances and hard intellectual labor conditions for its constituents, is, in many respects, a trans-African theory of global transformation, Donaldson, 1970, 1980. Second, and in agreement with Lewis Gordon, I believe, without a single reservation, that Fanon, his ideas and actions, emphatically illustrate the fact that he cannot, and must not be made, Gates, 1999, p. 260, to be, as Gordon, 1995b, p. 197, put it, anyone signifying monkey. Third, if Gates and the anti-Fanonists are allowed to downplay or, worst, with all manner of post-structuralist and postmodernist word wizardry, debunk the global dimensions of Fanon's dialectical thought, and especially with regard to the wretched of the earth, then a major pillar of, and contributor to Africana critical theory will have been snuffed out, as it were, in the name of post-structuralist or postmodernist or post-Marxist or post-feminist, take your pick, discourses obsessive, compulsive intellectual gatekeeping and epistemological purity. Gates, 1999, quips that Edward said, in representing the colonized, delivers Fanon as a global theorist in vacuo, that is, in a vacuum, p. 253, see also said, 1989, 1993. He takes issue with the fact that Fanon seems to have been invoked by a number of theorists, almost all literary theorists or critics, on a number of occasions, as a transcultural, transhistorical global theorist, 1999, p. 266. Fanon, according to Gates, who is closely following Albert Memmi's lead, needs to be rehistoricized, and when and where this is done it will reveal, Gates claims, the limits. 219. Of liberation and the very intelligibility of his Fanon's dream of decolonization, p. 266. A dying colonialism, perhaps unbeknownst to Gates, who almost exclusively limits his criticisms to the Fanon of black skin, white masks, is Fanon's study on the Algerian Revolution. It is the work in which he describes in stark detail many of the realities of the decolonization process, specifically with regard to the North African and Islamic world. However, The Wretched of the Earth represents the work in which Fanon said once and for all, as Jean-Paul Sartre, 1968, imaginatively put it in his preface, natives of all underdeveloped countries, unite. p. 10. Sartre understood then what Gates over a quarter of a century later failed to understand, that Fanon, in The Wretched of the Earth, is, as Sartre said, speaking to his brothers in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, p. 11. These continents, the colonies proper according to Dubois, house over 75% to 85% of the Earth's population, which logically would give said, and slash or any other critical theorist, credence to put forward and engage Fanon as a global theorist. Gates quite simply may have chosen the wrong historical and cultural figure or, at the least, the wrong book by the forementioned figure, to criticize. For, even though he does pull a few sentences here and there from The Wretched of the Earth, he surely must have overlooked or not thoroughly read the climatic conclusion of the book where Fanon, 1968, stated, with literally dying conviction, "Come, then, comrades, it would be as well to decide at once to change our ways. We must shake off the heavy darkness in which we were plunged, and leave it behind. The new day which is already at hand must find us firm, prudent, and resolute. Leave this Europe where they are never done talking of man, yet murder men everywhere they find them, at the corner of every one of their own streets, in all the corners of the globe. For centuries they have stifled almost the whole of humanity in the name of so-called spiritual experience. Look at them today swaying between atomic and spiritual disintegration." p. 311, emphasis added. It is clearly Fanon's intention here, in the last few lines of his literary life, to speak to the globe and to the whole of humanity. Further, as Fanon speaks, he would ask those who would hear him, those who would join him, to turn over a new leaf, to be firm, prudent, and resolute, p. 316. This is precisely where Gates is wrong, and Sartre is right, and here let us be, as Fanon admonished, firm, prudent, and resolute with Gates. Because Gates relegates his comments and criticism of Fanon as a global theorist in vacuo to Fanon's first and most overtly psychoanalytic book, Black Skin, White Masks, he unwittingly opens himself up to a quandary that several theorists and critics of Fanon are caught in, that is, the seemingly irresolvable tension that exists between the young and the mature Fanon. Gates, 1999, knows full well that Fanon wrote in a manner that was, as he himself charged, highly porous, p. 252. In fact, quiet as it is kept, it is exactly the highly porous character of Fanon's text that have enabled Gates, amongst a great gang of literary theorists and critics, to label Fanon oppositional and postmodern. Gates, a global theorist, Edwards said, a premature post-structuralist, Homi Bhabha, and so on and so forth. According to Gates, Fanon's current fascination for us literary theorists and cultural critics we may presume has something to do with the convergence of the problematic of colonialism with that 225 of subject formation. As a psychoanalyst of culture, as a champion of the wretched of the earth, he is an almost irresistible figure for a criticism that sees itself as both oppositional and postmodern. And yet there's something Rashomon-like about his contemporary guises. It may be a matter of judgment whether his writings are rife with contradiction or richly dialectical, polyvocal, and multivalent. They are in any event highly porous, that is, wide open to interpretation, and the readings they elicit are, as a result, of unfailing symptomatic interest. Frantz Fanon, not to put too fine a point on it, is a Rorschach blot with legs. p. 252. Fanon, understandably for Gates, is an almost irresistible figure, but to whom besides himself? Gates answers, those critics who see themselves as both oppositional and postmodern. Moving beyond the immediate read that of Gates as both oppositional and postmodern, that is, considering the fact that he did chose freely to write of and on Fanon, I should here like to briefly engage Gates' in vacuo claim with regard to Fanon as a global theorist. Fanon may be read as a global theorist not merely because he, in The Wretched of the Earth, according to Sartre, was speaking to his brothers in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, but, because his actions and ideas have had a global impact, not simply on college campuses, but also in concrete cultural communities and struggles. Bulhan, 1985, p. 6, Gordon, 1995b, pages 94 to 95. It could be observed initially that the very critics that Gates criticizes were born and bred in various places that span the globe. For example, Edward Said, as is well known, was Palestinian, Homi Bhabha and Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak are both Indian, Albert Memmi is Tunisian, Abdul Jan Mohammed is Kenyan, and Benita Perry, as we are told in the text, is a radical South African expatriate. Gates, 1999, p. 259. Perhaps, even on a cursory level, this goes far to illustrate Fanon's global irresistibility and applicability, and the very fact that each of the theorists that engaged Fanon produced, and provides us with, as Gates admits, a usable Fanon, p. 254. A Fanon that, according to Gates, is highly porous, yet should be, we are told, rehistoricized, following the theory of contemporary critical literary discourse, and condemned to the passé colonial paradigm, p. 266. 4. If Said made of Fanon an advocative of postmodern counter-narratives of liberation, if Jan Mohammed made of Fanon a Manichean theorist of colonialism as absolute negation, and if Bhabha cloned, from Fanon's Theoria, another third-world post-structuralist, and Perry's Fanon, which I generally find persuasive, turns out to confirm her own rather optimistic vision of literature and social action, then what, we are given liberty to query, has Gates made of Fanon, p. 260. Fanon, for Gates, is a psychoanalyst of culture, a champion of the wretched of the earth, who by no means should be elevated above his localities of discourse as a transcultural, transhistorical global theorist, pages 252-266. However, here Gates misses Fanon's, and perhaps many critical Fanonists, point. In order to be, as Gates asserts, a champion of the wretched of the earth, Fanon, 1969, knew full well that he had no other recourse but to, as demonstrated in his extended essay Racism and Culture, in Toward the African Revolution, resign himself, and risk his life, to fight all forms of exploitation and alienation of man, p. 43. Perhaps in the end it is Gates who has flung himself into a vacuum by confining himself, as he reports, to Fanon's first and most overtly psychoanalytic book, Black Skin, White Masks. In other words, Gates, not to put too fine a point on it, seems to want to overemphasize the political particulars without acknowledging the critical. 221. Theoretical universals of Fanon's work and, rather oddly for such a celebrated literary theorist and critic, by limiting himself to Fanon's first book Gates grossly misinterprets Fanon and the ways in which, as Edward Said, 1999, 2000, said, theory, especially critical theory, travels. Fanon provides the workers in Africana critical theory a path down which to plod. In focusing on the international aspects of Fanon's thought, it should be observed that this is precisely what makes him such an enduring figure in Africana critical theoretical and philosophical discourse. As Lou Turner and John Allen, 1999, in France Fanon, World Revolutionary, have pointed out, Fanon acutely understood that the harsh realities of the colonial world were not necessarily endemic and or inextricable to the continental African experience, p. 11, see also Turner and Allen, 1986. On the contrary, in The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon consistently spoke of the colonizer and the colonized, the native and the national bourgeoisie, the national struggle, national consciousness, national culture, the national government, and so on and so forth. That is to say that he did not specifically speak of the Algerian or North African situation, as he had done in A Dying Colonialism. In fact, Hussein Adam, 1999, has stated that certain ambiguities and contradictions in Fanon may exist because he wanted to avoid offering a rigid blueprint of what decolonization, freedom, democracy, socialism, etc., might be like, pages 135 to 136, see also Adam, 1974. It was indeed Fanon, 1968, who said that decolonization, being a historical process, cannot be understood, it cannot become intelligible nor clear to itself except in the exact measure that we can discern the movements which give it historical form and content, p. 36. Fanon knew then, as we should know now, that the agonies of Africa and its people cannot and will never follow the whims nor wishes of theoreticians, no matter how revolutionary they think they are or claim to be. Contributing the concept of revolutionary decolonization to the discourse of Africana critical theory, Fanon provides us with the possibility and potential of being set free. As with Dubois, James, and the theorists of negritude, Fanon, 1967, believed, without reservation, that what is most human in man and woman, that is, in all human beings, is the incessant quest for freedom, p. 222. Fanon began Black Skin, White Masks with a series of brief, but sincere and serious, incantations toward a new humanism. Understanding among men. Our colored brothers. Mankind, I believe in you. Race prejudice. To understand and to love. p. 7. It is here, amongst these initial remarks from his first book, that we find Fanon, as he was and as he would be until the day of his death, a philosopher of freedom. And, it should be recalled, he told us from the beginning, I do not come with timeless truths, p. 7. Because he knew, perhaps too well, that freedom cannot be achieved or measured by what has taken place in the past. Indeed, it was Fanon who said, in no fashion should I undertake to prepare the world that will come later. I belong irreducibly to my time, p. 13. The freedom which we seek today, is not the freedom. 222-5. Dubois, James, Césaire, Senghor, or Fanon fought for yesterday. Absolutely not. Dubois did not dare broach the question of sexual orientation and its implications for our struggle, but Bell Hooks, Angela Davis, Audre Lorde, Essex Hemphill, Cobina Mercer, Dwight McBride, and Philip Bryan Harper have. Césaire and Senghor certainly remain silent on issues of sexual orientation and gender, Sharpley Whiting, 2002. And, even the great Frantz Fanon is found wanting when it comes to gender theory and sexuality, Goldie, 1999, Mercer, 1999, Sharpley Whiting, 1997. But, we must not allow these deficiencies in their thought to mar the contributions they can and must make to Africana critical theory if we are to, as Lucius Outlaw, 1996a, admonished, come together for sustained, systematic, critical reconstructions of intellectual histories that might serve as resources for our work, p. 83. Fanon correctly and perceptively pointed out that his words are not timeless truths. Conversely, and in all honesty, they belong irreducibly to his time, and as such are words that are at once wedded to and weighted with circumstances and situations of a bygone world, a world that was. However, and we must be scrupulous here, Fanon's words do, and rightly so, carry a certain amount of weight in the neocolonial, and neocapitalist, world of the 21st century. Why? Because, as Emmanuel Hansen, 1977, wrote, Fanon was not exclusively a man of study, he was a man of action. He tried to live and act in such a way as to bring the ideas in which he believed into being. In this way his life and personality were inextricably linked with ideas. p. 12. As I understand it, Africana studies would do well, at all costs, to emulate Fanon in this respect. Because, it is in this way that the workers of Africana studies can truly fulfill their mission as simultaneous intellectuals and activists. We must concede with the Ghanaian philosopher, Kwame Gaikai, 1997, where he asserted philosophical thought is never worked out in a cultural or historical vacuum, p. 7. Quite the contrary, the problems that a philosopher or critical theorist addresses are always and ever colored by, and contextually situated in, specific historical, social, political, cultural, and geographical settings. These settings are always subjective, and it is for this reason that Gaikai contends, philosophers belonging to a given culture or era or tradition select those concepts or clusters of concepts that for one reason or another, matter most and that therefore are brought to the fore in their analysis. p. 7. For the intellectual activists of contemporary Africana studies, revolutionary decolonization, the complete calling in question of the colonial situation, should, or ought to be, one of the concepts or clusters of concepts brought to the fore of their analysis. As Fanon, 1968, eloquently explained, independence is not attained with the blare of trumpets and a flag waving, neither is independence maintained by appeals to superstitions and fanaticisms, but through a people's constant and concrete efforts to create themselves, and construct their own distinct critical consciousness and culture, pages 147, 211, 233. Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization acknowledges something similar to Césare's revolutionary negritude and Ngugi wa Thiong os decolonizing the mind, the fact that decolonization is not merely an anti-colonial war waged for land, but an anti-colonial war waged for the colonized person's way of life, their life worlds and lived experiences. Osaniam, 1998, 1999. Césaire, 1972, it will be. 223. Remembered, said it is necessary to decolonize our minds, our inner life, at the same time that we decolonize society. p. 78. Ngugi, 1986, contends that colonialism is nothing other than a cultural bomb which, as he and the Gikuyu of Kenya know all too well, annihilates a people's belief in their names, in their languages, in their environment, in their heritage of struggle, in their unity, in their capacities and ultimately in themselves. p. 3. What these three theorists' concepts of decolonization have in common is an unfaltering belief in the necessity of decolonization, that is, an uncompromising aspiration to radically change the world, to replace a certain species of human beings with another species of human beings. Ngugi, 1986, p. 3, Fanon, 1968, p. 35. As Ngugi's mid-1980s update of the concept of decolonization betrays, the need for a complete calling in question of the colonial situation remains one of the most pressing issues. Our neo-colonial condition and post-modern moment. It is here, in the twilight of our neo-colonial condition and post-modern moment, that we must come to terms with our time and circumstances, ourselves and situations. For Fanon, 1967, I in no fashion, should be forced to speak for the world that will come later. p. 13. We, those of us who have lived to see the 21st century, have a responsibility to critically interpret, reflect on, and articulate a way out of the quagmire humanity appears to be arrested in. As we have seen, Fanon understood there to be true and false forms of decolonization, and Nkrumah knew as far back as 1965 that neocolonialism presents and represents imperialism in its final and perhaps its most dangerous stage. What we, the workers in Africana studies, among others, need to keep in mind is that old-fashioned colonialism is by no means entirely abolished. Nkrumah, 1965, p. 9. On the contrary, and as Jürgen Habermas, 1984, has perceptively pointed out, contemporary colonialism, i.e., neocolonialism, is just as much a threat to developed or advanced techno-capitalist societies as it has been and remains for underdeveloped societies. p. 375. Throughout this chapter I have hinted at the ways in which Amilcar Cabral's critical theory complements Fanon's discourse on decolonization. The subsequent chapter offers an exploration of Cabral's contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory that demonstrates his deepening of, and dialectical deviations from Fanon's philosophy. Where we have seen that Césaire and Fanon innovatively established and extended the discourse on decolonization and revolutionary decolonization, respectively, Cabral amplified the discourse on revolutionary decolonization and dialectically augmented it with, and emphasized the concepts of the weapon of theory, return to the source, and most importantly in terms of Africana critical theory, revolutionary re-Africanization. Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. Do not fall back on cliches or merely harp on the struggle against imperialism and colonialism in theoretical terms, but rather we point out concrete things. Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, or failures. Claim no easy victories. Amilcar Cabral, Revolution in Guinea, pages 86, 89, 145. Cabral's Adventures on the Rocky Road to Revolutionary Nationalism, from Colonized Boy to Revolutionary Anti-Colonial Man. The Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissau revolutionary, Amilcar Lopez Cabral, connects with and contributes to the discourse of Africana critical theory in several poignant, provocative, and extremely profound ways. First, it should be mentioned that he did not start out or train as a philosopher. Cabral, according to the Nigerian philosopher, Olufemi Taiwo, 1999a, bequeathed to us a body of writings containing his reflections on such issues as the nature and course of social transformation, human nature, history, violence, oppression, and liberation, p. 6. Second, and as eloquently argued by the Eritrean philosopher, Serekwaberhan, 1991, Cabral's ideas led to action, i.e., actual cultural, historical, social and political transformation, and ultimately revolutionary decolonization and liberation, and, therefore, represents the zenith of 20th century Africana revolutionary theory and praxis, p. 20. 1/3, and finally, his writings and reflections provide us with a series of unique contributions to critical theory, which in the fashion of Dubois, James, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon seeks to simultaneously critique racist capitalist and racial colonialist societies. 227. 6. Amilcar Cabral, using the weapon of theory to return to the source, of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. Cabral's biography has been documented by Mario de Andrade, 1980, Patrick Chabal, 2003, Ronald Chilcote, 1991, Mustafa Dada, 1993, Oleg Ignatieff, 1975, 1990, and Jacques Mikulik, 1983b, and, consequently, need not be rehearsed in its entirety here. That said, at this juncture what I am specifically interested in are those aspects of his life and legacy that impacted and influenced his contributions to Africana critical theory. As Chabal, 2003, observed in his pioneering Amilcar Cabral, Revolutionary Leadership and People's War, Cabral's revolutionary theory and praxis are virtually incomprehensibly without critically engaging his gradual and often extremely interesting growth from nonviolent student militant to internationally acclaimed revolutionary leader. 2. Born of Cape Verdean parents in Bafata, Guinea-Bissau on September 12, 1924, Cabral's parents exerted an enormous influence on him. His father, Juvenal Antonio da Costa Cabral, was born on Santiago Island, Cape Verde. The senior Cabral's family were landowners and, therefore, considered well-to-do by local standards. As a result, he was afforded a proper education, as with the other members of his family. Chabal, 2003, p.29. Juvenal Cabral had early ambitions to become a priest and was summarily sent to seminary in Portugal following a glowing stint in secondary school. It is not clear whether Juvenal's studies in Portugal awakened his sense of anti-colonialism and Africanity, or whether it was the racial climate and rigid religious curriculum of seminary, but what is certain is that he became a politically conscious man who did not hesitate to speak his mind, p. 30. For instance, On one occasion he sent a letter to the Minister of Colonies deploring what he understood to be the complete absence of government assistance in alleviating the catastrophic effects of drought, going so far as to suggest several remedies. On another occasion, he wrote an article expressing his disdain with the colonial government after a house collapsed in an overcrowded part of Praia, the capital of Cape Verde. He went further to criticize the inhuman conditions in which Cape Verdeans had to live because they were forced to flee the countryside and come to the already overcrowded city to find food and work. Cabral persuasively argues that it was Cabral's father who gave him his first lessons in political education, a point further corroborated by Data, 1993, pages 139 to 140. Juvenal Cabral also instilled in Amilcar a profound sense of the shared heritage and struggle of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. He wrote poetry, polemics, and expressed an uncommon and long-lasting interest in the agricultural problems of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Juvenal, a renowned and well-respected school teacher, possessed a deep sense of intellectual curiosity and rigor, a respect for academic pursuits and for the written word, which he consistently stressed to Amilcar. Among his other children, Cabral, 2003, p. 30. While it cannot be said that Juvenal Cabral was a revolutionary nationalist by any standards, it does seem clear that he may have planted, however nascent, the seeds of nationalism in the fertile soil of his young son's heart and mind. As it was with his father, Cabral's mother, Eva Pinhal Evora, was born on Santiago Island, Cape Verde. However, unlike his father, she was born into a poor family, which stressed hard work and piety. If Cabral's father bequeathed to him political education, a love of poetry, and an interest in agriculture, then it can be argued that his mother provided him with a very special sense of self-determination, discipline, purpose, personal ethics, and an unshakable iron will. For a time Mrs. Cabral made 228.6. Good and was an entrepreneur, the proprietor of a shop and a small penseo, hotel. When she and Juvenal Cabral separated in 1929, things took a turn for the worst financially. She lost her business and worked as a seamstress and laborer in a fish canning factory to support her family. Even still, her earnings were barely sufficient to feed the family, and there were days when they went without food. Cabral, 2003, poignantly observes that though Amilcar's family did not starve like so many Cape Verdeans, they were very poor, p. 31. He went on to importantly emphasize, Cabral never forgot the difficulties of his early years and later spoke of poverty as one of the reasons which had led him to revolt against Portuguese colonialism, p. 31. The hardships he witnessed his mother endure and overcome caring for him and his siblings undoubtedly influenced his views on gender justice and, most especially, women as cultural workers and comrades in the national liberation struggle. Cabral, 1979, pages 70 to 71, 86, 104. See also Cabral, 2003, p. 107, 118. H. Campbell, 2006. Gomez, 2006. Erdung, 1979. In discussing Cabral's early life, and especially the influence of his parents on him, it is also important to point out that he was homeschooled until the age of 12. Though he did not enter primary school until he was 12, Cabral is reported to have thrived on education, and from the very beginning he was clearly an excellent student. One of his former primary school classmates, Manuel Lehmann de Almeida, recalled that Cabral was by far the best student and that he passed his secondary school entrance exam with distinction. Cabral, 2003, p. 31. His school records support de Almeida's claims and lucidly illustrate that Cabral completed his studies at the Liceu by the age of 20, which would mean that he finished 4 years of primary school and 7 years of secondary school in an astonishing 8 years. During the last couple of years of his studies at the Liceu, Cabral became aware of the Cape Verdean literary renaissance and cultural movement commonly known as Cabo Verdeanidad, which was primarily an outgrowth of the journal, Claridade. In many senses Cabo Verdeanidad was the Cape Verdean version of the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude, both of which strongly influenced its writers. Cabo Verdeanidad was unique in that its writers for the most part broke with Eurocentric models and themes and, in a move that must be understood to be extremely bold for the time, turned their attention to Cape Verdean subjects, particularly ordinary people's life worlds and lived experiences, from drought to hunger, from migration to mild critiques of colonial miseducation, and from starvation to other forms of deprivation. Even so, more similar to negritude than the Harlem Renaissance, Cabo Verdeanidad was limited by its intentional aim at readers well versed in colonial history and culture and, to make matters worse, it was essentially escapist, expressing an intense cultural alienation that did not in any way promote anti-colonial consciousness or decolonization, nonviolent or otherwise. Much like the early issues of Negritude's Presence Africaine, then, Cabo Verdeanidad's Claridade explored ethnic, racial, and cultural politics in a vacuum, as opposed to connecting the intersections and political economy of ethnicity, race, racism, and colonialism with the machinations of modern white supremacist capitalism. Araujo, 1966, Batalha, 2004. The first generation of Cabo Verdeanidad writers established their journal, Claridade, in the 1930s, but by the 1940s a new cohort of Cape Verdean writers founded the journal Certeza. The Certeza writers introduced two elements into Cape Verdean. Amilcar Cabral 229. Consciousness that foreshadowed the future emphasis on national liberation and national culture. The first element involved their critical calling into question of Portuguese colonialism in Cape Verde and an unswerving emphasis on the necessity for political action, though not necessarily decolonization as later conceived by Cabral and his revolutionary nationalist comrades. For these writers, Marxism rather than neorealism provided their theoretical framework and political orientation. The second element, connected in several ways to the first, revolved around this group's stress on returning Cape Verdeans to the source of their history, culture, and struggle, Africa. As we have witnessed with the writers of the Cabo Verdeanidad movement, at this time most Cape Verdeans understood themselves to be Europeans, and the Cape Verdean archipelago Portugal's most prized overseas islands. The Certeza writers went beyond the Claridade collective by unequivocally emphasizing their African ancestry and long-standing connections with continental African history, culture, and struggle. Ironically, Cabral had completed his studies and had left Cape Verde by the time this new movement was underway. However, he did keep track of it from abroad, and noted that it had the potential to lead to anti-colonial consciousness and an openness to nationalist ideas. In the autumn of 1945, at the age of 21, Cabral trekked to Portugal to pursue a 5-year course of study at the Agronomy Institute at the Technical University of Lisbon. He attended university on a scholarship provided by the Cape Verdean branch of Casa dos Estudiantes do Imperio, CEI, the House of Students from the Empire, a colonial government-financed social development center for students from Portugal's colonies. His scholarship remitted his tuition and supplied him with a very modest stipend of 500 escudos, which was later increased to 750 escudos. His meager stipend was, of course, not enough to live on, so Cabral tutored and took various odd jobs to supplement his income, all the while consistently maintaining the highest marks of his class. Even in light of all of this, Cabral found the time to participate in university affairs, metropolitan politics, and sundry extracurricular activities, most notably, the Radio Club de Cabo Verde, the Radio Club of Cape Verde, Comissão Nacional para Defensa do Paz, CNDP, the National Commission for the Defense of Peace, Lisbon's Maritime Center and Africa House, the Center for African Studies, CA, Movimento Anticolonialista, MAC, the Anti-Colonial Movement, and, Comite de Liberação dos Territórios Africanos sob o Domínio Português, CLDASP, the Committee for the Liberation of Territories under Portuguese Domination, among others. Indeed, Cabral was a multidimensional student activist, though an extremely cautious one. Dada, 1993, contends that Cabral may have stayed clear of subversive politics, largely for cautionary reasons, perhaps for fear of losing his scholarship or being hounded by the Portuguese secret police, Policia Internacional para a Defensa do Estado, PIDE, the International Police for the Defense of the State, the very same secret police who would, 2 decades after he earned his degree in agricultural engineering, mercilessly assassinate him, p. 141. Perhaps Cabral sensed his imminent future fate, but, even still, harassed and hounded by the Portuguese secret police, he managed to graduate at the top of his class on March 27, 1952. This was a real feat, especially considering the fact that he was the only student of African origin in his cohort. Out of the 220 students who began the rigorous 5-year course of study with Cabral, only 22 were awarded degrees as agronomists, or agricultural engineers. 236. One of the students with which Cabral developed a lasting rapport was Maria Helena Rodrigues, a silviculturist who was born in Chaves, northern Portugal. One of only 20 women admitted in Cabral's initial cohort of 220 students, Rodrigues and Cabral became study partners and, after earning their degrees, husband and wife. With his studies completed and a new wife by his side, Cabral applied for a position in the Portuguese civil service and was ranked as the best candidate, but was denied the post because he was black. Cabral, 2003, p. 39. This insult served as a yet another reminder that Portuguese colonialism was inextricable from Portuguese racism. He then did what so many colonial subjects are forced to do when their dreams of escaping the hardships of their colonized homelands have been dashed. He returned to his native land convinced that he could make a special contribution to its development. In a word, he was doggedly determined to decolonize Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Cabral gained employment as a Grade II agronomist with the Provincial Department of Agricultural and Forestry Services of Guinea at the Estacio Experimental de Pesub, a research complex not far from Bissau. He was second in command and, from all the reports, seems to have thrown himself into a Lisbon-based Ministry for Overseas Territories commissioned agricultural census of Guinea-Bissau. It was through this massive undertaking that Cabral became intimately familiar with the people and land in whose interest he would soon wage a protracted people's war for national liberation. He began the study in late 1953, traveling more than 60,000 kilometers, and collecting data from approximately 2,248 peasants. By December 1954 he presented he and his team's findings to the colonial authorities. The report was subsequently published in 1956 as a 200-page document. It featured statistics and analysis pertaining to Guinea-Bissau's agricultural demography, which the colonial government promised the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization it would use to better grapple with droughts and famine, among other issues, besetting Guinea-Bissau. Cabral was afforded considerable expertise carrying out the agricultural census. In fact, Cabral goes so far to contend that, FU 20th century revolutionary and guerrilla leaders were in the enviable position of having such a specialized and detailed knowledge of the country in which they proposed to launch a people's war, p. 53. Along with his work for the colonial government, Cabral made many political contacts with both Cape Verdeans and Guinea-Bissauans. Many initially outright rejected his ideas on decolonization, but after he discursively provided examples, often empirical and irrefutable evidence, example disenfranchisement, deprivation, starvation, lack of education, and violent government repression, and usually over a prolonged period of time, i.e., usually several weeks or months, they were persuaded to seriously contemplate radical political alternatives, solutions to the problem, of Portuguese colonialism. It is here that Cabral excelled, clandestinely making contacts with civil servants and entrepreneurs, as well as urban workers, peasants, and villagers. Initially, Cabral was open to using every available legal means of bringing about an end to Portuguese colonialism. To this end, in 1954 he formed a sports, recreational and cultural club for local youngsters with the ultimate aim of using it as a front to promote nationalism, political education, and anti-colonial consciousness raising, as had been successfully done in British and French Africa. For instance, after a game of football, Cabral and his colleagues would retire to a more private Amilcar Cabral 231 place supposedly to discuss how each player could improve their skills. What really took place were intense and eye-opening discussions about African history, culture, and struggle, and the nefarious nature of Portuguese colonialism and racism. The club and its secret meetings gained considerable notoriety in and around Bissau and, as a result, were insidiously infiltrated by the Portuguese secret police's informers and swiftly terminated on government orders. Consequently, Cabral was forced to leave Guinea-Bissau and permanently banned from residing there again. He petitioned for, and was granted, annual visits to briefly see his mother and other family members. At this point the die was cast, and Cabral let go of any lingering hope that Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau could be liberated using the constitutional or legal decolonization path. It was, therefore, on one of his colonial government-sanctioned visits to Guinea-Bissau on September 19, 1956 that Cabral, Luís Cabral, his brother, Aristides Pereira, Fernando Fortes, Julio de Almeida and Elisu Turpin founded the Partido Africano de Independencia e União dos Povos de Guiné-Cabo Verde, PAIUPC, the African Party for the Independence and Unity of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Later the name was slightly altered to Partido Africano de Independencia de Guiné-Cabo Verde, PAIGC, the African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Over the next 17 years of his life, Amilcar Cabral would not only bring Portuguese colonialism to its knees and lead the people of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde to national liberation, but he would also reconstruct and redefine what it means to be a revolutionary nationalist and revolutionary humanist. Though there are many who argue that Cabral was not necessarily a theorist, and more a guerrilla leader and military strategist whose work is confined to the national liberation struggle of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, in what follows I challenge these assertions and illustrate several of the ways in which Cabral's intellectual life and political legacy contribute to radical politics and critical social theory, Africana and otherwise. Under Portuguese colonialism, Cabral contended, 1979, Africans live on a subhuman standard little or no better than serfs in their own country, p. 17. He went further to poignantly explain. After the slave trade, armed conquest, and colonial wars, there came the complete destruction of the economic and social structure of African society. The next phase was European occupation and ever-increasing European immigration into these territories. The lands and possessions of the Africans were looted. The Portuguese sovereignty tax was imposed, and so were compulsory crops for agricultural produce, forced labor, the export of African workers, and total control of the collective and individual life of Africans, either by persuasion or violence. p. 17. Cabral was convinced, in light of his lived experiences and through empirical investigation, that colonial domination chronically exacerbated by the crises of, internal to, and created by, the global imperial system held the great majority of humanity in subhuman states. On these grounds, as noted above, he participated in the founding of the PAIGC and, as its undisputed leader, subsequently led the national liberation struggle in his native land, until he was assassinated by the Portuguese secret police on January 20, 1973. Portuguese colonialism, contended Cabral, 1972, robbed the people of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde of their most elementary rights and had created and con. 232-6. Tribute to misery, ignorance, and suffering of every kind, p. 77. Thus, on this account, colonial domination should and would be opposed by any and all available means to the colonized population. In this regard, Cabral considered the struggle of the people of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde a direct heir to the revolutionary histories and cultures of freedom-fighting colonized peoples the world over, stating, "Today, in taking up arms to liberate ourselves, in following the example of other peoples who have taken up arms to liberate themselves, we want to return to our history, on our own feet, by our own means and through our own sacrifices, p. 78. As it was with Dubois, James, and Fanon, history for Cabral was essentially a cultural compass, which provided particular groups experiencing and enduring particular and peculiar racial and colonial circumstances with guidance and directions with respect to their decolonized destiny. Colonialism, according to Cabral, 1979, is the negation of the historical process of the dominated people, and the national liberation struggle symbolizes and signals the colonized people's conscious return to their own history. P. 141, my emphasis. This is, of course, one of the reasons Cabral consistently admonished African, among other racially colonized, people to return to the source, or sources, of their own history, culture, and struggle, see Cabral, 1973, and, especially the soon-to-be-discussed identity and dignity in the context of the national liberation struggle, pages 57 to 69. Similar to César's return, Cabral's return is also critical and, if properly explicated, has extremely promising and profound insights and implications for an Africana, or any other, critical theory of contemporary society. In this chapter I shall explore and explicate the thought of Amilcar Cabral for its contributions to critical theory, extremely important, albeit often overlooked, contributions which conceptualize and earnestly attempt to think through the borderlines and boundaries between, and the dialectics at play in, various stages of underdevelopment and development, tradition and modernity, and nationalism and humanism in racial colonial and racist capitalist societies. The chapter will commence with a critical engagement of Cabral's concept, of colonialism and emphasis on the importance of ideology and concrete philosophy. Then, it engages the unique ways in which he synthesized radical theory with revolutionary praxis, or, rather, revolutionary nationalism with guerrilla warfare. Next, analysis is given to his thesis of return to the source and the importance and inextricability of national history and national culture in his distinctive conceptions of national liberation and the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and re-Africanization. Finally, the chapter concludes with a brief assessment and interpretation of some of the deficiencies of Cabral's contributions to the new critical theory of the 21st century. Toward an Africana philosophy of praxis. Cabral, Critical Theory, Concrete Philosophy, and the End of Neo-Colonialism. If we do not forget the historical perspectives of the major events in the life of humanity, if while maintaining due respect for all philosophies, we do not forget that the world is the creation of man himself, then colonialism can be considered as the paralysis or deviation or even the halting of the history of one people in favor of the acceleration of the historical development of other peoples. Amilcar Cabral, Revolution in Guinea, p. 76. Amilcar Cabral 233. In this single, far-seeing sentence Amilcar Cabral set down his conception of colonialism for prosperity. Although he did not present his critical theory in any discursive or systematic manner, Cabral's corpus is shot through with critical comments on colonialism, capitalism, racism, and other forms of imperial domination. Our discussion will begin by laying bare Cabral's conception of colonialism, and then we will explore and critically engage his collapse of the crude and artificial dichotomy and distinction made between colonialism and capitalism, especially when racism is factored into both. In Cabral's view, both of these world systems represent, that is to say, they chronically present humanity again and again with greater, more and more massive forms of imperialism. At the heart of Cabral's critical theory is an implicit critique of domination and a theory of liberation, and this is precisely what brings his thought in line with other forms of critical theory. Kellner, 1989, p.1. However, the foci of Cabral's critical theory and concrete philosophy are not so much the dilemmas and dialectics of domination and liberation in advanced industrial, Marcuse, 1964, developed, Habermas, 1984, 1987a, and or techno-capitalist, Kellner, 1989, societies, but the downtrodden, deprived, and dominated, in a word, the wretched of the earth wherever they exist, whether in capitalist or colonial societies. Cabral challenges conventional critical theory in the sense that his critical theory is not quarantined to the life worlds and lived experiences of white workers in capitalist societies. Much more, his thought was simultaneously revolutionary nationalist and revolutionary humanist. For instance, it was Amilcar Cabral, 1972, who said in his opening address at the plenary session at the Second Conference of the Nationalist Organizations of the Portuguese Colonies, CONP, held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, on October 5, 1965. Our national liberation struggle has a great significance both for Africa and for the world. We are in the process of proving that peoples such as ours, economically backward, living sometimes almost naked in the bush, not knowing how to read or write, not having even the most elementary knowledge of modern technology, are capable, by means of their sacrifices and efforts, of beating an enemy who is not only more advanced from a technological point of view but also supported by the powerful imperial forces of world imperialism. Thus, before the world and before Africa, we ask, were the Portuguese right when they claimed that we were uncivilized peoples, peoples without culture? We ask, what is the most striking manifestation of civilization and culture if not that shown by a people which takes up arms to defend its right to life, to progress, to work and to happiness? We, the national liberation movements joined in the CONP, should be conscious of the fact that our armed struggle is only one aspect of the general struggle of the oppressed against imperialism, of man's struggle for dignity, freedom, and progress. We should consider ourselves as soldiers, often anonymous, but soldiers of humanity in the vast front of the struggle in Africa today. p. 79. Based on the foregoing, it can be clearly seen that Cabral's critical theory is at its core a global theory. Where Eurocentric critical theory claims to be a global theory, Kellner, 1989, but focuses exclusively on problems which pertain to advanced industrial, developed, and/or techno-capitalist societies, Africana critical theory, following Cabral's example, transverses the colonialist/capitalist divide and n. 234-6. Gauges the world as it actually exists, p. 48. As the world actually exists, it is an imperial world, a world where one human group doggedly attempts to dominate all other human groups, where one human culture and civilization is acknowledged and exalted as the only authentic human culture and civilization, where one people's history is considered the history of humanity in toto. 3. Cabral's critical theory contests and combats not only global imperialism, but also Eurocentric critical theory. It emphasizes and accentuates the ways in which African and other non-European colonized people who more often than not have never received training in political science or political philosophy, return to the sources of their history and culture and simultaneously draw from and contribute to the rich resources of not only their own distinct political traditions and political cultures, but global political traditions and cultures. Cabral's critical theory encompasses and considers both colonialism and capitalism, which is why he consistently stressed the fact that the national liberation struggle is not merely against Portuguese colonialists, or white people, or any of their colonized African agents. More, the struggles and emancipatory efforts of colonized and alienated people, those folk who defiantly refuse reification, must ever be against the imperial global system which promotes the destruction and degradation of human beings, their histories and heritages, their cultures and civilizations, and their lives and lands. For to struggle against global imperialism is to understand and believe, as Cabral, 1979, asserted, in self-determination for all peoples, and that each people must choose their destiny, and take it into their own hands, p. 63. 5. Cabral clearly understood that the national liberation struggle of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau was not a struggle against the Portuguese, repeatedly reminding his comrades, "We do not confuse exploitation or exploiters with the color of men's skins, we do not want any exploitation in our countries, not even by black people," p. 80. That is why he constantly reiterated that the ultimate question of the national liberation struggle was not only a question of revolutionary decolonization and complete liberation, but also one of genuine progress for our people, p. 76. Cabral's critical theory is vigilant and strives to critique and, if need be, crush anyone and anything that might harm or hinder human beings democratically developing to their highest and fullest potential. His critical theory is also a social and historical theory and, in that sense, understands that there are no boundaries or parameters that have been set once and for all space and time on what can or cannot be achieved by a human group, or human being, under or enduring any type of situation or circumstance. History's pages are dotted with the dogged deeds of the dominated, rising and revolting, rescuing and reclaiming their place on the stage, and often at the center, of human history. History, as with culture, is an assertion of human agency and dignity, and this Cabral knew well, as he stressed the importance of historical knowledge, audaciously asserting, "Struggle is a normal condition of all living creatures in the world. All are in struggle, all struggle. Everyone must struggle. Our struggle is not and cannot be mere words but action, and we must really struggle. The struggle is not a debate nor verbiage, whether written or spoken. Struggle is daily action against ourselves and against the enemy, action which changes and grows each day so as to take all the necessary forms to chase the Portuguese colonialists out of our land." Pages 31, 43, 65, 64, 65. Amilcar Cabral 235. Observe that Cabral conceded that the neo-colonized must daily or each day struggle against ourselves and the enemy. This means, then, that our struggle, our assertion of our agency, dignity, culture, and history cannot and must not be merely against European and/or European American imperialists, but must also be waged against our own internal enemies, p. 76. That is, those enemies in our own countries and governments, in our local communities and schools, in our churches and mosques, and even, if truth be told, in our own heads and hearts. We must be willing each and every day to confront and combat imperialism and imperialists. To not be willing to do so is to fool ourselves, and to attempt to pray or wish away a concrete, actually existing, problem that has plagued humanity for more than 500 years. People of color, and especially people of African descent, have attempted to pray and/or wish away imperialism for so long that Cabral unapologetically contended. It is not a question of wishing, p. 48. Quite the contrary, armed with a critical consciousness, a critical theory, and an extremely concrete philosophy of praxis, Cabral waged a war, not only against Portuguese colonialism, but against imperialism in all its forms. 6. The ultimate objective of Africana critical theory, employing and applying Cabral as a major point of departure, is to chase imperialism again, in all its forms out of colonized lands, and perhaps more importantly, out of colonized lives. 7. In self-reflexively acknowledging our internal enemies, Cabral's critical theory refuses to be reduced to a biologically determined or racial essentialist position. It is not, and has never been, for Cabral or Africana critical theory, a question of biology, physiology, or phenotype. 8. Cabral openly acknowledged that there were whites or Portuguese people who were willing, and actually did contribute, positively and progressively, to the national liberation struggle of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, p. 34. Which is, of course, why he said, "We do not confuse exploitation or exploiters with the color of men's skins. We do not want any exploitation in our countries, not even by black people," p. 80. Here he sidestepped what Cornel West, 1993, in Race Matters, was wont to term the pitfalls of racial reasoning, pages 21 to 32. Cabral was in line with West's assertion that racial reasoning should be replaced by moral reasoning. 9. And, for all the issues that one could, and many do, have with West's essay, he makes a very good point when he writes that it is necessary to understand the black freedom struggle not as an affair of skin pigmentation and racial phenotype but rather as a matter of ethical principles and wise politics, p. 25. 10. Surely Cabral exemplifies ethical principles and wise politics when he admonished his comrades to be chronically and critically cognizant of the fact that they were participants, reluctant soldiers, if you will, in the general struggle of the oppressed against imperialism, 1972, p. 79, when he stated that the significance of our struggle is not only in respect of colonialism, it is also in respect of ourselves, 1979, p. 33, when he chided and charged, let us not put all the blame on the colonialists. There is also exploitation of our folk by our own folk, 1979, p. 54, and lastly, when he prefigured Cornel West's coalition politics by addressing and stressing the importance of alliances and coalitions. 11. Cabral communicated the conundrum as follows: if we want to serve our land, our party, our people, we must accept everyone's help. No struggle can be waged without an alliance, without al. 236-6. Lies. If we demand solidarity with us from other peoples, we must show solidarity with them as well, pages 62, 80, 81. Many have misread Cabral. His critical theory is certainly against colonial domination, but it is also, and at certain points perhaps more so, against racial oppression and capitalist exploitation. He was well aware that he and his comrades could spend the bulk of their lives fighting against one form of colonialism only to be reinscribed and caught in the quagmires of another new form of colonialism. 12. Hence, this is precisely the reason within the realm of Cabral's critical theory that world imperialism is the ultimate enemy, not merely colonialism on the African continent, or capitalism in Europe or America. He somberly, but sternly stated, "Let us go forward, weapons in hand. Let us prepare ourselves to, each day, and be vigilant, so as not to allow a new form of colonialism to be established in our countries, so as not to allow in our countries any form of imperialism, so as not to allow neocolonialism, already a cancerous growth in certain parts of Africa and of the world, to reach our own countries." Cabral, 1972, p. 85. Cabral's critical theory is a global and historical theory insofar as it attempts to provide answers to the most pressing problems of the modern epoch, problems which continue to plague us in the 21st century. It seeks to offer an outline of cultural, social, and political development and the ways in which the vicissitudes of colonialism and capitalism historically have and continue currently to structure and influence world culture and civilization, and human thought and behavior. Cabral's critical theory is, ultimately, aimed at the complete destruction and revolutionary replacement of the imperial world system, with new forms of government and social organizations that would perpetually promote democratic socialist global coexistence. For Cabral, the anti-colonial national liberation struggles of African people are part and parcel of global struggles against imperialism. He situated African anti-colonial struggles in a global and historical context and reminded his comrades, once again, why they were fighting. When speaking of our struggle, we should not isolate it from the totality of the phenomena which have characterized the life of humanity, in particular Africa since the Second World War. We must state openly that equally if not more so, it is the concrete conditions of the life of our people, misery, ignorance, suffering of every kind, the complete negation of our most elementary rights which have dictated our firm position against Portuguese colonialism and, consequently, against all injustice in the world. Cabral, 1972, pages 76-77. Cabral's critical theory, in addition, can be considered concrete philosophy because it seeks to grasp and grapple with the concrete conditions of the life of our people. These concrete conditions of our people, according to Cabral, have not been brought about by God, neither by natural catastrophe, nor by the people themselves, but have come from other real, live people, men and women of flesh, blood, and bones who have sought and, often, succeeded in negating the cultures and civilizations, the histories and heritages of African and other racially colonized people. 13. Moreover, Cabral's critical theory is a form of concrete philosophy insofar as it seeks to deal with the urgent issues of the existing individual and her or his. Amilcar Cabral 237. Current cultural, social, political, and material milieu. As concrete philosophy, Cabral's critical theory is revolutionary in the sense that it attempted to go the roots of the phenomena, place it under critical consideration for radical alteration, and then, if need be, transform it in the best interest of struggling local and global populations. Colonialism and capitalism, comprehended as interconnected imperial world systems, are to be opposed because they create human alienation and reification, and unleash forces which stand against, above, and between persons, which, once present, subject all forms, feelings, views and values of self and society under their absolutely administered domination. 14. Cabral's critical theory registers as a concrete philosophy, also, insofar as it seeks simultaneously to provide critical knowledge of the existing society and become a force in its revolutionary transformation. A concrete philosophy requires a radical break with the abstractness of academic and/or traditional philosophy, and a dialectical deconstruction and reconstruction of philosophy towards its practical potentialities and possibilities. It seeks to eschew much of what the analytical philosophers term philosophy, in favor of real, actually existing, problems, of real, actually existing, people, in the real, actually existing, world. It searches for the causes of human suffering, and points to and provides ways in which human suffering and social misery may be ameliorated and abolished. Concrete philosophy, further, seeks to inspire and engage actually existing individuals in the emancipatory efforts of their time and circumstances, and create a critical consciousness that places the premium on the noblest desire of any philosophy or form of knowledge, the unity of ideas and action, theory and praxis, words and deeds. Armed with a critical theory and a concrete philosophy, Amilcar Cabral turned to the colonial world system and humbly vowed not to rest until the last vestige of colonial violence and domination had been eradicated from his native land and the world. In order to alter a specific reality, or series of social, political, economic, and cultural conditions, Cabral contended that it was necessary to obtain an intimate knowledge of those conditions. He stated, "Anyone who leads a struggle like ours, who bears responsibility in a struggle like ours, has to understand gradually what concrete reality is. We need to know the reality of our land, reality in all aspects, of all kinds, so that we shall be able to guide the struggle, in general and in particular." Cabral, 1979, pages 58, 62. Here, Cabral best explicates why his thought can be characterized as a concrete philosophy, because its points of departure are consistently the concrete conditions, 1972, pages 77, and the concrete reality, 1979, pages 58, of a particular people, those of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, engaged in a specific struggle against global imperialism. Cabral, 1979, further corroborates these contentions with the weighted words, "So we form part of a specific reality, namely Africa struggling against imperialism, against racism, and against colonialism. If we do not bear this in mind, we could make many mistakes." p. 48. To avoid unnecessary efforts and sacrifices, the many mistakes mentioned above, Cabral was consistent in his position that the dominated always, first, know our reality and, second, start out from that reality to wage the struggle, pages 50, 44. It is with this understanding that Cabral confronted the specific form of imperialism that cancerously controlled his native land, colonialism. In a position paper variously titled The Weapon of Theory, in Revolution in Guinea 1972, pp. 238-6. 90-111, and the presuppositions and objectives of national liberation in relation to social structure, in Unity and Struggle 1979, pages 119-137, Cabral, 1979, identified two specific forms of colonialism. 1. Direct domination by means of a political power made up of agents foreign to the dominated people, armed forces, police, administrative agents, and settlers, which is conventionally called classical colonialism or colonialism. 2. Indirect domination by means of political power made up mainly or completely of native agents, which is conventionally called neocolonialism. p. 128, emphasis in original. According to Cabral, when and where direct domination or classical colonialism is the issue, then, the social structure of the dominated people, at whatever stage in their historical and cultural development, are more than likely to suffer the following experiences. A. Total destruction, generally accompanied by immediate or gradual elimination of the aboriginal population and consequent replacement by an exotic population. B. Partial destruction, generally accompanied by more or less intensive settlement by an exotic population. C. Ostensible preservation, brought about by confining the aboriginal society to areas or special reserves generally offering no means of living and accompanied by massive implantation of an exotic population. p. 128. Situation, A, of course, applies to the indigenous populations of the United States of America, Australia, and many islands of the Caribbean Sea. Circumstances, B, and C, are applicable to the populations of Africa, India, Central and South America, and Canada, among other non-European peoples, cultures, and civilizations. Cabral's critical theory, in contradistinction to Eurocentric or Frankfurt School critical theory, seeks to describe, criticize, and offer alternatives to imperialism as a world system, and not merely engage an aspect of imperialism, such as capitalism, though, his critical theory does acknowledge that capitalism is an indelible part of modern, world historical imperialism. Colonialism and capitalism are two sides of the same coin, and the Africana critical theorists discussed in the previous chapters, among others, constantly struggled to radically alter the world, and their specific life worlds, based upon this crucial comprehension. Africana critical theory deconstructs and deviates from European and European American critical theory insofar as European and European American critical theory are, and have consistently shown themselves to be, concerned almost exclusively with the socio-historical transformation and the transition from one stage of capitalist development to another. Kellner, 1989, p. 51. European and European American critical theory are purportedly motivated by an interest in relating theory to politics and an interest in the emancipation of those who are oppressed and dominated. p. 1, yet it does not offer a single concrete alternative and or salvageable solution to what has been variously dubbed by Africana critical theorists and Dubois, 1985a, p. 235, and Fanon, 1968, p. 40, in particular the colonial problem. Amilcar Cabral 239. Imperialism is the foci of Africana critical theory, and comprehended in our contemporary context it includes not merely capitalism and colonialism, but racism, sexism, and heterosexism, i.e., discrimination based upon one's sexual preferences or sexual orientation. Cabral, 1979, correctly contended that the impact of imperialism on the historical process of the dominated people is paralysis, stagnation, even in some cases, regression, in that process. p. 128. By denying the dominated people their distinct historical process, their right to constant, human/e, being/becoming which every human group must be free to decide and develop in their own best interests, imperial domination violently intervenes and interrupts the culture and civilization, the history and heritage, of the subject/subjugated people. 15. It retards their development and has deep ramifications in both the public and the private spheres of the dominated people's lives, and, seemingly unbeknownst to many, imperialism, by its very nature, intensifies and increases with every passing second, minute, hour, day, month, year, etc. The colonial problem, which is nothing other than a euphemism for the global imperial problem, asphyxiates the culture and civilization of the aboriginal population. It suspends, if not outright destroys, the mode of production indigenous to particular lands and particular peoples, and as a result forces the said people into accepting, whether consciously or unconsciously, the cultural concepts and categories, the social and political models and modes of existence, of imperial power, and populations. Cabral confirmed. The principal characteristic, common to every kind of imperialist domination, is the denial of the historical process of the dominated people by means of violent usurpation of the freedom of the process of development of the productive forces. Now, in a given society, the level of development of the productive forces and the system of social utilization of these forces, system of ownership, determine the mode of production. In our view, the mode of production, whose contradictions are manifested with more or less intensity through class struggle, is the principal factor in the history of any human whole, and the level of productive forces is the true and permanent motive force of history. p. 141, emphasis in original. In this sense, then, imperialism, the violent combination of capitalism and colonialism in an ever-oppressing, and on an ever-increasing global scale, is a complex series with several slants: physical and material domination, cultural and linguistic domination, political and economic domination, and the asphyxiation and or absolute decimation of the dominated people's capacity for agency, and their possibilities and potentialities for making history. In arguing that the mode of production, instead of the orthodox Marxist contention of class struggle, is the true and permanent motive force of history, Cabral distinguished his critical theory from those of Marx and his disciples. To his credit, Cabral did not simply integrate Marxist theory into his anti-imperialist critical theory, much more, he radically extended and expanded it and, in incredibly innovative ways, deconstructed and reconstructed it to speak to the special needs and struggles of Africa and its diaspora, all the while keeping in mind something that he was fond of reiterating to his European, and often extremely Eurocentric, Marxist comrades: Marx did not write about Africa. And, it is extremely important to observe, Cabral did all of this with 246. Out in any way disqualify the progressive ways in which Marxism or Marxist-Leninism had been used in other countries and contexts, and on other continents. Cabral's coupling of the weapon of theory with revolutionary praxis, critically modifying, without repudiating, Marxism, dialectical and historical materialism, nationalism and humanism. Marxism is not a religion. And Marx did not write about Africa. Amilcar Cabral, Our People Are Our Mountains, Amilcar Cabral on Guinean Revolution, pages 21-22. See Urton Crucial Phenomena of the Modern World: Nationalism, Racism, Gender Oppression, Homophobia, Ecological Devastation have not been adequately understood by Marxist theorists. Cornel West, The Ethical Dimensions of Marxist Thought, pxxiii. Much has been misunderstood with regard to Cabral's radical theory and revolutionary praxis. He has often been read as a Marxist, but that interpretation betrays the fact that he consistently counseled colonized and other people struggling against racial oppression and capitalist exploitation to start from their own reality and be realists. Cabral, 1979, p. 44. He knew well that what Marx, Lenin, Mao, Min, Guevara, and Castro may have attempted or actually accomplished in their respective times and circumstances, he was a different kind of revolutionary leader, leading a different type of revolutionary party and struggle, and enduring extremely different conditions, conditions which none of the aforementioned had ever even dared to consider for more than a mere passing moment. Patrick Chabal, 1983a, relates, Cabral consistently rejected the view that other models of development could be followed in Guinea, p. 181. Cabral comprehended, as Cornel West, 1991, would almost 2 decades later, the necessity of rethinking and reinterpreting the insights of the Marxist tradition and or any supposed radical theory in the light of new circumstances and situations, pxxvi. Although Cabral was never as wedded to Marxist theory as West was wont to be, I believe that he, Dubois, James, Césaire, Senghor, Fanon, and a whole host of anti-imperialist intellectual activists would agree with West when he writes, certain crucial phenomena of the modern world, nationalism, racism, gender oppression, homophobia, ecological devastation, have not been adequately understood by Marxist theorists, pxxiii. Cabral may be read more as a materialist than a Marxist for the exact reasons, homophobia withstanding, that West lists above. 16. Consequently, it is for these reasons that I view Cabral as a critical theorist as opposed to a Marxist, because his thought and actions explicitly and emphatically transcend the realm of Marxist theory and praxis. To argue that Cabral was a Marxist, in many respects, conceptually incarcerates him and his critical theory and revolutionary praxis within the Eurocentric world of Marxism. He collapsed and contributed concepts and categories to Marxist and other purportedly radical discourses that have yet to be fully analyzed. Amilcar Cabral 241. And appreciated, let alone applied. Moreover, radicalism, it should be strongly stressed, is not synonymous neither in the modern nor the supposed postmodern moment with Marxism and/or Marxist-derived discourses. Cabral consistently challenged this and, in so doing, drew from those elements of Marxism, among other radical and revolutionary theory, that he understood to be most useful in the national liberation struggle of the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Similar to Fanon, Cabral did not have any direct connections to the Communist or Socialist Party. But, to a significantly greater extent than Fanon, Cabral was in a deeper critical dialogue with the Marxist tradition and openly espoused his belief in the superiority of materialist analysis, the problematics of applying the class struggle model to Africa, Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau in specific, and his contention that the mode of production, not class struggle, was the major determinant and the true motive force of history. Primarily employing Cabral's classic essays, The Weapon of Theory and Brief Analysis of the Social Structure in Guinea, this section will accentuate his almost utterly instrumental relationship with Marxism, and Marxist-Leninism, as well as the ways in which he innovatively deconstructed and reconstructed Marxism and synthesized it with several other theoretical traditions to make several seminal contributions, not merely to Marxism, or Marxist-Leninism, but, equally, if not more importantly, to Africana critical theory. At first issue is Cabral's unique utilization of historical and dialectical materialism. Cabral's method may be said to be materialist, as opposed to idealist, in the sense that it seeks to engage and alter, through the act of revolution, the concrete conditions and the concrete reality of his social, political, historical, and cultural coordinate. As an anti-colonial and anti-racist materialist, Cabral was not concerned with adherence to, and did not feel compelled to consider, any orthodox principles or tenets Marxist or otherwise. In fact, it is when and where he adds an anti-colonial and anti-racist dimension to his materialist analysis that Cabral's conception of critical theory betrays, perhaps more so than any other aspect, the plausibility of his theory being read as revolutionary materialism rather than mere Eurocentric Marxism. Materialists are usually hostile to metaphysical systems, absolutism, and all foundationalist theories that attempt to discover the basis for knowledge. 17. As the Frankfurt School critical theorist, Max Horkheimer, 1972, correctly observed in Materialism and Metaphysics, the views which a materialist holds at a given moment are not dictated by any unchanging metaphysical theses, but rather by the tasks which at any given period are to be mastered with the help of the theory. Thus, for example, criticism of a dogma of religious faith may, at a particular time and place, play a decisive role within the complex of materialist views, while under other circumstances such criticism may be unimportant. Today the knowledge of the movements and tendencies affecting society as a whole is immensely important for materialist theory, but in the 18th century the need for knowledge of the social totality was overshadowed by questions of epistemology, of natural science, and of politics. Pages 20 to 21, 18. Idealist views aim at justification, and are usually advanced by ruling race, gender, or class elites and ideologues to affirm ruling race, gender, or class interests. Whilst materialist theories aim at explanation with reference to, actually existing, material. 242-6. Conditions and social constructions, which should, currently, include race, gender, class, sexuality, and other specific historical and cultural coordinates and conditions. Africana critical theory connects with Frankfurt School critical theory in the sense that both understand that, materialism is not interested in a worldview or in the souls of men and women. It is concerned with changing the concrete conditions under which humans suffer and in which, of course, their souls must be stunted. This concern may be comprehended historically and psychologically, it cannot be grounded in general principles, p. 32. Cabral's critical theory can be considered revolutionary materialist as opposed to simply Marxist theory because it is concerned with human suffering and with transforming the material conditions and social constructions, such as race, that prompt and promote unprecedented human suffering and social misery. 19. The main point of revolutionary materialist analysis is to produce more humane forms of co-existence among human beings, and human beings with nature, and a rational, democratic socialist society. It is, moreover, an analysis which assumes that the wretchedness of our own time is connected with the structure of society. Social theory therefore forms the main content of contemporary materialism, p. 24. Unlike much of European and European American critical theory, which maintains that the fundamental historical role of economic relations is characteristic of the materialist position, Africana critical theory, and Cabral's contributions in particular, reject simplistic forms of economic determinism. Horkheimer, 1972, p. 25, Chabal, 1983a, p. 182. 20. For Cabral, as with Antonio Gramsci in the European tradition of critical theory, ideology and culture are of prime importance alongside economic issues and, as with George Lukács of the European tradition, Cabral, 1979, admonished and asserted that none of the parts are to be privileged over the whole, we must at all times see the part and the whole, p. 47, my emphasis. 21. Africana critical theory employing Cabral's contributions as a point of departure moreover, refocuses, historicizes, politicizes and, dare I say, materializes Africana philosophy. It transcends the narrow confines of abstract, academic philosophy, in blackface, or otherwise, and concedes with Lucius Outlaw, 1983a, when he asserts that anything that is wont to be termed black, African, African American, or Africana philosophy, needs to be grounded in the historical struggles of African peoples, in particular, and in the wider struggles of peoples for more reasonable forms of existence, in general, p. 65, see also Outlaw, 1983b, 1983c, 1983d. As a materialist social theory, Africana critical theory focuses on actually existing human needs and suffering, the ways in which hegemonic historical and cultural conditions produce suffering, and impede the changes necessary to eliminate human suffering and enable human liberation and social transformation. An emancipatory effort and project such as Africana critical theory requires, and is rooted in, classical and contemporary, critical social theory to the extent that the forementioned theory enables Africana critical theorists to engage and alter the cultural, economic, social, and political problems of their present age. With this understanding, Africana critical theory agrees with Horkheimer, 1972, when he asserted, if materialist theory is an aspect of efforts to improve the human situation, it inevitably opposes every attempt to reduce social problems to second place, p. 26. Diverging, however, from European and European American critical theory, Africana critical theory comprehends that it is not merely social problems that must be addressed, but also social constructions, such as race. Amilcar Cabral 243. Africana critical theory begs to differ with Marx and Engels, 1978, when they write in the opening lines of the Communist Manifesto, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles," p. 473. Africana critical theory, deeply historicized, knows, first, that as far back as the 15th century race struggles have also played a significant and determining part in world history as well. 1. Perhaps, need look no further than Du Bois' The Negro, 1915, Black Reconstruction, 1935, and The World and Africa, 1947, C.L.R. James's The Black Jacobins, 1938, and A History of Pan-African Revolt, 1938, César's Discourse on Colonialism, 1955, Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks, 1952, and The Wretched of the Earth, 1961, Cedric Robinson's Black Marxism, 2000, and An Anthropology of Marxism, 2001, Angela Davis Women, Race and Class, 1981, and Bell Hooks Ain't I a Woman, 1981. Secondly, Africana critical theory, unlike most Marxist discourse and contemporary European and European American critical theory, comprehends that it is not only race and class struggles that obstruct and impede the improvement of human life worlds and lived experiences. Surely gender and sexuality must be considered, amongst other areas and issues. If, indeed, Africana critical theory is to be a viable instrument in the arsenal of the emancipatory efforts of African people to improve human relations and situations, it inevitably must oppose every and any attempt to subvert race, gender, and sexuality, among other areas and issues, to a secondary position with respect to class struggles and economic exploitation. Moreover, Africana critical theory, at bottom a materialist social theory, must ever be marked by its staunch stance of solidarity with suffering human beings, past and present, without regard to their race, gender, class, sexual orientation, or religious affiliation. Africana critical theory comprehends again, in contradistinction to Marx, Engels, and most Marxists and Eurocentric critical theorists, that neither in the modern nor in the postmodern moment did, or do, human beings enter into class struggles, and suffer from economic misery, in a raceless, genderless, and or sexual orientation neutral vacuum. Quite the contrary, human beings as they actually exist may, indeed, have identity crises in connection with the fluctuations and mutations of capitalism and colonialism, but it is simultaneously unfathomable and untenable that upon the eradication of economic exploitation, if solved by some sort of socio-political panacea, say, socialism, racism, sexism, homophobia, and or heterosexism will come to an immediate and ultimate end. 22. Africana critical theory attempts to think through, and promote action that will eradicate, current cultural, social and political problems, and particularly, at present, racism, sexism, capitalism, colonialism, and homophobia and or heterosexism. Africana critical theory, therefore, is not only interested in social problems, but also, and often more so, in specific ideologies and social constructions of issues that, as exacerbated over the last 500 years, have led to, or caused, many of our past and present social problems. 23 social problems are, in many instances, the outcomes and effects of ideologies and social constructions. As they are understood in this way, Africana critical theory seeks to wrestle with the causes and the effects, as opposed to merely the effects, as it appears to be the case with much of European and European American critical theory. See Horkheimer, 1972, p. 26, of our past and present social problems. Africana critical theory, further, aims at deracinating social problems, going to their roots or, returning to the source, as Cabral. 244-6. 1973, would have it of the phenomena in order to critically assess and alter it. 24. As a distinct coupling of radical politics and history with philosophy and social theory, Africana critical theory spares no expense in discovering and describing past social constructions and present social problems in terms of how they were developed, how they are developing, and how they ought to be deconstructed and destroyed, and radically replaced with more multicultural, trans-ethnic, transgender, sexuality-sensitive and democratic socialist modes of human experience and human organization. It is in this sense, then, that Africana critical theory appropriates and applies the insights and experiences of Amilcar Cabral as definitive contributions to the construction of a new multicultural, trans-ethnic, transgender, and sexuality-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society. Cabral, again, was no mere Marxist thinker, and Patrick Chabal, 1983a, among others, has reminded us that he was loath to commit himself to any ideology or theory, p. 167. Therefore, it should be observed at the outset that Cabral, seemingly unbeknownst to many if not most of his critics, always refused to define himself in this way, i.e., as a Marxist, and on most occasions he avoided writing in such terms, p. 167. Taking this line of thought a little further, Chabal writes, Cabral was primarily a man of action. His political leadership is best understood by looking at what he did rather than what he said. His writings were essentially analyses of the events in which he was involved. They were not theories about, or into, abstract social or political questions. He did not view himself as a political theorist, although his writings obviously have theoretical relevance. He was loath to commit himself to any ideology or theory. The majority of his writings are party documents, and they reflect the very specific purpose and audience for which they were intended. p. 167. One of Cabral's most famous essays, The Weapon of Theory, lucidly reflects the very specific purpose and audience for which it was intended, but it also poignantly articulates his unapologetic and extremely innovative deconstruction and reconstruction of Marxist-Leninism to suit the needs of African national liberation struggles. Delivered before the Tricontinental Conference in Havana, Cuba in 1966, The Weapon of Theory quickly became one of Cabral's most widely cited texts, partly because in it he critically discussed the impact of imperialism on modern culture and civilization, demonstrated that in Africa colonialism is not only racial but inextricable from European and American capitalism, distinguished between colonialism and neocolonialism, noted the unique role of social classes in colonial and neocolonial societies, and, most importantly, debunked the widely held notion among European and European American Marxists that class struggle was the single and greatest determinant of historical development. With regard to this last and most pivotal point, Cabral's, 1979, Marxist heresy began on a rhetorical note and quickly gave way to an audacious and intellectual history-making assertion. DOE's history begin only from the moment of the launching of the phenomenon of class and, consequently, of class struggle? To reply in the affirmative would be to place outside of history the whole period of life of human groups from the discovery of hunting, and later of nomadic and sedentary agriculture, to cattle raising and to the private appropriation of land. It would also be to consider, and this we refuse to accept, that various human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America were living without history or out. Amilcar Cabral 245. Side history at the moment when they were subjected to the yoke of imperialism. Our refusal, based as it is on detailed knowledge of the socio-economic reality of our countries and on analysis of the process of development of the phenomenon of class as we saw earlier, leads us to conclude that if class struggle is the motive force of history, it is so in a specific historical period. This means that before the class struggle, and, necessarily, after the class struggle, since in this world there is no before without an after, some factor, or several factors, was and will be the motive force of history. We have no hesitation in saying that this factor in the history of each group is the mode of production, the level of productive forces and the system of ownership, characteristic of that group. But, as we have seen, the definition of class and class struggle are themselves the result of the development of productive forces in conjunction with the system of ownership of the means of production. It therefore seems permissible to conclude that the level of productive forces, the essential determinant of the content and form of class struggle, is the true and permanent motive force of history. p. 124 to 125, emphasis in original. In this passage, when Cabral writes of the productive forces and argues that they are the true and permanent motive force of history, he puts one of the distinct characteristics of his critical theory on display, namely, his dialectical deconstruction and reconstruction of central Marxist-Leninist concepts and categories. He borrowed the term productive forces from the Marxist-Leninist lexicon, but by it he meant much more than the relations and forces of production in a strictly economic sense, the very sense, or way in which most Marxist-Leninists have, of course, grossly misinterpreted him. Rather, when Cabral uses productive forces above, he is referring to all of the cultural, political, and economic resources through which the wretched of the earth, enter the open-ended process of their distinct historical development. Consequently, productive forces, as it is used here, encompasses much more than economic issues. It, in a word, represents the sum total of the ways in which, and the means through which, the wretched of the earth return to the sources of their history and culture, which was rudely interrupted by European colonialism and capitalism, not to mention the introduction of race and racism. Above, Cabral also lucidly lambastes the Eurocentrism of Marxist-Leninist conceptions of history, class, and class struggle, audaciously asking, does history begin only from the moment of the launching of the phenomenon of class and, consequently, of class struggle? From his optic, to answer this crucial question in the affirmative would be tantamount to believing one of the vilest lies of colonialism, it would be comparable to committing one of the gravest crimes against humanity, it would be the equivalent of saying that the various human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America were living without history or outside history at the moment when they were subjected to the yoke of imperialism and, as he sternly stated, this we refuse to accept. Cabral resolutely refused to give quarter to colonialism or capitalism and, even more, to the Eurocentrism of Marxism, or Marxist-Leninism. Instead of alleviating human suffering and social misery, it seemed to Cabral, as it does to contemporary Africana critical theorists, that much of Marxist-Leninism, conceptually incarcerated in its Eurocentrism, glosses over the many millions of ways in which its purportedly revolutionary and democratic socialist or communist concepts and categories historically have justified, and continues currently to give grounds for, European imperialism, and specifically the tentacles of racism, colonialism and capitalism in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. 246-6. Prior to the horrid history of class and class struggle, and that which provides both class and class struggle with, not simply its economic basis but, in addition, its ontological basis, or bases, according to Cabral, are the productive forces of a human group, the historical and material, cultural and economic, axiological and cosmological situation, of their inherited life worlds and lived experiences. It is, indeed, this crucial, though long kept, historical and cultural fact of reality that substantiates and reveals itself through the formation of classes and the diabolical dynamics and, dare I say, dialectics of class struggle in the unique history and culture of a specific people. The history of class struggle, envisaged by Marx, and therefore most Marxists, to be the definitive world historical, history-making and history-shaping process is actually an extremely particular, if not peculiar, ontic axiom unique to European capitalist modernity, and now European capitalist postmodernity, which has been violently and ubiquitously universalized and ontologized, nauseatingly naturalized and normalized as the history of all humanity. 25 Marx and Engels, 1978, famously declared in the opening of their Communist Manifesto. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves, in the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guildmasters, journeymen, apprentices, serfs, in almost all of these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature: it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. Pages 473 to 474. In essence, Marx and Engels superimposed and, ultimately, universalized the history of European class formations and class struggles onto humanity as a whole and, in so doing, rendered the histories and cultures and, perhaps unwittingly I should add, the particular class formations and unique class struggles of non-Europeans, the very various human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America that Cabral mentioned above, either without history or outside history until that much bemoaned and, even more, that howlingly hated historical moment when they were subjected to the yoke of European imperialism. To be fair to Marx and Engels, they, to their credit, did discuss what they termed the Asiatic mode of production, under which they subsumed the productive forces of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. 26. But, besides the superabundance of problems involved in lumping together the disparately unique productive forces which each of the aforementioned human groups created in the contexts of their own distinct histories and cultures, Marx and Engels, Amilcar Cabral 247, made a serious mistake in emphasizing the supposedly static character, when compared, of course, to European modern bourgeois society, of non-European and non-capitalist modes of production. Many of their disciples have interpreted their various analyses of non-European societies as ultimately pointing to a dialectic of constantly changing political empires but utterly unchanging pre-capitalist modes of production, which were only belatedly altered, as the Marxist narrative goes, in light of European capitalist colonization. There are, indeed, fundamental tensions when and where Marxists attempt to apply Marx's materialist concepts and categories to non-European societies and non-capitalist modes of production. The problem lies not in the concepts and categories themselves, and this is a point I should like to emphasize, but with Marxists' inability to comprehend that though Marx employed a multiplicity of historical models and methods, many of which indeed did acknowledge continuity and discontinuity in both European and non-European modes of production, his work was particularly aimed at altering capitalist conditions in Europe and is extremely limited when applied to pre-colonial, colonial, neo-colonial, non-capitalist, and non-European societies. It is ironic to note that Marx himself went through great pains to qualify the concepts and categories he created, seeming to insist that his work was simultaneously trans-historical and historically specific. A prime passage from the Grundrisse reads: bourgeois society is the most developed and the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allows insight into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along within it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it, etc. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape. The intimations of higher development among subordinate animal species, however, can be understood only after the higher development is already known. The bourgeois economy thus supplies the key to the ancient, etc. But not at all in the manner of those economists who smudge over all historical differences and see bourgeois relations in all forms of society. One can understand tribute, tithe, etc., if one is acquainted with ground rent. But one must not identify them. Further, since bourgeois society is itself only a contradictory form of development, relations derived from earlier forms will often be found within it only in an entirely stunted form, or even travestied. For example, communal property. Although it is true, therefore, that the categories of bourgeois economics possess a truth for all other forms of society, this is to be taken only with a grain of salt. They can contain them in a developed, or stunted, or caricatured form etc., but always with an essential difference. The so-called historical presentation of development is founded, as a rule, on the fact that the latest form regards the previous ones as steps leading up to itself, and, since it is only rarely and only under quite specific conditions able to criticize itself, leaving aside, of course, the historical periods which appear to themselves as times of decadence, it always conceives them one-sidedly. Marx and Engels, 1978, pages 241 to 242. On the one hand, Marx felt that history was continuous enough to validate projecting an analysis that grew out of a critical interrogation of European modern capitalist societies onto all historical societies. His main contentions can be summarized as follows: 1. In all societies, human beings must be creative and productive in order to survive. 2. Production is the greatest determinant of any given society. 248-6. And, consequently, 3. The materialist theory of the modes of production is relevant to an analysis of any and all societies. Marx, 1968, Marx and Engels, 1972. On the other hand, however, Marx seemed to be keenly conscious of the historical, though perhaps not the cultural, differences between various forms of productive forces and, what is more, was convinced that there were significant qualifications to be considered when applying materialist theory to the history of pre-capitalist and non-European social, political, and economic forms. The tensions mentioned above, therefore, are between diachronic and synchronic perspectives in Marx's theory, tough tensions between, first, the view that pre-capitalist and non-European societies are drastically different from capitalist and European societies in general, and, second, tensions between efforts aimed at turning some much-needed light on the inherent flux of human history in general. This conundrum begs several questions. If capitalist and European societies are as unique historically, politically, and economically as Marx and his disciples have never wearied of saying that they are, then, how can the models and analyses developed to explain and alter these unique and historically specific societies be legitimately applied to non-capitalist and non-European societies, nay, any and all societies? Can a diachronic, continuous, historical model, in good, social scientific, conscience, be applied to synchronic, discontinuous, and very varied historical formations, especially when one considers that what Marx is referring to by the term the Asiatic mode of production has long constituted the productive forces of more than 75% of the human species? Can all human history be adequately understood from the point of view of capitalist historical development, or the history of class struggle? Can, furthermore, all human history be adequately understood by utilizing a theory that its adherents, in one breath, openly assert is valid for any and all societies but, in the very next breath, claim is only completely applicable to European capitalist modernity? The Marxists seem to be caught in a contradiction, one which reveals that they want it both ways. They want to claim the uniqueness of capitalist and European societies and the superiority of their theory for the critique of those societies, and, at the same time, they want us to believe that their theory is also the best theory for understanding the historical development of not only pre-capitalist but non-capitalist and non-European societies, the majority of which were racially colonized by the very modern capitalist and European societies that the Marxist promised to provide the most comprehensive and revolutionary critique. Marx and many of his disciples, in point of fact, have erroneously universalized concepts and categories particular to European modernity, and Eurocentric bourgeois capitalism in particular. Abinet, 2006, Bartolovish and Lazarus, 2002, Friedman, 2002, Kellner, 1989. In spite of their supposedly judicious and cautious employment of their concepts and categories, Marx and the Marxists have internalized the very bourgeois, reductive and, let me painfully add, racist elements that they so doggedly claim to be working to replace with revolutionary, democratic socialist, and humanist ideals. Though Marx did analyze the specificity of various types of production and labor, he consistently reduced all forms of human interaction and human practice to the capitalist production model. This production model, in a word, ultimately served as Marx's measure for all other production models. While he was correct in arguing that all human societies produce the means by which, and through which, they sustain and develop themselves, he was completely incorrect in overemphasizing and Amilcar Cabral 249. Projecting economic issues onto non-capitalist and non-European social, political, and cultural forms by analytically absorbing them into a mélange theory preoccupied with the mode of production which a priori allotted and strongly stressed economic relations and values. The ways in which he privileged production over and against other forms of social, political, and cultural action and interaction was, in a word, arbitrary, if not irrational from the point of view of various non-European cultures and civilizations. In many non-capitalist and non-European societies, for instance, economic issues are inextricably interrelated with a wide range of social, political, cultural, and an area many Marxists appear woefully uninformed about religious or spiritual factors. In fact, often the overlap between economic, social, political, and cultural issues, again, including religious issues, is so substantively interwoven in non-European societies that they are, in many regards, inseparable. What if global human history is much more localized and fragmented than Marx's historical materialism has led so many Marxists, among others, to believe? What if non-European cultures and civilizations were much more complex and complicated than Marx and his followers ever possibly imagined? What if his very valiant efforts to produce a historical materialist retrospective reading of human history from the standpoint of his epoch, that is, the dynamics of European bourgeois capitalist modernity and European capitalist colonization of Africa, Asia, and the Americas, have helped to not simply produce but perpetuate an imaginary or fictitious line of continuity that somehow panoramically stretches from the beginning of human history to the present, all the while purportedly demonstrating the primacy of production and class struggle, even though he is admittedly aware of historical discontinuities which simultaneously predate capitalism and were also exacerbated by the onslaught of capitalism? Marx and the admirers of his historical materialism seem to be in a serious double bind, if historical materialism is dogmatically applied in the totalizing fashion in which so many postmodernists and post-Marxists have criticized its application to all human history, then Marx and Marxism is transformed into an ahistorical and reductive ideology, as opposed to theory, especially a critical theory, that is, in fact, not only irrational from the point of view of non-European histories and cultures but, to put it very plainly, racist or, at the least, extremely Eurocentric, if, on the contrary, Marx and the Marxists go through great pains to openly admit and present qualification after qualification concerning the limited range and reach of their theory with regard to non-European and non-capitalist societies, they will logically weaken the explanatory power of what is supposed to be one of the greatest critical, global theories of human history ever produced, Baldacchino, 1996. Barrow, 1993, Donham, 1990. Garras, 1990, Goldstein, 2005, McLennan, 1981, Muzilis, 1990, Perry, 2002, E.O. Wright, 1992. In light of all of this, Cabral concluded that Marxism had only a limited applicability, if certain aspects of it were applicable at all, when and where Africa, Asia, and the Americas were concerned. Africa, Asia, and the Americas' pre-colonial histories were not simply the history of class struggle, or the pre-capitalist past leading up to European capitalist modernity and European racist capitalist colonization. Much more, they represent these human groups' hard-won right to self-determination and self-definition, and this can be said while earnestly and simultaneously solemnly acknowledging the internal conflicts, ethnic feuds, infighting, political pitfalls, cultural crises, religious rivalries and, it must be admitted, forms of non-racial Colorado. 256. Nization and exploitation that existed in each and, in many instances, between each of the aforementioned human groups and their histories and societies prior to the introduction of European imperialism. According to Cabral, Marxist historical materialism is merely one of many methods that can, and in certain instances he argued should, be employed in efforts to critically comprehend the past, alter the present, and provide the hope for a liberated future. Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, indeed, did have classes and class struggle, Cabral readily admitted, but he quickly qualified this assertion by pointing out that in the face of European racial colonialism, Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissau class struggle, which had been paralyzed as a result of Portuguese domination, was not the motive force of history. When Marx and Engels declared, "Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature, it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat." Cabral observed that though Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau had non-capitalist pre-colonial classes and class struggles, as a consequence of European racial colonialism these long-warring classes had to, in fact, unite and fight against the European racist capitalist colonization of their homelands, a form of colonization which, if truth be told, benefited both the European bourgeoisie and proletariat. As Sartre, 1968, succinctly put it in his preface to Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. With us, i.e., Europeans, to be a man is to be an accomplice of colonialism, since all of us without exception have profited by colonial exploitation, p. 25. Directly discussing the contradictions spawned by European imperialism in a seminar he taught at the Franz Fanon Center in Treviglio, Milan in 1964, Cabral, 1972, importantly explained the ways in which Portuguese colonialism impacted the ethnic, cultural, and class composition of Guinea-Bissau. There are contradictions which we consider secondary. You may be surprised to know that we consider the contradictions between the tribes a secondary one. We could discuss this at length, but we consider that there are many more contradictions between what you might call the economic tribes in the capitalist countries than there are between the ethnic tribes in Guinea. Our struggle for national liberation and the work done by our party have shown that this contradiction is really not so important. The Portuguese counted on it a lot, but as soon as we organized the liberation struggle properly, the contradiction between the tribes proved to be a feeble, secondary contradiction. This does not mean that we do not need to pay attention to this contradiction. We reject both the positions which are to be found in Africa, one which says, there are no tribes, we are all the same, we are all one people in one terrible unity, our party comprises everybody, the other saying, tribes exist, we must base parties on tribes. Our position lies between the two, but at the same time we are fully conscious that this is a problem which must constantly be kept in mind. Structural, organizational, and other measures must be taken to ensure that this contradiction does not explode and become a more important contradiction. Pages 64 to 65. The contradictions which Marx and Engels identified in European bourgeois society simply did not speak to the economic, social, political, and cultural realities of African, Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissau colonial society. The struggle against the capitalist colonization and racialization of Africa, which is to say the revolutionary. Amilcar Cabral 251. Decolonization struggle, lead to a process of conscious re-Africanization, which in turn gave way to a distinct revolutionary nationalism, a form of re-Africanization and revolutionary nationalism that, amazingly, seemed to rush forth from the blood-stained pages of Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, especially the well-known passage where he stated, decolonization is the veritable creation of new men. But this creation owes nothing of its legitimacy to any supernatural power, the thing which has been colonized becomes man during the same process by which it frees itself. 1968, pages 36 to 37. Cabral went one step further and, as a revolutionary nationalist, contended that not only do the colonized who actively participate in revolutionary decolonization reclaim their long-denied humanity, but, and this is one of the many points that distinguishes Cabral's contributions from Fanon's, he argued that they also reclaim their Africanity and, even more, in the process of revolutionary decolonization the formerly colonized forge a new national identity, consciously breaching and going far beyond pre-colonial or traditional ethnic tribes, culture, politics, and social organization. Eloquently further explaining this issue to an African-American audience in New York in 1972, only months before his assassination, Cabral, 1973, candidly stated, 10 years ago, priir to the national liberation struggle, we were Fula, Manjac, Mand Inca, Balant, Pepel, and others. Now we are a nation of Guineans. Tribal divisions were one reason the Portuguese thought it would not be possible for us to fight. During these 10 years we were making more and more changes, so that today we can see that there is a new man and a new woman, born with our new nation and because of our fight. This is because of our ability to fight as a nation. Pages 78 to 79. This means, then, that European capitalism in its racial colonial guise had the exact opposite effect in many parts of Africa, and we could also include Asia and the Americas, than Marx related that it did on European societies. It, indeed, did simplify class antagonisms, but instead of it splitting up pre-colonial African classes into two great hostile camps, in many instances, it caused them to combine into one anti-colonial race class and nation-state to combat European racist capitalist colonization. European colonialism forced Africans out of their history and into European racist capitalist and colonial history. It arrested the development not only of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's class formations and class struggles but, even more, it halted their productive forces and violently forced them to produce what Europe wanted them to produce, using the modes of production that Europe brutally demanded that they use. Cabral, 1972, spoke in the most unequivocal terms on this issue in his groundbreaking essay, Brief Analysis of the Social Structure in Guinea. There is a preconception held by many people, even on the left, that imperialism made us enter history at the moment when it began its adventure in our countries. This preconception must be denounced, for somebody on the left, and for Marxists in particular, history obviously means the class struggle. Our opinion is exactly the contrary. We consider that when imperialism arrived in Guinea it made us leave history our history. We agree that history in our country is the result of class struggle, but we have our own class struggles in our own country. The moment imperialism arrived and colonialism arrived, it made us leave our history and enter another history. Obviously we agree that. 252-6. The class struggle has continued, but it has continued in a very different way. Our whole people is struggling against the ruling class of the imperialist countries, and this gives a completely different aspect to the historical evolution of our country. Somebody has asked which class is the agent of history. Here a distinction must be drawn between colonial history and our history as human societies. As a dominated people we only present an ensemble vis-a-vis the oppressor. Each of our peoples or groups of peoples has been subjected to different influences by the colonizers. When there is a developed national consciousness one may ask which social stratum is the agent of history, of colonial history, which is the stratum which will be able to take power into its hands when it emerges from colonial history. Our answer is that it is all the social strata. If the people who have carried out the national revolution, i.e., the struggle against colonialism, have worked well, since unity of all the social strata is a prerequisite for the success of the national liberation struggle. As we see it, in colonial conditions no one stratum can succeed in the struggle for national liberation on its own, and therefore it is all the strata of society which are the agents of history. This brings us to what should be avoided, but in fact it is not. What commands history in colonial conditions is not the class struggle. I do not mean that the class struggle in Guinea stopped completely during the colonial period, it continued, but in a muted way. In the colonial period it is the colonial state which commands history. Pages 68 to 69, emphasis in original. The harsh reality of Europe's capitalist-inspired colonization of Africa, when all is said and done, is nothing other than the violent superimposition of European history and culture on, over, and against African history and culture. It represents, in another sense, the debilitation and, ultimately, the destruction of indigenous productive forces, which, after the initial onslaught of colonialism, are colonized and altered to suit the wishes and whims of the colonizers and their kith and kin in Europe and America. The national liberation struggle, when viewed from the perspective of the dominated people, is a struggle which has as one of its major goals the freeing of the productive forces, which, as Cabral asserted above, would enable the colonized to rescue, reclaim, and rehabilitate their culture, thus, not only stepping back onto the stage of human history but, also, continuing their own unique contributions to human culture and civilization. In the process of decolonization, the colonized become new men and new women, as Cabral put it. This is so, partly, because they relax ethnic, local, and regional distinctions in favor of a new trans-ethnic and multicultural national identity, forged through their fight, as a race class and an emerging nation-state against European capitalist colonization, and racialization. Where class, and clan, struggle may have previously been the motive force of Guinea-Bissau history, now, in light of European racist capitalist colonization and African revolutionary decolonization and re-Africanization, it is race-class struggle, colonizer against colonized, that is the central history-making and history-shaping force. Cabral correctly denounced the superimposition of Eurocentric Marxist concepts and categories such as, class struggle as the motive force of history and the proletariat as the authentic agents of historical change and the true ushers of socialism, or communism, onto the national liberation struggle in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. He contended that there was no substitute for conceptual and categorical generation which grew out of the specific historical and cultural grounds of the African, and, more particularly, the Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissau revolutionary decolonization struggle. Amilcar Cabral 253. In brief analysis of the social structure of Guinea, Cabral developed a systematic analysis of the various ethnic groups and cultures that collectively constitute Guinea-Bissau. Early in the essay it can be easily detected that its objective is not to impose Marxist or any other, imported or indigenous, so-called radical or revolutionary concepts and categories onto the national liberation struggle and conjecture, or attempt to theoretically justify, a preconception of how their historically and culturally specific revolution should or should not develop. Instead, Cabral dug deep into Guinea-Bissau pre-colonial history and culture and developed a detailed descriptive analysis that critically outlined the class systems of the various ethnic communities, their distinct traditional social, political, economic and religious structures, the traditional and pre-colonial position of women in each of the societies, their relationship with the land, ancestral and otherwise, their relations with each other, noting traditional good and bad relations, their relations with the colonizers, i.e., the Portuguese, and how this impacted each ethnic group's way of life, political organization, and potential or concrete contributions to national liberation. Against the generalizations of the Marxists and their Eurocentric historical materialism, Cabral emphasized the concrete conditions of the life of our people and the concrete reality of our history and our own country, which, as he painstakingly demonstrated in brief analysis of the social structure of Guinea, had its own distinct and extremely complex history and culture which Marxism did not completely or adequately address. Once he came to this conclusion, and once he was able to convince many of his more Marxist-minded colonized African comrades to accept this essential presupposition, then, he emphasized that their struggle could only be correctly comprehended as a concrete attempt to provide solutions to the problems peculiar to their specific history, culture, and colonial condition. his critical theory was simultaneously descriptive and explorative of the concrete possibilities available to the racially colonized in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. It took the life worlds and lived experiences of the simultaneously racialized and colonized people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau as its theoretical and practical points of departure, not the so-called radical or revolutionary theories that were devised and developed to liberate non-racialized and non-colonized workers in European capitalist countries. From the foregoing analysis we can deduce several points of significance. First, and I feel as though I should say and, for the record, Cabral was not a Marxist, orthodox, or otherwise. In fact, as I have been arguing throughout this chapter, his theory and praxis seem to fall more in the realm of black radical politics and Africana critical social theory. Secondly, and as supported above by Cabral, 1983a, Cabral's critical theory symbolizes a concrete philosophy, i.e., a materialist theory, insofar as it is not concerned with theories about, or inquiries into, abstract social or political questions. Cabral, the man of action, as Cabral put it, was unlike many other revolutionary leaders in that he was never a member of a Marxist or Communist party, p. 167. Finally, what is little known, and what Cabral brings to the fore in his analysis, is the fact that Cabral is first and foremost a nationalist. Nationalism, not communism, was his cause, by which I take Cabral to be speaking of Cabral's revolutionary nationalism, as his nationalism was not in any way xenophobic or jingoistic and constantly dovetailed with his revolutionary internationalism. 254-6. And his revolutionary humanism, p. 168, see also Chilcote, 1984, Davidson, 1984. One of the best examples of Cabral's, 1972, revolutionary nationalism is revealed in his opening address to the Conference of Nationalist Organizations of Portuguese Colonies, CONP, held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania in 1965, where he declared, "In Africa we are all for the complete liberation of the African continent from the colonial yoke, for we know that colonialism is an instrument of imperialism. So we want to see all manifestations of imperialism totally wiped out on the soil of Africa. In the CONP we are fiercely opposed to neocolonialism, whatever its form. Our struggle is not only against Portuguese colonialism. In the framework of our struggle we want to make the most effective contribution possible to the complete elimination of foreign domination in our continent." p. 80. Here, it must be observed that Cabral's revolutionary nationalism is tempered by an implicit and inevitable, considering his personal disposition, revolutionary humanism, a humanism that neither starts nor stops with color, culture, or continent, a humanism that unequivocally challenges what Sartre, 1968, termed the racist humanism of Europe, since the European has only been able to become man through creating slaves and monsters, p. 26, see also Champigny, 1972, Gordon, 1995a. 27 Cabral's political views and values were based on ethical and moral principles, not biology, i.e., without regard to race and/or ethnicity. This is precisely why Luis Cabral Amilcar's biological brother and comrade in the African anti-imperialist struggle stated that he, Amilcar Cabral, was opposed to, and driven to action against, colonial domination, and particularly Portuguese colonial domination, not only because he considered himself an African, but because of what he understood to be the demands of justice, see Cabral, 1983a, p. 168. In this sense, then, it is easy to understand why Cabral, 1972, would assert, "In Africa, we are for an African policy which seeks to defend first and foremost the interests of African peoples of each African country, but also for a policy which does not, at any time, forget the interests of the world, of all humanity. We are for a policy of peace in Africa and of fraternal collaboration with all the peoples of the world. We consider ourselves to be deeply committed to our people and committed to every just cause in the world. We see ourselves as part of a vast front of struggle for the good of humanity. We in the Conp are fiercely in solidarity with every just cause. P. 81. And, for those who would quickly label Cabral just another starry-eyed utopian democratic socialist, he goes further to identify exactly which just causes he and the member movements of the Conp stand in solidarity with. In so doing he, also, demonstrates his revolutionary internationalism. This is an important move on his part, as it concretizes his revolutionary humanism, enabling others to see precisely what is meant by real, as opposed to racist, as Sartre said, humanism. Cabral compassionately continued. That is why our hearts, in Frelimo, in MPLA, in the PIG, in the CLSTP, in all the mass organizations affiliated to the CONP, beat in unison with the hearts of our brothers in Vietnam who are giving us a shining example by facing the most shameful and unjustifiable aggression of the US imperialists against the peaceful people of Vietnam. Amilcar Cabral 255. Our hearts are equally with our brothers in the Congo who, in the bush of that vast and rich African country are seeking to resolve their problems in the face of imperialist aggression and of the maneuvers of imperialism through their puppets. Our hearts are also with our brothers in Cuba, who have shown that even when surrounded by the sea, a people is capable of taking up arms and successfully defending its fundamental interests and of deciding its own destiny. We are with the blacks of North America, we are with them in the streets of Los Angeles, and when they are deprived of all possibility of life, we suffer with them. We are with the refugees, the martyrized refugees of Palestine, who have been tricked and driven from their own homeland by the maneuvers of imperialism. We are on the side of the Palestinian refugees and we support wholeheartedly all that the sons of Palestine are doing to liberate their country, and we fully support the Arab and African countries in general in helping the Palestinian people to recover their dignity, their independence, and the right to live. We are also with the peoples of Southern Arabia, of so-called French Somaliland, of so-called Spanish Guinea, and we are also most seriously and painfully with our brothers in South Africa who are facing the most barbarous racial discrimination. Pages 81 to 82. Here is Cabral's revolutionary humanism, as well as his revolutionary internationalism, in bold relief. For those who would hurriedly huddle him into this or that ideological camp, it would be prudent to bear in mind the fact that Cabral said what he said, and did what he did, with a critical self-reflexive understanding of himself and the African anti-imperialist struggle as part of a vast front of struggle for the good of humanity. Cabral was keenly concerned about, and felt deeply connected and committed to revolutionary humanist ideals. It was concrete conditions, concrete reality, and actually existing, suffering human beings, much more than ideas and abstract philosophies, that stirred and moved Cabral and his comrades to action. With regard to his supposed Marxism, it must be said that when and where socialism and/or communism did attract Amilcar Cabral, it did so not because of its theoretical, historical, and/or cultural connections with Karl Marx, or any other Marxist theorist or specific school of Marxist thought, but because it promised to improve the quality and concrete conditions of human life, and especially continental and diasporan African life worlds and lived experiences. 28 For Cabral, as it was for Dubois, James, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon, Marxism was engaged as more of a methodology than an ideology. Cabral aspired to radically transform material, actually existing, concrete conditions, and for that reason Marxism offered him one of the most dialectically sophisticated theories of social and material transformation. In regard to the materialist aspects of Marxism, and specifically the Frankfurt School of Marxist thought, perhaps few have captured this conception better than Horkheimer, 1972, in his essay, Metaphysics and Materialism, and especially when he wrote, "The theoretical activity of humans, like the practical, is not the independent knowledge of a fixed object, but a product of ever-changing reality," p. 29. The problem, Cabral would contend, is not one of an ever-changing reality indeed, that is understood and to be expected but, of external imperial forces and internal enemies prompting and promoting change, in racially colonized people's reality in relation to imperial interests. Cabral and Horkheimer are, to a certain extent, at loggerheads, but perhaps not on all accounts, as we shall see. A materialist social theory, particularly the kind that Cabral and Horkheimer subscribed to, understands that as historical and cultural conditions change, concepts 256-6 and theories, perhaps even the very nature of conceptual generation and the sites and sources of radical and revolutionary knowledge production, must also change. Thus, materialist social theory, prefiguring postmodernism, among other contemporary discourse, understood as far back as Karl Marx and W.E.B. Du Bois, that there is no single, stable foundation for absolutist metaphysical views. Cabral, in particular, understood that concepts and theories are not organs of absolute knowledge, but merely instruments for achieving certain goals, which are to be developed and modified constantly in the course of lived experience and life struggles. 29. This is, of course, why he correctly stated: "We cannot, from our experience, claim that Marxism-Leninism must be modified. That would be presumptuous. What we must do is to modify, to radically transform, the political, economic, social and cultural conditions of our people. We have to create and develop in our particular situation the solution for our country." Cabral, 1971, p. 22. When and where Cabral discerned Marxist theory to be applicable to his specific African, read also, human, situation, he employed it. When and where he understood it to be inapplicable or irrelevant, he augmented, amended, or as in many cases abandoned it, much as he, similar to Du Bois, believed outdated social scientific theories should be dispensed with. Cabral's, 1972, point of departure was ever his particular situation, but he never lost sight of the fact that his particular situation was only one aspect of the general struggle of the oppressed peoples of the world against imperialism, and of human beings' struggle for dignity, freedom, and progress, p. 79. Marxist-Leninism, for Cabral, was merely a methodology, and many, critically misunderstanding this crucial point, have attempted to convert it into Cabral's ideology. Furthermore, many may have misinterpreted Cabral's materialism as a form of Marxism, but it should be made known that Cabral, 1971, remarked at a meeting in London in 1971. "People here in Europe are very preoccupied with questions: are you or are you not a Marxist? Are you a Marxist-Leninist? Just ask me, please, whether we are doing well in the field. Are we really liberating our people, the human beings in our country, from all forms of oppression? Ask me simply this and draw your own conclusions." Marx, when he created Marxism, was not a member of a tribal reed, underdeveloped, racially colonized African society. I think there's no necessity for us to be more Marxist than Marx or more Leninist than Lenin in the application of their theories. Pages 22, 46, 30. We may conclude, then, that Amilcar Cabral, 1979, was not a Marxist or a Marxist-Leninist, but an African revolutionary who devoted his entire adult life to putting an end to all injustices, miseries, and suffering, p. 77. 31. As an African materialist, not a Marxist, Cabral understood that each struggling society and civilization must develop, purifying itself through the furious flames of trial and error, its own solution, to its own epochal issues, and in that respect, as Fanon, 1967, p. 104, said of the discoveries of Freud, the insights and experiences of Marx, Lenin, Mao, Min, Guevara, Castro, and their disciples are of no use to us here. Why? Because Cabral, 1979, knew that on the political level, however fine and attractive the reality of others may be, we can only truly transform our own reality, on the basis of detailed knowledge of it and our own efforts and sacrifices, p. 122. It is in this sense, then, that Cabral contended that a very important aspect of a national Amilcar Cabral 257 liberation struggle is that those who lead the struggle must never confuse what they have in their heads with reality, p. 45. On this point, Cabral and Horkheimer, as materialists as opposed to Marxists, connect. Echoing Cabral, Horkheimer, 1972, maintained, materialism, unlike idealism, always understands thinking to be the thinking of particular men within a particular period of time. It challenges every claim to the autonomy of thought, p. 32. Cabral's critical, turn to the source, s, and the nexuses of national liberation, national history, and national culture. Cabral believed culture to be a fundamental, determining, and defining aspect of a people's history. He stated, whatever may be the ideological or idealistic characteristics of cultural expression, culture is an essential element of the history of a people. Cabral, 1973, p. 42. In fact, for Cabral, history and culture were inextricable because history, on the one hand, allows us to know the nature and extent of the imbalances and the conflicts, economic, political, and social, that characterize the evolution of a society, p. 42. Culture, on the other hand, plunges its roots into the physical material reality of the environmental humus in which it develops, and it reflects the organic nature of the society, which may be more or less influenced by external factors, p. 42. 32. Culture, also, exposes and enables human groups to engage the dynamic syntheses which have been developed and established by social conscience to resolve these conflicts at each stage of its evolution, in the search for survival and progress, p. 42. It is in this special sense, then, that Cabral, 1979, contended, to speak about this national liberation is to speak of history, but it is likewise to speak of culture, p. 142. Hence, national liberation is simultaneously an act of culture, p. 141, and an act of historical reclamation and reconstruction, a return to the source, that is, a return to our own cultural personality, p. 143, and reality, read, history, in the service of progress, p. 148. In this section it is my intention to interpret and explicate Cabral's conception of national liberation and its connections to national history and national culture. I shall focus specifically on two of Cabral's more sophisticated and systematic essays in order to carry out this critical analysis: National Liberation and Culture, 1973, pages 39 to 56, 1979, pages 138 to 154, and Identity and Dignity in the Context of the National Liberation Struggle, 1973, pages 57 to 74. As observed in the preceding paragraph, Cabral's concept of culture was inextricable from his understanding of history. History, for Cabral, is the narrative of the imbalances and conflicts, economic, political, and social, that have, and continue to shape and characterize the development of a society. And, culture is a series of dynamic syntheses which have been developed and established to solve and resolve social and political conflicts at each stage in the evolution of a society. Cabral, 1979, emphasized the elasticity and durability of culture even in the face of colonialism. One of the most serious mistakes, if not the most serious mistake, made by the colonial powers in Africa, may have been to ignore or underestimate the cultural strength of 258.6 African peoples. This attitude is particularly clear in the case of Portuguese colonial domination, which was not content with denying absolutely the existence of cultural values of the African and his condition as a social being, but has persisted in forbidding him any kind of political activity. Pages 147 to 148. The colonizers confused repression with destruction. To repress the colonized people's culture is not to destroy their culture, it is quite simply, among other things, an attempt to denounce, denude, and degrade it. But, denying something or, even more, distorting something does not destroy it, it merely means that one has chosen, perhaps, to ignore or negatively characterize an actually existing, concrete fact or form or force. However, In response to this conundrum, Cabral contended that the capacity for cultural resistance by African, and other racially colonized, people was not destroyed, p. 148. On the contrary, African culture, though repressed, persecuted and betrayed by some social categories or social classes who compromised with colonialism, survived all the storms, by taking refuge in the villages, in the forests and in the spirit of generations of victims of colonialism, p. 148. It was Cabral's distinct belief that the real potential for anti-colonial revolution, which is to say national liberation, rested on the ironic fact that the great majority of the racially colonized people, the wretched of the earth, had only marginally been affected, if at all, by colonial culture. Deep in the forests, in the most rural and remote parts of Guinea-Bissau, the semi-colonized retained and, often, recreated their cultures and reinvented ethnic identities. Cabral asserted that it was these untapped aspects of pre-colonial and traditional culture that should be built on in the interest of developing anti-colonial, cultural, and a new national trans-ethnic consciousness. The development of consciousness, in Cabral's conceptual universe, is inextricable from ideological development and critical conceptual generation. Cabral, in some senses similar to Antonio Gramsci, the Frankfurt School, and other European and European American critical theorists, comprehended that just as the ruling race, gender, and/or class produces ideas and theories which support their oppressing, exploiting, and alienating established, order, racially colonized and dominated groups can and often do, as Patricia Collins, 1996, p. 227, 1998, px, relates, produce alternative and oppositional knowledges and ideologies. For Cabral, as Carlos Lopez, 1987, has pointed out, ideology was above all knowing what one wanted in one's own particular circumstances. Ideological strength is built by knowing what must be done in each specific situation. This does not prevent, but rather requires, a drawing on the scientific laws of historical evolution of societies. But one must always be alert to the concrete reality of the moment. Pages 57 to 58, emphasis in original. This is a point that has direct relevance for the discussion at hand concerning the development of Africana critical theory and Africana philosophy. First, one of the greatest challenges Cabral presents to Africana critical theory and, especially, Africana philosophy is that they constantly and self-reflexively concretize, historicize, and politicize, and attempt to grasp and grapple with the world as it actually exists, that is, the concrete reality of their moment. That is to say, following the best that Du Bois, James, Césaire, Senghor, Fanon, and Cabral, among others, offer to. Amilcar Cabral 259. Radical Politics and Critical Social Theory. Contemporary Africana philosophers and Africana critical theorists must be willing and able to decidedly break with abstract academic, arbitrarily discipline-bound, epistemically insular, and often almost exclusively European and European American-derived discourses. If, and I humbly pray when, this is done, it is hoped that workers in Africana philosophy and Africana critical theory will produce critical thought and texts that will prompt and promote critical consciousness-raising and radical political activity that, ultimately, leads to revolutionary praxis that will enable us to, not simply describe and interpret the world but, in the spirit of Cabral, positively and progressively engage and alter it in the best interests of continental and diasporan Africans and humanity as a whole. Secondly, Cabral's concept of ideology was concrete and situation-specific. Which is, of course, why he remarked and reminded us, Marx was not a member of a tribal reed, traditional African or racially colonized African society, and that, in point of fact, Marxism is not a religion, and Marx did not write about Africa. Cabral, 1971, pages 21 to 22. That being said, Cabral, to an extent, acknowledged that he took Fanon's, 1968, challenge very seriously when the latter asserted, Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again, p. 40. Cabral comprehended, as Kellner, 1995, claims the Frankfurt School and other European and European-American critical theorists understood, or understand, that first and foremost, there has never been a unitary Marxian theory that has been the basis for socialist or any other purportedly democratic and/or egalitarian type of development, p. 6. Also, Marxist and/or any other so-called radical theory must, of necessity, be open to revision and reconstruction as new and novel historical, cultural, social, and political situations and circumstances present themselves to local and global, national and international societies and civilizations. And, finally, Cabral understood, considering the deficiencies in and of Marxist theory, as discussed above with respect to underdeveloped and/or non-European societies, that it may very well be that our new times, to borrow from Stuart Hall 1996a, pages 223 to 238, require not merely revision and reconstruction of modern and/or postmodern theory, but an altogether new critical theory to speak to the special needs of contemporary society and the world of the 21st century. In advocating a new critical theory, I essentially have in mind a contemporary descriptive and proscriptive, dialectical and discerning, praxis promoting social theory that does not simply chronicle and critique current crises, situations, and circumstances, but acknowledges the necessity of its own internal development, self-critique, and self-correction in light of these new and novel crises, situations, and circumstances. It is an epistemically and existentially open-ended theory of contemporary society, which sidesteps the intellectual insularity of much of European and European-American critical theory, and attempts to engage and eradicate our current social ills, say, for instance, racism, sexism, capitalism, colonialism, homophobia/heterosexism and religious intolerance, among other issues and areas of contemporary imperialism. This new critical theory should build on and go beyond not solely European and European-American critical theory, but must also, out of exigency and urgency, be willing and able to engage the critical theory produced by, and on behalf of, the non-European and non-white world, its radical political. 266. Activists, critical social theorists and, most importantly, its working classes and masses. In somewhat plainer English, the new critical theory, which our new times demand, should base its descriptions, prescriptions, and proscriptions on all available radical and revolutionary sources and, if truth be told, both European and non-European traditions of critical theory have much to offer. As Stuart Hall, 1996a, has correctly observed, our new times make it mandatory that contemporary critical theorists be conscious of changes out there and in here, p. 226. Out there, meaning, perhaps, out there in the jungles of post-everything, p. 224, or, out there in the world of white hegemony and, subtle, white supremacy, ethnic absolutism and cultural racism, pages 468, 442, or, out there where cultural bureaucracies attempt to administer all aspects of public and private life, and human thought and behavior, p. 470. And, by in here, we are wont to take Hall to mean, in here where political boundaries are often blurred, and some critical theorists remain undaunted and bold enough to contest and combat cultural racism, cultural hegemony, and cultural bureaucracies, pages 468, 470, in here where there exists those whose critical theories represent a very real ethnicization, feminization, and sexualization of radical theory and politics, and, perhaps, in here where it is understood that there can be no simple return or recovery of the ancestral past which is not re-experienced through categories of the present, no base for creative enunciation in a simple reproduction of traditional forms which are not transformed by the technologies and identities of the present, p. 448. Contemporary critical theory should, among other things, get involved in the debates about how society is changing and offer new descriptions and analyses of the social conditions it seeks to transcend and transform, p. 223. Also, critical theories of contemporary society should, on the one hand, hear and heed Cabral, 1979, especially when he asserts, experience of the struggle shows how utopian and absurd it is to seek to apply schemes developed by other peoples in the course of their liberation struggle and solutions which they found to the questions and problems with which they were or are confronted, without considering local reality, and especially cultural reality, p. 151. We must also be cognizant of Cabral's contention that anything that is wont to be labeled critical and theory needs to be an ongoing synthesis, drawing from, and hopefully contributing to, the best of contemporary radical politics and critical social theory and praxis. On the other hand, the new critical theory should, to a certain extent, acknowledge and advocate with Horkheimer and Kellner that, first, critical theory must never aim simply at an increase of knowledge as such. Its goal is man's emancipation from slavery, Horkheimer, 1972, p. 245. And, second, with that understood, contemporary critical theory must come to accept that classical and orthodox Marxists and Marxism exaggerated the primacy of class and, in almost every instance, downplayed the salience of race, gender, sexuality and other cultural and identity issues, areas, and/or arenas. In Kellner's, 1995, Candid Words. Clearly, oppression takes place in many more spheres than just the economic and the workplace, so a radical politics of the future should take account of gender and race as well as class. Nonetheless, it would be wrong to ignore the centrality of class and the importance of class politics. But, a radical politics today should be more multicultural, race. Amilcar Cabral 261. And gender-focused, and broad-based than the original Marxian and Western European critical theory. p. 20. Cabral contributes to Africana and European critical theory in light of the fact that his thought accents and emphasizes the ways in which national liberation, what Horkheimer above phrased man's emancipation from slavery, is predicated on the struggling people's understanding that both in colonialism and in neocolonialism the essential characteristic of imperialist domination remains the same denial of the historical process of the dominated people, by means of violent usurpation of the freedom of the process of development of the national productive forces, Cabral, 1979, pages 129 to 130. It is the denial of the historical process of the dominated people, in economic, cultural, social, political, and other areas and arenas, which validates and legitimates the national liberation struggle. Because, the national liberation struggle is nothing other than the phenomena and process, by which a social, political, economic, and cultural group or class rejects the denial and derogation of its history and heritage. Recall, it was Cabral who audaciously asserted, self-determination for all peoples, each people must choose their destiny, and take it into their own hands, p. 63. 33. In other words, the national liberation of a people is the regaining of the historical personality of that people. It is their return to history through the destruction of the imperialist domination to which they were subjected, p. 130. Deconstruction and reconstruction, as was noted in the Negritude chapter, are leitmotifs in Africana philosophical and critical theoretical discourse, and as Lucius Outlaw, 1996a, has observed, considering the European incursions into Africa and the subsequent enslavement and colonization of African peoples, and the domination by Europeans of African lands and resources, efforts to fashion an African and I would add Africana philosophy, pose both deconstructive and reconstructive challenges, pages 52 to 53. In my view, Cabral's concept of national liberation puts forward such challenges because it is simultaneously an act of history and an act of culture. With regard to national liberation as a pivotal historical moment, Cabral, 1979, stated, the basis of national liberation, whatever the formulas adopted in international law, is the inalienable right of every people to have their own history, and the aim of national liberation is to regain this right usurped by imperialism, that is to free the process of development of the national productive forces, p. 130. Concerning national liberation as an act of culture, Cabral understands that imperialist domination, by denying the dominated people their own historical process, necessarily denies their cultural process, p. 142. This is so because every moment of the life of a society, open or closed, culture is the result, with more or less awakened consciousness, of economic and political activities, the more or less dynamic expression of the type of relations prevailing within that society, on the one hand, and on the other hand, among individuals, groups of individuals, social strata or classes, p. 141. In light of the above, it is important here to critically engage Cabral's extremely elastic concept of culture. Culture, according to Cabral, is simultaneously the fruit of a people's history and a determinant of history, by the positive or negative influence it exerts on the evolution of relations between man and his environment and among men or human groups within a society, as well as different societies, p. 262-6. 141. Imperialism, in the form of racial colonialism, represents, to employ terms used by Cabral to describe this phenomenon, the paralysis, stagnation, regression, deviation, and halting of the dominated people's human agency, in a word, their capacity, ontologically speaking, to become and make themselves known, to each other and other human groups, on their own terms and in their own unique way, pages 128 to 130. Serekwaberhan, 1994, has argued that colonialism petrifies the subjugated culture, and the same may be said of its effect, on the dominated group's history, p. 101. If, therefore, history and culture are understood as Serekwaberhan closely following Cabral's lead comprehends them, then, history and culture can be comprehended as the actuality of engagements, intellectual, artistic/spiritual, and material, in which a people unveils its existence, p. 102. History and culture, then, are always and unconditionally to be understood in the plural, as the various modes of being and doing of human existence, p. 103, emphasis in original. Cabral, 1979, consistently emphasized the need to, not only acknowledge but, also, challenge one-dimensional and racial essentialist interpretations of Africa's histories, cultures, and struggles. A profound analysis of cultural reality removes the supposition that there can be continental or racial cultures. This is because, as with history, culture develops in an uneven process, at the level of a continent, a race or even a society. The coordinates of culture, like those of any developing phenomenon, vary in space and time, whether they be material, physical, or human, biological and social. The fact of recognizing the existence of common and special traits in the cultures of African peoples, independently of the color of their skin, does not necessarily imply that one and only one culture exists on the continent. In the same way that from the economic and political point of view one can note the existence of various Africas, so there are also various African cultures. p. 149. When and where history and culture are comprehended in this way in the plural and, as Serekwaberhan said, as the various modes of being and doing of human existence, then, and perhaps only then, is Cabral's call for a return to the source most comprehensible. For Cabral, Africa, which is to say Africa's histories, cultures, and peoples, are much more complex, their cultures more wide-ranging and diverse than previously noted by colonial anthropologists, ethnologists, missionaries, and others, including European educated, or, rather, miseducated, Africans and their all-encompassing theories of Africa's ancient and glorious past. This, of course, is not in any way to imply that Africa did not have an ancient and glorious past, but only to emphasize that not everything in Africa's past was paradisiacal and that contemporary Africana critical theorists should employ Cabral's unique African-centered dialectical and historical materialism when approaching Africa's histories and cultures. Additionally, Cabral argued in some senses very similar to Fanon, 1965, 1968, 1969, that it must always be borne in mind that the national liberation struggle, or any struggle against imperialism, raises consciousness, transforms and brings into being new traditions, and introduces new cultural elements, if not completely new African cultures and values. One of the major dialectical dimensions of Cabral's concept of return to the source, then, hinges on his contention that one of the strengths of a revolutionary Amilcar Cabral 263 nationalist movement, such as that of the PAIC, is that it preserves pre-colonial traditions and values but, at the same time, these traditions and values are drastically transformed through the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and re-Africanization, in other words, by the protracted struggle against the superimposition of foreign imperial cultures and values and the reconstitution and synthesis of progressive pre-colonial and recently created revolutionary African traditions and values. Therefore, according to Cabral, the armed struggle for liberation, launched in response to aggression by the colonialist oppressor, turns out to be a painful but effective instrument for developing the cultural level both for the leadership strata of the liberation movement and for the various social categories who take part in the struggle, pages 151 to 152. Anticipating that many may misunderstand him, as they historically have and currently continue to misunderstand and misinterpret Fanon's concepts of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary self-defensive violence, Cabral further explained his conception of the national liberation struggle as a painful but effective instrument. As we know, the armed liberation struggle demands the mobilization and organization of a significant majority of the population, the political and moral unity of the various social categories, the efficient use of modern weapons and other means of warfare, the gradual elimination of the remnants of tribal mentality, and the rejection of social and religious rules and taboos contrary to the development of the struggle, gerontocracy, nepotism, social inferiority of women, rights and practices, which are incompatible with the rational and national character of the struggle, etc. The struggle brings about many other profound changes in the life of the populations. The armed liberation struggle implies, therefore, a veritable forced march along the road to cultural progress. p.152. Cabral's concept of return to the source, therefore, is not only, as shall soon be shown, a return to the upwards paths of Africans' own culture but also a veritable forced march along the road to cultural progress. This return, similar to that of Césaire, is a critical return that is not and cannot in itself be an act of struggle against domination, colonialist and racist, and it no longer necessarily means a return to traditions. Cabral, 1973, p. 63, emphasis in original. Rather, the return to the source that Cabral has in mind is a conscious anti-colonial and revolutionary step, however inchoate and anxiety-filled and, he asserted, the only possible reply to the demand of concrete need, historically determined, and enforced by the inescapable contradiction between the colonized society and the colonial power, the mass of the people exploited and the foreign exploitive class, a contradiction in the light of which each social stratum or indigenous class must define its position, p. 63. In defining their position, in relation to, or, better yet, against the colonial and imperial powers, each member of the colonized society individually and collectively chooses, must as a matter of life or death, will themselves into becoming revolutionary praxis-oriented participants, active anti-colonial agents in the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization, the protracted process of rescuing, reclaiming, and reconstructing her or his own humanity, history, and heritage. 34. In Cabral's candid words, when the return to the source goes beyond the individual and is expressed through groups or movements, the contradiction is transformed into struggle, secret or 264-6. Overt, and is a prelude to the pre-independence movement or of the struggle for liberation from foreign yoke. So, the return to the source is of no historical importance unless it brings not only real involvement in the struggle for independence, but also complete and absolute identification with the hopes of the mass of the people, who contest not only the foreign culture but also the foreign domination as a whole. Otherwise, the return to the source is nothing more than an attempt to find short-term benefits knowingly or unknowingly, a kind of political opportunism. p. 63. The return to the source may be said to translate into contemporary critical theory as the much-touted cultural revolution that many have often argued proceeds and must continue throughout the national liberation struggle. See Gramsci, 1985, 2000, Lenin, 1975, 1987, Marcuse, 1964, 1968, 1972a, Nelson and Grossberg, 1988, Kruma, 1973a, 1973b, Nyerayer, 1966, 1968, 1973. Culture, when approached from a dialectical perspective, can be reactionary or revolutionary, traditional or transformative, decadent or dynamic, and the return, in light of this fact, must at the least be critical if it is to transcend and transgress feudal attempts, as Serekwaberhan, 1994, sternly stated, to dig out a purely African past and return to a dead tradition, p. 107. The return, therefore, is only partially pointed at historical recovery, socio-political transformation, and revolutionary reorganization. There is another, often overlooked aspect of Cabral's concept of return to the source that simultaneously and dialectically strongly stresses revolutionary cultural restoration and revolutionary cultural transformation. Indeed, Cabral argued, it was prudent for Africans to develop critical dialogues and real relationships with pre-colonial and traditional African histories and cultures, but he also cautioned them to keep in mind the ways in which colonialism and Eurocentrism, and the struggles against colonialism and for re-Africanization, impacted and affected modern African histories and cultures, consequently creating whole new notions of Africa, African cultures and traditions. What is more, and what is not always readily apparent, is that the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization calls into question the very definition of what it means ontologically, existentially, and phenomenologically speaking to be African, that is, African in a world dominated by European imperialism, or, to put it another way, it calls into question what it means to be black in a white supremacist colonial capitalist world. The dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization at its core, then, redefines Africanity, or blackness, if you will. It finds sustenance in Fanon's, 1968, faithful words in The Wretched of the Earth, where he declared, decolonization is the veritable creation of new men, of a new humanity, and the thing which has been colonized becomes man, by which he means becomes human, becomes African by providing revolutionary answers to the question, of liberation and the question, of identity, during the same process by which it frees itself, pages 36 to 37. There is a deep, critical self-reflexive dimension to Cabral's concept of return to the source, one which, similar to Fanon's theory of revolutionary decolonization, openly acknowledges that the colonized transforms, not simply the colonizers, but themselves through the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. Their theory and praxis, situated in a specific historical moment, emerges from the lived experiences of their actually endured struggles. Amilcar Cabral 265. Which in one way connects them to the past but, in another way, connects them to the post-colonial future. Here Horkheimer's, 1972, words, once again, come into play. The critical theorist's vocation is the struggle to which his thought belongs. Thought is not something independent, to be separated from this struggle, p. 245. The return to the source, then, should not under any circumstances be a return to tradition in its stasis or freeze-framed form, but, as Fanon, 1968, has firmly stated, critical theorists he uses terms such as the native intellectual, the native writer, and the man of culture who wish to think and act in the best interest of the national liberation struggle ought to use the past indigenous traditions, narratives, histories, heritages, views, and values with the intention of opening the future, as an invitation to action and a basis for hope, p. 232. The return, simply said, is not to the past, but to the source or, as I am wont to say, sources, plural. The source, of a people's identity and dignity are, according to Cabral, 1973, contained in their history and culture, a struggle, which while being the organized political expression of a culture is also and necessarily a proof not only of identity but also of dignity, p. 68, emphasis in original. A people's history and culture, and we may add language, see Fanon, 1967, pages 17 to 40, contain and carry their thought belief and value systems and traditions. These systems and traditions are under normal circumstances ever evolving, always contradicting, countering and overturning, as well as building on and going beyond, the ideologies and theories, and the views and values of the past. Which is why, further, the return is not and should not be to the past or any dead traditions, but to those things, spiritual and material, from our past, example ideologies, theories, views, and values, which will enable us to construct a present and future that is, or would be, consistently conducive to the highest, healthiest, and most humane modes of human existence and experience. 35 Cabral's, 1979, concept of return to the source is doubly distinguished in its contributions to Africana critical theory in that it enables us to critique two dominant tendencies in Africana liberation theory and praxis. The first tendency is that of the vulgar and narrow-minded nationalists who seek, or so it seems, to expunge every aspect of European culture, collapsing it almost completely with European colonization, without coming to the critical realization that, a people who free themselves from foreign domination will not be culturally free unless, without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, they return to the upwards paths of their own culture, p. 143. To return to the upwards paths of Africans' own culture would mean sidestepping the narrow-minded nationalists' knee-jerk reaction to everything European or non-African, and it would also mean making a critical and, even more, a dialectical distinction between white supremacy and Eurocentrism, on the one hand, and Europe and other cultures' authentic contributions to human culture and civilization that have, or could potentially, benefit the whole of humanity, on the other hand. The second tendency that Cabral's concept of return to the source strongly condemns are those, usually Europeanized, petit bourgeois, alienated Africans living in colonial metropoles, who seem to uncritically praise Africa's pre-colonial histories and cultures without coming to terms with the fact that, without any doubt, underestimation of the cultural values of African peoples, based upon racist feelings and the intention of perpetuating exploitation by the foreigner, has 266.6 done much harm to Africa. But in the face of the vital need for progress, the following factors or behavior would be no less harmful to her: unselective praise, systematic exaltation of virtues without condemning defects, blind acceptance of the values of the culture without considering what is actually or potentially negative, reactionary, or regressive, confusion between what is the expression of an objective and historical material reality and what appears to be a spiritual creation of the result of a special nature. Absurd connection of artistic creations, whether valid or not, to supposed racial characteristics, and, finally, non-scientific or ascientific critical appreciation of the cultural phenomenon. p. 150. Cabral advocated a critical analysis of African cultures and, in so doing, he developed a distinct dialectical approach that Africa's wide-ranging histories, cultures, and struggles. This is extremely important to emphasize because too often Africa has been, and continues to be, engaged as though its histories, cultures, and peoples are either completely homogeneous or completely heterogeneous, as if it were impossible for the diverse and dynamic cultures of Africa to simultaneously possess commonalities and distinct differences. Cabral's cultural philosophy, also, includes a unique comparative dimension that recommends placing what Africans consider the best of their culture into critical dialogue with the contributions and advances of other, non-African cultures. This, he argued, was important in order to get a real sense of what Africa has contributed to world culture and civilization and to discover what world culture and civilization has contributed to, and currently offers Africa. In his own words, the important thing is not to waste time in more or less hair-splitting debates on the specificity or non-specificity of African cultural values, but to look upon these values as a conquest by a part of mankind for the common heritage of all mankind, achieved in one or several phases of its evolution. The important thing is to proceed to critical analysis of African cultures in the light of the liberation movement and the demands of progress in the light of this new stage in the history of Africa. We may be aware of its value in the framework of universal civilization, but to compare its value with that of other cultures, not in order to decide its superiority or its inferiority, but to determine, within the general framework of the struggle for progress, what contribution African culture has made and must make and contributions it can or must receive. The liberation movement must, as we have said, base its action on thorough knowledge of the culture of the people and be able to assess the elements of this culture at their true worth, as well as the different levels it reaches in each social category. It must likewise be able to distinguish within the totality of the people's cultural values the essential and secondary, the positive and negative, the progressive and reactionary, the strengths and weaknesses. This is necessary by virtue of the demands of the struggle and in order to be able to center its action on the essential without forgetting the secondary, to instigate development of positive and progressive elements and to fight, with subtlety but strictness, negative and reactionary elements, finally so that it can make effective use of strengths and remove weaknesses, or transform them into strengths. p. 150. History and culture, as we see here, play a special part in national liberation, and Cabral argued that careful and critical analysis of the specificities of African cultures and ethnicities is equally, if not more important, in national liberation struggles than broad-based theories touting everything from a distinct black soul and African personality to a collective African mind and African communalism. Not. Amilcar Cabral 267. Only were many of these theories, from Cabral's point of view, historically, culturally and sociologically inaccurate, but they were also extremely detrimental since they often glossed over important differences and precluded historical materialist and dialectical materialist interpretations of culture in the development of particular African societies pre-colonial, colonial, or neo-colonial. Moreover, from his African historical materialist perspective, the catch-all concepts and umbrella theories about Africa had a tendency to consistently downplay the many ways in which ethnicity, class, and religion often influenced participation, or non-participation, in decolonization and re-Africanization efforts. However, Cabral also did not believe that endless hours should be spent searching for minute details in efforts to distinguish one African cultural or ethnic group from another. What was, and what remains, most important is that Africans critically analyze and assess their own histories, cultures, and struggles, and this should be strongly stressed, develop a deeper comparative dimension in terms of placing their cultures into critical dialogue, not only with each other, but with other, non-African cultures, especially those involved in anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-imperialist struggles. Above it was demonstrated that a strong humanist strain runs through Cabral's contributions to critical theory, and here we may observe, again, his principled stand against imperialism and for revolutionary humanism. Even more, here we can see that in promoting a critical comparative dimension to the national liberation struggle, Cabral connected Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's national culture with global culture, their national history with world history, and, most significantly, their national struggle with international struggles. His conceptions of national history and national culture indelibly informed his notion of the national liberation struggle. For instance, one would be hard-pressed to provide an answer to Cabral's, 1979, p. 75, cryptic question, against whom are our people struggling? Or, a la Cabral, Serequaber Hans, 1994, p. 32, more recent query, what are the people of Africa trying to free themselves from and what are they trying to establish? Unless she or he possessed a critical cognizance of the roots or sources of the particular history and culture in question, ever willing and able to critically inquire into what and how specific historical, cultural, social, and political predicaments and impediments have been, and are being, transversed and transpired. In my view, Fanon, 1968, captured this conundrum best when he stated, "A national culture is not a folklore, nor an abstract populism that believes it can discover the people's true nature. It is not made up of inert dregs of gratuitous actions, that is to say actions which are less and less attached to the ever-present reality of the people. A national culture is the whole body of efforts made by a people in the sphere of thought to describe, justify, and praise the action through which that people has created itself and keeps itself in existence. A national culture in underdeveloped countries should therefore take its place at the very heart of the struggle for freedom which these countries are carrying on. No one can truly wish for the spread of African culture if he or she does not give practical support to the creation of the conditions necessary to the existence of that culture, in other words, to the liberation of the whole continent." Pages 233-235. Fanon's concept of national culture connects with Cabral's critical theory insofar as both of their thought suggests a reliance on, or return to, those elements. 268-6. Which the subjugated population have employed, and may continue to employ, to describe, justify, and praise the actions through which that people has created itself and keeps itself in existence. This means nothing less than the oppressed undergoing a process of transvaluation of values, Marcuse, 1989, from the existing imperialist social setup and a revolution in values, Marcuse, 1973b, that totally contradicts and overturns imperial values, which are obstructions to the veritable creation of new human beings who envision and seek to bring into being a new humanity and a new society, see Fanon, 1968, p. 36. Cabral's critical return, understood as a cultural revolution, at its core calls for, to borrow Marcuse's phrase, a transvaluation of values. That is to say, Cabral's critical return to the source, which unequivocally advocates cultural revolution, is a rejection of traditional, conventional, established, or accepted imperialist values and, what is more, retrogressive pre-colonial or traditional African values. His return to the source, in this sense, is more of a kind of historical and cultural critical consciousness raising, a form of radical political education, social, organization, and revolutionary praxis that requests that, or, rather, challenges the wretched of the earth to remain cognizant at all times of our own situation and be aware of our things. Cabral, 1979, pages 56-57. We must respect those things of value, contended Cabral, which are useful for the future of our land, for the advancement of our people, p. 57. A transvaluation of values, first, requires that we be aware of our things. Meaning, we should possess an intimate knowledge of our past and present colonial and anti-colonial history and culture. Second, it necessitates that we respect those things of value, which are useful for the future of our land, for the advancement of our people. That is, those things of value which will enable us to create a new, post-imperial society, a society without poverty and privilege, a society free from domination and exploitation, a society that utilizes science and technology as instruments of liberation as opposed to tools of domination, a society whose ultimate aim is the constant creation of those new human beings. Fanon, 1968, wrote so passionately about in The Wretched of the Earth, p. 36. Such a society, further, demands what Marcuse, 1989, termed a transvaluation of values and, even more, it presupposes a new type of human being who rejects the performance principles governing the established societies, a type of man who has rid himself of the aggressiveness and brutality that are inherent in the organization of established society, and in their hypocritical, Puritan morality, a type of man who is biologically incapable of fighting wars and creating suffering, a type of man who has a good conscience of joy and pleasure and who works collectively and individually for a social and natural environment in which such an existence becomes possible. p. 282. The new human beings with new values possess a new worldview, which is the determinate negation of the presently established imperialist worldview and value system. The connection between one's worldview and value system should be stressed because it is precisely these things which, to a certain extent, determine a person's thought and behavior. An individual's worldview and value system becomes their second nature and as such provide beliefs, norms, and aspirations which motivate them, either consciously or unconsciously, to think and act for or. Amilcar Cabral 269. Against the imperialist world system, see Marcuse, 1964, 1965 c. 1966, 1969a, 1970a, 1972a, Wambadia Wamba, 1991. Cabral's contributions to critical theory offers contemporary critical theorists alternatives, not only to imperialism, but to the Eurocentrism of much of what passes currently as critical theory. And, further, it does so without disavowing the crucial contributions that European and other non-African traditions of philosophy and critical theory provide for the Africana tradition of critical theory. Ultimately, then, for Cabral the return to the source is not only about the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization, but also about revolutionary humanism and the promise of a liberated future where the new humanity that Fanon envisioned, and the transvaluation of values that Marcuse described above, is a concrete, actually existing reality. Critical concerns and concluding comments on the uses and abuses of Cabral's contributions to Africana critical theory. As was stated above, Cabral presents Africana critical theory with several significant challenges, and throughout the course of this chapter I have accented and emphasized the ways in which his life work necessitates a fundamental rethinking of critical theory in general and, more specifically, the discourse and development of Africana critical theory. As forementioned, Cabral's thought serves as a cue and calls for a concrete philosophy, an Africana philosophy of praxis, a historically nuanced, culturally grounded, and politically charged form of critical social theory that speaks to the special needs of continental and diasporan Africans. Eschewing the scholasticism and abstract system building of the bulk of European and European American trained philosophers of African descent, Cabral constantly developed accessible critical theories of the changing conditions of contemporary society, the prospects of Pan-African democratic socialist revolution, revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary re-Africanization, revolutionary nationalism, and revolutionary humanism. He was ever concerned to utilize theory, philosophy, as a weapon against imperialism, and to unite it with the emancipatory aspirations and efforts of his specific struggling people, and racially colonized humanity as a whole. Cabral, also, always admonished intellectual activists to be critically cognizant of our particular circumstances and situations, but, as revolutionary humanists, to remain open to learning what we can from the lived experiences and experiments, example social, political, and cultural experiments, of others. In his own words, the experience of others is highly significant for someone undergoing any experience. The reality of others is highly significant for one's reality. Many folk do not understand this, and grasp their reality with the passion that they are going to invent everything. I do not want to do the same as others have done, nothing that others have done. This is a sign of ignorance. If we want to do something in reality, we must see who has already done the same, who has done something similar, and who has done something opposite, so that we can learn something from their experience. It is not to copy completely, because every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions. There are many things which belong to many realities jointly. It is essential that 276. The experience of others benefit us. We must be able to derive from everyone's experience what we can adapt to our conditions, to avoid unnecessary efforts and sacrifices. This is very important. Cabral, 1979, pages 49 to 50. In good dialectical fashion, Cabral suggested that we start with our own circumstances and situations, but maintain an epistemic and experiential openness, and be willing and able to appropriate and adapt the advances or breakthroughs of others as they pertain to our circumstances and situations, as these advances and breakthroughs could in many instances aid us in avoiding unnecessary efforts and sacrifices. He firmly warns us not to copy completely, because our lived reality, that is, our concrete conditions and unique historical happenings, are distinct from those of any people in any other age. We are to always remember that every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions. Here, this caveat should also be connected to Cabral's earlier discussion of the plurality of African histories, cultures, and struggles. Indeed, Cabral and his comrades provided solutions to many problems, crucial answers to several critical questions, but contemporary critical theorists must keep cognizant of the fact that Cabral and his comrades provided solutions to the particular problems they were faced with in their specific historical moment, as they were confronting the conundrums of an extremely particular, if not peculiar, form of racial colonialism, Portuguese colonialism. Cabral, 1972, critically contended. We, peoples of Africa, who are fighting against Portuguese colonialism, have suffered under very special conditions, because for the past 40 years we have been under the domination of a fascist regime. Portugal is an economically backward country, in which about 50% of the population is illiterate, a country which you will find at the bottom of all the statistical tables of Europe. Portugal is a country in no position at all to dominate any other country. p. 78. This means, then, that it is equally important for contemporary critical theorists, Africana or otherwise, to critically bear in mind that however attractive Cabral's thought, no matter how fervently we believe it to speak to the special issues we are confronted with in the 21st century, his contributions to critical theory cannot provide us with the concrete and nuanced historical understandings necessary to develop revolutionary movements, that is, national and international liberation struggles aimed at altering the new and novel social and political problems of the present. There simply is no substitute for contemporary critical theorists practicing conceptual generation, no problem-solving proxy for their development of new theory geared toward, not only gauging but changing contemporary societies, bringing into being a new humanity, new societies and, perhaps even, a new world culture and civilization grounded in and growing out of various trans-ethnic traditions of revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary humanism, critical multiculturalism, democratic socialism, racial justice, gender justice, women's liberation, freedom of sexual orientation, and religious tolerance, among others. However, even in light of all the critical observations above, I continue to believe that Cabral's theoretic strategic framework is extremely useful for those critical theorists concerned with, not merely colonialism, neocolonialism, and post-colonialism, but also racism, critical race theory, revolutionary nationalism, revolutionary. Amilcar Cabral 271. Humanism, Re-Africanization and the Critique of Capitalism and Class Struggles in Contemporary Society. His theoretic strategic framework, indeed, does offer critical concepts and innovative analytical categories. It does, in fact, provide a wide range of principles and prospects that make intelligible the constantly changing character of contemporary colonialism, capitalism, and racism. Further, it seems to prophetically prefigure and point to new, untapped types of revolutionary movement, and even goes so far to suggest several distinct directions for future radical political struggle. Cabral's theoretic strategic framework is distinctive in that it audaciously challenges contemporary theorists to actually, ontologically speaking, be simultaneously critical and theorists, intellectuals and activists. It explicitly asks that critical theorists embrace the dialectical task of transforming themselves and their societies, which, once again, are situated in specific historical moments, with concrete conditions, and particular social and political problems. Corroborating Cabral and, in a sense, updating his thesis that every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions, the Ghanaian philosopher, Kwame Gaikai, 1995, has stated, philosophers belonging to a given culture or era or tradition select those concepts or clusters of concepts that, for one reason or another, matter most and that therefore are brought to the fore in their analysis. p. 7. These concepts and clusters of concepts are employed insofar as specific philosophers understand them to offer the most compelling and comprehensive means to alter contemporary societies and, even more, contemporary souls, following the fundamental thrust of Du Bois' contributions to critical theory. Gaikai, 1997, comments further. If one were to examine the cultural and historical setting of the intellectual focus, concerns, and direction of the individual thinker, one would be convinced, beyond doubt, that philosophy is a conceptual response to the basic human problems that arise in any given society in a given epoch. Such an examination would reveal that philosophers grapple at the conceptual level with problems and issues of their times, even though this does not mean that the relevance of their ideas, insights, arguments, and conclusions is to be tethered to those times, for, more often than not, the relevance of their insights and arguments or at least some of them transcends the confines of their own times and cultures and, thus, can be embraced by other cultures or societies or different generational epochs. In other words, a philosophical doctrine may be historical, that is, generated originally in response to some historical events or circumstances, without our having to look on it as historicistic, without our having to confine its significance simply to those times of history when it was actually produced. The fact that the philosophers who produced the ideas and arguments were giving conceptual response and attention to the experiences of their times needs to be stressed and constantly borne in mind. It was the problems of the time that constituted the points of departure for their reflective analyses. p. 19. Cabral impels Africana critical theory to consider the concrete conditions of philosophical settings, reminding us that it may be extremely useful to acknowledge and engage the fact that, and the manner in which, philosophy is inextricable from notions of, most especially, tradition, but also history and heritage as well. Another Ghanaian philosopher, Kwasi Wiredu, 1991, has asserted that the philosophy of a people is always a tradition, and that a tradition presupposes a ser. 272-6. Tain minimum of organic relationships among, at least some of, its elements, p. 92. He goes on to observe, if a tradition of modern philosophy is to develop and flourish in Africa, there will have to be philosophical interaction and cross-fertilization among contemporary African workers in philosophy, p. 92. Inasmuch as it is reputedly a return to the history and culture of African peoples, Cabral's critical return to the source, suggests in no uncertain terms that Africana critical theory of contemporary society concern itself with the deconstruction of European-derived continental and diasporan African philosophical discourse, and the reconstruction of a decolonized and re-Africanized critical theory and praxis tradition. The deconstruction of European-based continental and diasporan African philosophy presupposes that modern workers in Africana philosophy, and Africana studies in general, have the conceptual and analytical skills and tools to undertake such an endeavor. Further, this endeavor, being nothing less than what has been aforementioned and outlined in the preceding paragraphs as Africana critical theory, must always and at its core as a critical self-conscious and critical self-reflective effort be willing and able to critique and correct its own subjective settings, concrete conditions, and insidiously inherited Eurocentric philosophical influences, as well as other imperialist intellectual influences, which in many, if not in most instances keeps it from doing what Guy Kai, 1997, among others, understands the fundamental tasks of philosophy to be: 1. Provide people with a fundamental system of beliefs to live by. 2. Determine the nature of human values and how these values can be realized concretely in human societies. 3. Speculate about the whole range of human experience by providing conceptual interpretations and analysis of that experience. Necessarily doing so not only by responding to the basic issues and problems generated by that experience but also by suggesting new or alternative ways of thought and action, and 4. Offer conceptual responses to the problems posed in any given epoch for a given society or culture, pages 15, 23, 24, 27. To speak of an Africana critical theory in the contemporary moment means nothing less than speaking of, and actively engaging in, the critique, appreciation, appropriation, and disruption if need be of hitherto traditional or, even more, abstract academic and Eurocentric, European-influenced forms of continental and diasporan African philosophy and conceptual generation. As Cabral's critical theory suggests, the engagement of any form or field of knowledge should always and ever be, not for scholasticism, abstract system building, or simply nostalgia's sake, but in the interest of real, live, suffering and struggling women, men, and children, in a word, not knowledge for knowledge's sake, but knowledge for life and liberation's sake. Again, Guy Kai offers Africana philosophers advice: philosophical knowledge and insight should benefit the society as a whole, not merely the philosophers personally, p. 18. As philosophers of African descent continue to rescue and rediscover, as well as critically engage and re-interpret various philosophical systems and traditions, we must be vigilant, remaining consistently conscious of the fact that no matter which form or field of philosophy we feel compelled to engage, it is our solemn duty, as philosophers, even more, as critical theorists of contemporary society, to do so in the spirit of Dubois, James, Césaire, Senghor, Fanon, and Cabral, seeking solutions to the enigmatic issues of our epoch, always and ever, willing and able to criticize and offer alternatives and correctives to contemporary crises and conundrums. I was most interested in ways in which philosophy could serve as a basis for developing a critique of society and how that critique of society could figure into the development of practical strategies for the radical transformation of society. I never saw philosophy as separate from a social critique or from social activism. Angela Y. Davis, African American Philosophers, 17 Conversations, p. 21. Writings of thinkers who were engaged in very concrete struggle in their communities tend to be overlooked as philosophical or theoretical. But there's a whole other part of philosophy and theory that is not professionalized and that, for me, is the exciting part. Joy A. James, African American Philosophers, 17 Conversations, pages 255 to 256. Practice without thought is blind. Thought without practice is empty. Social revolution must therefore have, standing firmly behind it, an intellectual revolution, a revolution in which our thinking and philosophy are directed towards the redemption of our society. Our philosophy must find its weapons in the environment and living conditions of the African people. It is from those conditions that the intellectual content of our philosophy must be created. Kwame Nkrumah, Consciencism, Philosophy and Ideology for Decolonization, p. 78. If it is true that a revolution can fail, even though it be nurtured on perfectly conceived theories, nobody has yet successfully practiced revolution without a revolutionary theory. Amilcar Cabral, Unity and Struggle, Speeches and Writings of Amilcar Cabral, p. 123. 285. 7. overcoming the aversion to new theory and new praxis in Africana studies and critical social theory. Reconstructing and repoliticizing critical social theory, synthesizing critical race theory, Black Marxism, Black feminism, womanism, revolutionary decolonization, and revolutionary re-Africanization. We may conclude in light of the foregoing chapters that the relationship between theory and praxis has always been a core concern within the classical Africana tradition of critical theory, and remains relevant for contemporary Africana critical theorists. In terms of Du Bois' inauguration and contributions to classical Africana critical theory, we have witnessed that it not only promoted and provides a paradigm for an ongoing transdisciplinary synthesis of philosophy with history, sociology, psychology, political science, and economics, among other disciplines, but that from its inception Africana critical theory distinguished itself from Eurocentric and Marxist class conflict-focused critical theory by strongly stressing the importance of race, racism, and white supremacy, gender, sexism, and patriarchy, colonialism, racial colonialism, and capitalist colonialism, as well as its unique race-centered and racism-conscious critique of capitalism and promotion of radical and, at times, revolutionary democratic socialism. For example, though Du Bois' early work undoubtedly falls within the realm of black bourgeois intellectualism, his middle period and later work ultimately gave way to what can only properly be called praxis-promoting theory, or theory with practical intent, which he conceived to be the critical theoretical arm of radical, and later, revolutionary social and political struggles and movements. With regard to Fanon's contributions to Africana critical theory, he consistently linked theory to revolutionary decolonization, calling on the wretched of the earth to shake free from the physical and psychological shackles that have long bound them and arrested their development. For Cabral, theory is employed as a weapon in the war against imperialism. It is not the exclusive domain of petty bourgeois intellectuals, colonial administrators, or anti-colonial party or movement leaders, but can be utilized and put into action by anyone who is willing to think critically about the colonial world and its connections to capitalism, racism, and sexism. Even with the intense emphasis on the production of praxis-promoting theory, theory with practical intent, and theory grounding in and growing out of radical and revolutionary continental and diasporan movements, very few contemporary Africana intellectual activists, with very few exceptions, have explored the practical dimensions of Africana studies in general, and Africana theory in specific. Aldridge and Young, 2000, Aldridge and James, 2007, Asante and Karenga, 2006, Bobo and Michel, 2000. Bobo, Hudley, and Michel, 2004, Gordon and Gordon, 2006a, 2006b, Hudson Weems, 2007, Marable, 2000, 2005. Consequently, the Africana tradition of critical theory has suffered a serious deficit and scarcely any Africana studies scholars, including Africana philosophers, have consciously contributed to the discourse and development of an Africana critical theory of contemporary culture and society. While several contemporary Africana studies scholars have produced detailed and often comprehensive works in cultural criticism, social theory, philosophy, liberation theology, and literary theory, their contributions to concrete philosophy, philosophy of praxis, theory with practical intent, and radical politics are more than modest in view of the innovativeness and enormity of the classical con. 286-7. Contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory. The classical contributions have been chronicled and often apolitically analyzed, usually from disciplinary perspectives other than those of Africana studies, throughout the 20th century, but their radical and, even more, their revolutionary promise has sadly remained unrealized, and this is all the more bewildering considering the resurgence of issues at the dawn of the 21st century which plagued continental and diasporan Africans, as well as humanity as a whole, in the 20th century. This book offers the first extended examination of the Africana tradition of critical theory and demonstrates why this tradition remains relevant to, not simply Africana studies and Africana intellectual activists, but to struggling continental and diasporan Africans, the black masses, if you will, who are the authentic architects, tireless teachers, and the singular subjects of Africana studies. This book, also, has implications for non-African cultural critics, social theorists, post-colonial theorists, critical race theorists, revolutionary nationalists, and revolutionary humanists, among others, who understand the increasing importance of critical comparative cultural studies, revolutionary multiculturalism, and trans-ethnic insurgent intellectual activism. The Africana tradition of critical theory has several serious challenges before it, challenges which if not adequately addressed could potentially signal setbacks in its continued conceptual generation and much-needed discursive development or, worst, setbacks that ultimately symbolize Africana critical theory's intellectual epitaph. One of the many major challenges Africana critical theory must immediately engage involves developing a deeper dialogue with the discourse, of Africana women's studies, which includes both black feminist and womanist theory, Dove, 1998a, Guy Sheftel, 1995, Hudson Weems, 1995, 2004, James and Sharpley Whiting, 2000, Namika, 1998, Sharpley Whiting, 2002. Another major conceptual hurdle that Africana critical theory must urgently address is simultaneously deepening and developing its relationship with black radical politics in general, and the discourse of black Marxism in particular. There is a tendency in Africana studies where black feminists seem to dialogue more deeply and more frequently with white feminists than with the womanists diligently working in their own field, womanists who have been and currently continue to work on a wide range of often identical issues, employing transdisciplinary research methods and cross-cultural critical perspectives that are much more compatible with black feminism than those of the majority of white feminists. Allen, 1995, K.G. Cannon. 1988, 1995, P. H. Collins, 1995, Dove, 1998a, 1998b, Floyd Thomas, 2006a, 2006b, Houston and Idris, 2002, Hudson Weems, 1995, 1997, 1998a, 1998b, 1998c, 2000, 2001a, 2001b, 2004, 2007, L. Phillips, 2006, Riggs, 1994, Towns, 1993a, 1993b, 1995, 2006, S. Williams, 1990. This is due, in part, to the controversy surrounding nomenclature, not simply in Africana women's studies, but in Africana studies in general. Aldridge and Young, 2000, Asante and Karenga, 2006, Gordon and Gordon, 2006a, 2006b, Hudson Weems, 2007. Many women of African descent are fine with being labeled black feminists, while others prefer to self-name, self-describe, and self-define themselves and their work as womanists and womanism, respectively. Though continuing to call herself a black feminist, Patricia Hill Collins, 2000, has argued that rather than developing definitions and arguing over naming practices, for example, whether this thought or thought tradition should be called black feminism, womanism. 287. Afrocentric feminism, Africana womanism, and the like. A more useful approach lies in revisiting the reasons why black feminist thought exists at all, p. 22. According to Collins, black feminist thought exists as a consequence of the dialectical relationship linking African American women's oppression and activism. She continues, as long as black women's subordination within intersecting oppressions of race, class, gender, sexuality, and nation persists, black feminism as an activist response to that oppression will remain needed, p. 22. This means, then, that no matter how women of African descent define, describe, and identify themselves and their classical and contemporary thought tradition, what is of paramount importance is that Africana critical theorists recognize and utilize their theories and praxis, along with the work of others, example authentic anti-racist white feminists, as well as Native American, Chicana/Latina, and Asian radical/revolutionary feminists and womanists, in their efforts to critically engage the interlocking, intersecting, and overlapping nature of race, gender, class, and sexuality oppression in continental and diasporan African life worlds and life struggles. See also, P. H. Collins, 1986a, 1986b, 1998, 2003, 2005, 2006. We witness a similar situation when we come to the work of the Black Marxists. They, too, it seems to me, exhibit a propensity to dialogue more deeply and more frequently with white Marxists and the Eurocentric Marxist tradition in general than they tend to dialogue with and critically develop the Black radical tradition, which, if truth be told, predates the Eurocentric Marxist tradition, and offers a wealth of critical social and critical racial theories that speak more directly to the special issues confronting continental and diasporan Africans. Bogues, 2003, C.W. Mills, 1987, 2003. This is not in any way to say that the Black Marxists and the Black feminists should not critically dialogue with white Marxists and white feminists, but only to remind them that their dialogues with the Eurocentric theorists working in their respective areas of interest usually either exhibit an intense intellectual inferiority complex, or are stuck in a deconstructive mode where there is merciless criticism of every aspect of Marxism or feminism that may even seem to be Eurocentric or patriarchal without, and this is the real problem, contributing to efforts aimed at reconstructing the Black radical tradition, which has always included radical Black women, many of whom predate the Black feminism versus womanism debate, and creating new critical theories of race, gender and neo-colonialism, as well as incorporating conventional critical theories critique of capitalism and bourgeois culture. In other words, there is a predisposition on the part of many Black Marxists and Black feminists to contribute to the critique and deconstruction of Eurocentric and patriarchal theory, but no real conscious efforts aimed at the critical reconstruction of the Black radical tradition, of which Black feminism and Black Marxism are merely two of myriad trends, and, even more, there seems to be very little emphasis on conceptual generation, that is, the creation of new critical theory that not only transgresses Eurocentric and patriarchal theory, but transcends the Black radical tradition, simultaneously strongly stressing the Black radical tradition's need to constantly and self-reflexively identify and rid itself of its obsolete aspects, and its need to maintain an epistemic openness, not only to new theories emerging from Africana studies, but new theoretical developments in the discourses of Marxism, feminism, and humanism, among others areas, as well. Rabaka, 2007a, 2008a. 288-7. Here, then, let us critically examine some of the major movements in contemporary critical social theory and, particularly, cutting-edge work on the radical socialist feminist scene. This will aid us in our endeavor to distinguish the Africana tradition of critical theory from the insights and advances of those working in the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory. Moreover, by engaging the work of those theorists operating from a simultaneously Marxist and feminist perspective, we will be able to further identify and deepen our understanding of the issues that conceptually confront and pose pivotal conceptual pitfalls for the future development of Africana critical theory, and specifically its ongoing efforts to emphasize the importance of race and racism, as well as other issues, with regard to any theory that claims to be a theory critical of the established orders, ideologies, domination, oppression, and exploitation. A brief but critical examination of Frankfurt School-based feminism will, therefore, provide us with an opportunity to take a serious look at one of the most provocative theoretical productions in recent radical thought history, Nancy Fraser's, 1989, articulation of a feminist critical theory of contemporary society. The subtleties of white supremacy. The race, politics of Marxist critical theory and Eurocentric feminist theory. In What's Critical About Critical Theory, The Case of Habermas and Gender, The noted feminist and critical theorist Nancy Fraser, 1991, asserts that a critical social theory of capitalist societies needs gender-sensitive categories, which is to say that critical theory should move away from the usual androcentric understanding and ordering of things commonplace in orthodox Marxian theory, p. 371. It should, contrary to the critical theories of many members of the Frankfurt School, and their discursive descendants, seriously engage the particularities of, and differences between, female and male domination and discrimination. For instance, as Jürgen Habermas says virtually nothing about gender in Theory of Communicative Action, his much-touted magnum opus, Fraser finds his critical theory seriously deficient, p. 358. By conducting a gender-sensitive reading of his social theory, Fraser reveals that there are some major lacunae in Habermas's otherwise powerful and sophisticated model of the relations between public and private institutions in classical capitalism, p. 370. For Fraser, when Habermas writes of the worker-citizen soldier in his critique of the public and private spheres under capitalism, he lays bare some of the major weaknesses of his and, in my opinion, many of the other members of the Frankfurt School's critical theory, his failure to come to critical terms with the gender subtext of the relations and arrangements he describes, and the fact that feminine and masculine identity run like pink and blue threads through the areas of paid work, state administration and citizenship as well as through the domain of familial and sexual relations. This is to say that gender identity is lived out in all arenas of life, pages 367, 370. In agreement with Fraser, I believe that gender-sensitive readings of, and radical changes in, the very concepts of citizenship, child-rearing, and unpaid work, as well. 289. As changes in the relationships among the domestic, official economic, state and political public spheres are necessary, p. 371. However, my conception of critical theory also takes into consideration the racial subtext, and argues for race-sensitive readings of power relations in the modern and postmodern moments. I am very excited about the prospects of developing feminist, gender-sensitive and/or, as I prefer, critical women's liberation theory. Which, in other words, is to say that I am deeply devoted to developing critical social theory and cultural analysis that acknowledges, in Fraser's words, that, we are, therefore, struggling for women's autonomy in the following special sense, a measure of collective control over the means of interpretation and communication sufficient to permit us to participate on par with men in all types of social interaction, including political deliberation and decision-making, p. 378. What bothers me about Fraser's articulation of a feminist critical theory, however, is the limited scope of her social theoretical framework. While she correctly takes Habermas and, in many senses, the whole of the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory to task for the gender blindness or, what I am wont to call, the gender insensitivity of his social theoretical framework, like Habermas, Fraser fails to theorize some of the ways in which racism adds a different, perhaps deeper dimension to domination and discrimination in contemporary culture and society. Put another way, I am highly perplexed by the racial myopia, that is, the racial blindness of a sophisticated feminist social theorist such as Fraser who, perhaps utilizing the Frankfurt School critical theoretical framework and philosophically following many of its male members, treats race, racism, anti-racist struggle, and critical race theory as incidental and, more to the point, tertiary to the critique of sexism, and particularly patriarchy, and capitalism. Many theorists have explored sexism, and many theorists have explored racism, and a multitude of theorists, especially Marxists, have critiqued capitalism. But, racism and sexism and capitalism, and colonialism, I might add, treated in a critical conjunctive manner perhaps of the sort advocated by the black lesbian feminist socialist mother of two, including one boy, Audre Lorde, 1984, p. 114, and the kind of analysis that the black feminist sociologist Deborah King, 1995, writes of in her classic essay, Multiple Jeopardy, Multiple Consciousness, the context of black feminist ideology calls for a critical engagement of the Africana tradition, of critical theory and its distinct contributions to radical politics and critical social theory. What do we find when we turn to the Africana tradition of critical theory? In this often overlooked critical thought tradition we are undoubtedly, and perhaps unexpectedly for some, exposed to an arsenal of criticisms, a wide range of theoretical weapons, which challenge and seek to provide solutions to several of the major social and political problems of the 19th, 20th and, I should like to be one of the first to add, 21st centuries. This assertion is all the more evident when we critically engage Du Bois' contributions to critical theory. Though his thought covers a wide range of intellectual terrain and ducks and dips into and out of various academic disciplines, history, sociology, philosophy, political science, economics, religion, education, and literature, among others, Du Bois, it can be said at this point with little or no fanfare, laid a foundation and provides a critical theoretical framework for the systematic study of the four key forms of domination. 297. And discrimination that have shaped the modern world for several centuries, racism, sexism, colonialism, and capitalism. All of his work, whether we turn to his novels, volumes of poetry, plays, autobiographies, cultural criticisms, histories, social studies, political treatises or economic analyses, emanate from the critique of the four aforementioned forms of oppression. Further, when Du Bois' thought is placed into critical dialogue with the work of other classical contributors to Africana critical theory, such as those examined in this study, and contemporary contributors to Africana critical theory such as Angela Davis, 1981, 1989, 1998a, Lucius Outlaw, 1996a, 2005, Cornel West, 1982, 1988a, 1989, 1991, 1993a, 1999, 2004, Bell Hooks, 1984, 1995, 2000a, Audre Lorde, 1984, 1996, 2004, Manning Marable, 1983, 1985a, 1987, 1993, 1996, Patricia Hill. Collins, 1998, 2000, 2005, Cedric Robinson, 2000, 2001, Lewis Gordon, 1995b, 1997b, 2000a, 2006a, 2008, and Joy James, 1996a, 1997, 1999, among others. A distinguishable Africana tradition of critical theory emerges as not simply a deconstructive critique of Eurocentric Marxist and feminist critical theory, but also a reconstructive challenge to all contemporary or new critical theorists. Returning to Fraser and feminist critical theory, again, I feel compelled to reiterate that I utterly agree with her project when and where she argues that the worker-citizen soldier in classical and contemporary Marxian traditions, of which Frankfurt School critical theory is a provocative and extremely important 20th century strand, is not androgynous or gender-neutral but, in fact, dreadfully gendered, and malevolently masculinist and male-centered at that. Fraser's radical socialist feminist theory resonates deeply with my articulation of an Africana critical theory of contemporary society when she accents some of the ways in which basic Marxian categories, such as worker, wage, consumer, and citizen, in her own words, are not, in fact, strictly economic concepts. Rather, they have an implicit gender subtext and thus are gender economic concepts. Likewise, the relevant concept of citizenship is not strictly a political concept, it has an implicit gender subtext and so, rather, is a gender political concept. Thus, this analysis reveals the inadequacy of those critical theories that treat gender as incidental to politics and political economy. It highlights the need for a critical theoretical categorical framework in which gender, politics, and political economy are internally integrated. Fraser, 1991, p. 371. For Fraser, there are few, if any, gender-neutral concepts in Marxian theory. In fact, much of Marxism, as she avers above, is rather gender-specific and often only speaks to male struggles against economic exploitation, which is to say that Marxism, as it was originally conceived and propagated from Karl Marx through to Herbert Marcuse and the Western or Hegelian Marxist tradition, is one long theorization of working-class men's experience of, and class struggles against, the evils of capitalism. P. Anderson, 1976, Gottlieb, 1992, Kolakowski, 1978a, 1978b, 1978c, J. 1984. The trick, though, and one that has not gone unnoticed by Marxist feminists and socialist feminists, is that for a very long time many Marxists, and many female Marxists notwithstanding, did not realize or critically take into consideration the simple fact that when they wrote or spoke of workers, wages, citizens, and the like, their ideas and arguments were premised on a false gender neutrality that more often than not signified males and their gender-specific socio-political wishes and whims. C. M. Barrett, 1980, Boxer and Quartier, 1978, Braun, 1987, M. J. Burrell. 291. 1981, Di Stefano, 1991, 2008, Eisenstein, 1979, A. Ferguson, 1986, 1998, K. E. Ferguson, 1980, Quettel, 1974, Hansen and Philipson, 1990, Hennessy and Ingram, 1997, Holmstrom, 2002, Muhlenbelt, 1984, Roberts and Mizuta, 1993, Robotham, 1973, 1979, Sargent, 1981, Slaughter and Kern, 1981. In a patriarchal society, it is normal, utterly universal for theorizing men to exclude the plight of women from their so-called radical social theory, theories of social change, or their dialectical discourses on domination and liberation. See Ben Habib and Cornell, 1987, Essed, Goldberg and Kobayashi, 2005. For male theorists to identify themselves and their discourses as patriarchal, male supremacist, or masculinist, or to make mention of gender at all, is from their vantage point superfluous because of the superstructural and superstructural dynamics of patriarchy and the ways it plays itself out in the said society. Fraser is, indeed, on point when she suggests that what is needed is a closer, more critical gender-sensitive reading of classical and contemporary radical thought and praxis in order to develop a critical theory of contemporary society. Africana critical theory of contemporary society, however, parts company with Fraser's feminist critical theory when it calls for a critical theoretical categorical framework in which gender, politics, and political economy are internally integrated without so much as mentioning, let alone seriously engaging, the socio-historical fact that race and racism as well have shaped the modern world and, therefore, should be included in any authentic critical theory of contemporary society. Contemporary society, as several self-described feminists and womanists of African descent have argued, is simultaneously sexist, racist, and economically exploitive. One need not think long about the various vicissitudes of contemporary capitalism and colonialism. The task, then, of contemporary critical theory is to seek solutions to these four fundamental social and political problems, among others as they arise. In the classical Marxist tradition, and in most of the contemporary Marxist tradition, when Marxists theorize the plight of the worker, they are not only writing about gender-specific workers, male workers, but also racially specific workers, white workers. The terms that the Marxists use are neither gender nor race-neutral terms. For instance, just as males are normative in a patriarchal society, so too are whites in a socio-historically white supremacist society. Again, it is superfluous to make mention of such matters as race and gender in a white and male supremacist society, because the white male worldview is always and ever thought and taught to be neutral and universal. To put it plainly, in a white and male supremacist society, all are indoctrinated with the dominant ideology, which is inherently a hegemonic white male worldview. Moreover, the appeal of purportedly gender and race-neutral terms such as worker, consumer, and citizen is that they often silently signify white males without actually overtly saying so. What this means, then, is that there are actually invisible pre-reflexive parenthetical adjectives clandestinely attached to these supposedly gender and race-neutral terms: white male, worker, white male, consumer, and white male, citizen. For hence, had Fraser turned to the Africana tradition of critical theory, and especially the work of Angela Davis, 1981, 1989, 1998a, Audre Lorde, 1984, 1988, 1996, 2004, Bell Hooks, 1981, 1984, 1991, 1995, 2000a, 2004a, 2004b, and Patricia Hill Collins, 1998, 2000, 2005, 2006, she would have found not only a critical and 292.7 analytical engagement of capitalism and sexism, but also some of the most sustained and sophisticated theorizations of race and racism, and the ways in which racism, sexism, and capitalism overlap, interlock and intersect, in recent human history. She would, further, have been able to observe not simply the gendered subtext, s, of the Marxian tradition, but also its racial, and, oft-times, racist, subtext, s, ultimately positing, as I intend to, the need for Marxists to critically note that their basic concepts and categories are race and gender specific, and supremacist, as well as political and economic. In other words, I am arguing, following the Eritrean philosopher, Tseneserekwa Burhan, 1994, that political neutrality in philosophy, as in most other things, is at best a harmless naivete, and at worst a pernicious subterfuge for hidden agendas. p4. It is not enough, from the Africana critical theoretical perspective, for Fraser to highlight gender's import for radical political and economic analysis without, in the spirit of the Africana tradition of critical theory, stretching it to encompass the study of race, racism, critical race theory, and contemporary anti-racist struggle. Finally, in the Africana tradition of critical theory, had Fraser turned to it, she would have also found an anti-colonial theory and discourse on revolutionary decolonization that could have possibly helped her extend and expand her concepts of the inner colonization of the life world, which she borrowed from Habermas, and decolonization, which she, similar to almost the entire Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory, limits to life worlds and lived experiences in capitalist countries. Fraser, 1989, pages 129 to 143, 161 to 187. 5. Capitalism, it should be stated outright, does marginalize, exploit, and oppress women in ways markedly different from men, and especially in patriarchal capitalist societies. However, and equally important, capitalism also perpetuates and exacerbates racial domination and discrimination. This is a socio-historical fact that many Marxist feminists and socialist feminists have long neglected, and also a fact to which the Africana tradition of critical theory, and especially Africana women's liberation theorists, have devoted a great deal of time and intellectual energy. Though there is much more in Fraser's theory and the feminist critiques of Frankfurt School critical theory that I find philosophically fascinating, for the purposes of the discussion at hand I have accentuated those aspects of Fraser's arguments that help to highlight the distinctive features of Africana critical theory of contemporary society. Constructing the Africana tradition of critical theory, placing a greater emphasis on, and incorporating the insights of, Africana women's studies. It is not my intention here to, interpret and, Inscribe the Africana male critical theorists examined in the previous chapters as super anti-sexist social theorists. They, quite candidly, were not. However, some of their work does provide contemporary critical theorists, Africana and otherwise, with paradigms that might be extremely useful in the reconstruction and, even more, the creation of new critical theories that speak to the special needs and new problems of the 21st century. What I am advocating here, then, is a critical and dialectical, simultaneously womanist and black feminist approach to the contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory explored in this study. 6. 293. I am well aware of the ways that an anti-sexist male perspective in a male supremacist society is not as suspect as an anti-sexist female perspective, though I would respectfully concede that an anti-sexist male perspective is suspect to a certain degree and that gender-progressive males are marginalized and ostracized in such a social world, though they have never been marginalized and ostracized to the extent to which, anti-sexist, women have historically been in the said social world. However, and in all intellectual honesty, an anti-sexist male, with the most minute amount of academic credentials and or institutional affiliation, can quickly become, in the minds of the ruling race gender class and their media machines in a male supremacist social world, an authoritative anti-sexist voice of reason. This, of course, is similar in many senses to the ways that white race traitors and white anti-racists are exalted as the definitive voices of anti-racist reason and radical anti-racist political practice in white supremacist society. Africana critical theory must decidedly destabilize and resist efforts to position it as a racialist or anti-racist, Marxist or Pan-Africanist, black feminist or womanist, continental or diasporan, or black nationalist or revolutionary humanist discourse, because as stated above it must continuously critically and dialectically deepen and develop the basic concepts and categories of its socio-theoretical framework and synthesize disparate discourses into its own original anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, and sexual orientation-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society. To read Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folk and Darkwater, or Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks and the Wretched of the Earth, it is to read not merely studies in race and racism, but also studies in class and caste. To read Du Bois' Black Reconstruction and Color and Democracy, or C.L.R. James's The Black Jacobins and a History of Pan-African Revolt, it is not simply to read studies in race, caste, and class, but also studies in Pan-Africanism and anti-colonialism. And, finally, when Du Bois' The Damnation of Women, Angela Davis's Women, Race and Class and Women, Culture, and Politics, or Bell Hooks' Ain't I a Woman and Feminist Theory are read, what one is reading are not merely studies in race and class theory, but also critical analyses of gender domination and discrimination, and especially as these overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting systems of oppression and exploitation affect the life worlds and lived experiences of black women. It is the multidimensionality and transdisciplinary nature of the Africana tradition of critical theory that makes it difficult for opportunistic interpreters to appropriate and articulate this radical thought tradition in a monodimensional and monodisciplinary manner. Moreover, it is the same multidimensionality and transdisciplinarity of the contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory explored in the present study that provides paradigmatic examples of some of the ways contemporary male anti-sexist social theorists can simultaneously avoid being appropriated as the authoritative and most rational voices of gender justice, and connect critiques of serious sexism with those of racism and classism. If male anti-sexist social theorists openly and honestly dialogue with, document and disseminate the community and campus work of female anti-sexist social theorists, then, it will be very difficult for male supremacist media machines to project the gender-progressive male voice as the definitive voice of gender justice. Critically engaging women's liberation theory and praxis by actively participating in the said theory and praxis, male anti-sexist social theorists can and should expand the range. 294-7. And use, of women's liberation theory and other anti-sexist social theory to include the work of both women and men who sought and are seeking gender justice. Male anti-sexist social theorists must simultaneously claim and construct male anti-sexist, gender justice, and women's liberation theory and praxis traditions, and share the knowledge they discover and create with gender justice-seeking women and men. In fact, one of the special tasks of anti-sexist men is to encourage our brother friends to critically examine the ways in which they embrace patriarchy and perpetuate and exacerbate sexism and female domination and discrimination. Male anti-sexist social theorists and activists are long overdue in articulating to sexist men the violent psychological and physical consequences of male supremacist thought and behavior, and how, as quiet as it is kept, this thought and behavior not only robs women of their human and civil rights, but also often causes serious life-threatening conflicts and contradictions among men. 7. What I am calling for here is for anti-sexist men to unflinchingly encourage sexist men to self-consciously confront and correct their sexist socialization and sexist thought and behavior. Anti-sexist men must embrace the revolutionary responsibility of providing new paradigms for modern masculinity. We must repentantly show the world, and especially women, our sister friends, that patriarchal, phallocentric, militaristic and misogynistic masculinity are not definitive practices or modes of masculinity but deformations and destructions of masculinity. Masculinity, henceforth and forevermore, must be predicated on moral practice. What it means to be a man must begin to be bound up with males' embrace of the ethical obligation to end female domination and discrimination and their promotion of women's decolonization, women's liberation, and radical anti-sexist socio-political reorganization. Africana male anti-sexist social theorists and radical political activists must be bold enough and brave enough to take our cue from our anti-sexist forefathers, men, father figures, like Charles Lennox Remond, Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Frantz Fanon, among others, who as I have endeavored to illustrate throughout this study possessed problematic but nonetheless progressive stances on gender justice and, specifically, Africana women's decolonization and liberation. However, and even more than turning to the anti-sexist thought and practice traditions of our forefathers, anti-sexist men of African descent must learn the many lessons our freedom-fighting foremothers' legacies of liberation thought and practice have to teach. This impulse to learn radical life-saving and life-enhancing lessons from our foremothers must also extend to the thought, texts, and practices of anti-sexist Africana women in our present age. A common characteristic of both black feminist and womanist discourse is the notion that theory and practice must simultaneously speak to the special needs of women of African descent and the emancipatory aspirations of all continental and diasporan Africans, which, of course, includes men of African descent. This means, then, that most modern black feminists and womanists do not adhere to the constraints of Eurocentric constructions of gender and/or sex roles. The only role women and men of African descent have is that of black revolutionaries, radical anti-racist, anti-sexist, and anti-imperialist rebels and renegades. Here, then, lies one of the greatest and, I should say, gravest challenges to the development of critical theory in general, and the Africana tradition of critical theory in specific. 295. Waging war with the weapon of Africana critical theory, intellectual historical amnesia, theoretical inheritance, and ongoing epistemic openness. As an ongoing social praxis promoting theory and intellectual archaeology project, African critical theory stands very little chance of realization if one of the major problematics of Africana studies is not critically and consciously overcome, and that is, its seeming hostility toward or, at the least, reluctance to produce new theory to guide new praxis. All too often in Africana studies and, ironically, even in Africana philosophy, theory is opposed to praxis, to radical politics, to the life worlds, lived experiences, and life struggles of continental and diasporan Africans, as though it is something intrinsically outside of Africana revolutionary praxis, and, even more, as though critical thought is somehow absent when and where black revolutionaries and black radical praxis are present. A similar observation could be made of the obverse. All too often black radical praxis is exalted as an end in itself and, very rarely, is it critically and reflexively examined for its contribution to black radical politics and Africana critical theory. It is astonishing that Africana studies, which prides itself on its intellectual activist inception and growth out of radical grassroots movements, example the Black Power, Black Arts, Black Women's Liberation, Black Liberation Theology, Black Anti-War, among other movements, seems to regularly reject or lamely label Eurocentric new theories produced by Africana studies scholars who critically dialogue with a wide range of anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, and sexual orientation sensitive theory produced by non-Africana studies scholars, be it critical race theory, feminist theory, Marxist theory, post-colonial theory, or queer theory, among others. Narrow-minded notions such as these not only display the epistemic exclusiveness and intellectual insularity that Africana critical theory on principle challenges and wants nothing whatsoever to do with, but it also demonstrates that this one-dimensional conception of Africana studies is not in any way revolutionary and, actually, is retrogressive, since it seeks to deform and collapse the traditionally transdisciplinary discipline of Africana studies into a monstrously mangled monodisciplinary discipline which studies continental and diasporan Africans from some supposed pristine and perfect African or black racial, ethno-cultural and, this should be emphasized, essentialist perspective. It is all the more interesting that these tendencies to downplay the relationship between, or dislodge the unity of, theory and praxis by many contemporary black academics, as opposed to Africana intellectual activists, should be so strong in a field, Africana studies, which, if truth be told, evolved out of grassroots efforts to consciously connect theory to praxis, and praxis to theory, a field which from its inauguration was amazingly transdisciplinary, transnational, transethnic, transgender, and transgenerational, simultaneously seeking to transgress and transcend the boundaries of both white supremacy and narrow-minded black nationalism, a field which currently has unprecedented access to intellectual and political resources, perhaps, unfathomed by the architects and founders of the field. This seeming aversion to new theory and new praxis is, indeed, yet another bewildering, if not cruel, irony in contemporary Africana studies. The often forgotten fact that theory was never alien to, or outside of, indeed, it was integral to, and inextricable from every great black radical and black revolutionary movement in the modern moment, and especially throughout the 20th century, has never been concretely comprehended, deeply internalized, or fully appreciated by contemporary Africana studies scholars and students. Historically, theory in Africana studies, as is so often the contemporary case, has long been associated with the esoterica, obscurantism, and dilettantism of black academic elites or ebony ivory tower intellectualism, the 20th and 21st century talented 10th, if you will, or, worst, it has been clumsily connected to Eurocentric intellectualism, and specifically European and European American philosophy and science. However, theory in Africana studies has very rarely been interpreted as we witnessed Cabral advocated it should be, as a weapon, as a guide to revolutionary praxis, indeed, as an essential instrument in efforts aimed at initiating or continuing the protracted dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. 8. Those contemporary Africana studies scholars who spurn theory and conceptual generation in favor of praxis and concrete activities, not only do a great disservice to the original Africana studies conception of the unity of theory and praxis, but they inevitably ultimately avoid the key complicated issues, complex dilemmas, and crucial questions that must be resolved if Africana studies and, even more, continental and diasporan Africans are to really progress, as opposed to regress, and rescue, reclaim and rehabilitate their histories and cultures, as well as continue to make their unique contributions to human culture and civilization. Viewed from an Africana critical theoretical perspective, then, theory is nothing other than the cognitive dimension of revolution which, in other words, means that Africana critical theory is nothing other than serious and systematic, critical, and dialectical thinking about the goals, methods, strategies and tactics of continental and diasporan African revolutionary self and social transformation, what has been referred to as the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. A wide range of insurgent intellectual and radical political activities can and do contribute to Africana critical theory, but always emphasis is placed on connecting theory to praxis and praxis to theory, as it was when Africana studies was established. In the Africana tradition of critical theory, ideas and action, words and deeds, theory and praxis are understood to be inextricable, each deeply implicating and dialectically guiding and informing the other, not separated, or one thought to be more important than the other. In fact, Africana critical theory maintains that the traditional white supremacist social scientific one-sided embrace of either theory or praxis reduces both of them to uncritical, undialectical, and extremely empty bourgeois abstractions, and this is especially the case when and where past, present, and future continental and diasporan African revolutions are concerned. More specifically, it is important to observe here that many black radicals and Africana studies scholars' obsession with immediate practical solutions, with quick concrete choices, with hurrying up and getting things done, an idea which, Cornel West asserted in The American Evasion of Philosophy 1989, may actually owe a lot more to American pragmatism and anti-intellectualism than revolutionary black. 297. Nationalism and Pan-Africanism is actually in line with the way the white supremacist, patriarchal, capitalist colonial world views black radical politics and revolutionary social movements. Black anti-intellectualism and the overemphasis on, often antiquated, black radical praxis, no matter how soul-satisfying, mind-boggling, and militant, may indeed temporarily challenge and transgress white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, and colonialism, but it historically has not permanently solved these pressing problems. Therefore, Africana critical theory argues that anti-theory action-oriented black radical politics often unwittingly aids imperialism because it does not provide its practitioners with the weapon, of theory, which they will need to chart the changes of, and wage war against, the new forms of racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism. In the final analysis, then, the anti-theory thesis or, at the least, the overemphasis on praxis thesis put forward by many black radicals is actually a sign of their own intense internalization of Eurocentrism and imperialism, and specifically the diabolical dialectic of white intellectual superiority and black intellectual inferiority. What the anti-theory black radicals fail to understand is that the rationale for, and the role of, Africana critical theory is to aid in efforts to create the critical consciousness, the weapons of black revolutionary theory and black revolutionary praxis through which the white supremacist, patriarchal, and capitalist colonial world is permanently negated and transcended and, even more, the long-hoped-for revolutionary anti-racist, critical multicultural, democratic socialist, sexual orientation sensitive, and liberated women's world is finally established. A further failure of the anti-theory approach to black radical politics and revolutionary social movements is that it seeks to sidestep the historical fact that most continental and diasporan Africans have, in one way or another, been racially colonized and that some sort of reflexive theory, dialectical thought, and/or critical thinking is needed to raise an awareness and create a critical consciousness of, not simply their continued racial colonization, oppression, and exploitation, but classical and contemporary efforts aimed at revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. At the same time, it must be honestly admitted that much more than theory in the traditional sense is needed to incite and influence black radical praxis and revolutionary social movements in the modern moment. Again, theory is indispensable to any liberation project but, as we have witnessed with the anti-theorists who overemphasize what seems to border on anarchic political action, theory is not and should never be made to appear to be an end in itself. Africana critical theory simultaneously intellectually and politically historicizes and epistemically opens up entirely new conceptions and approaches to praxis and revolution, all the while introducing new conceptions and approaches to critical theory, unprecedentedly emphasizing its unique and integral role in the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. From the Africana critical theoretical perspective, all human beings are theorists in light of the fact that all human beings think, have the capacity to create, and are essentially social beings who readily participate in, and contribute to, ongoing shared human projects and the construction of shared human products which constitute the world historical process of creating new human cultures and civilizations. As this is the case, and to the extent that all human beings have ideas, beliefs, feelings, and aesthetics as they participate in their respective evolving socio-political and cultural orders, and, further, to the extent that all human beings exert some influence on their respective environments. 298-7. Then, all human beings are potentially, if not actually, theorists, though admittedly not critical theorists. An additional assertion could be made concerning all human beings as bearers of consciousness, though admittedly not bearers of critical consciousness. Of course, many other critical questions remain. What about the nature and level of consciousness? In what ways do the overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting combined effects of racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism impact and affect the creation of critical consciousness amongst continental and diasporan Africans? What forms of consciousness raising are most promising in the present? Africana critical theory endeavors to resolve the long-standing dichotomy between the intellectuals and the masses, the experts and the laypersons, and the leaders and the followers. It openly challenges Du Bois' original talented tenth theory and encourages its practitioners to turn to his theory of the guiding hundredth. Where his talented tenth thesis has been criticized for being bourgeois, elitist, and unconcerned with the black masses, Du Bois' doctrine of the guiding hundredth was almost the complete opposite, revolutionary, collectively led by radical workers and activist intellectuals, and utterly concerned with the black masses. His additional emphasis on human rights and civil rights ultimately gave way to a discussion of character and service. It was no longer enough for the talented tenth to be talented, quipped Du Bois, they also had to be willing and able to struggle, sacrifice, and serve in the best interests of the black masses and humanity as a whole. Du Bois, 1996 c., then, charged the new talented tenth, his guiding hundredth, with the task of providing self-sacrificing, unselfish, far-seeing leadership through its honesty of character and purity of motive, p. 173. He brazenly criticized his 1903 articulation of the talented tenth thesis, observing that it put in control and power, a group of selfish, self-indulgent, well-to-do men, whose basic interest in solving the Negro problem was purely personal, p. 162. 9. Africana critical theory compels its practitioners to critically comprehend that the distinctions made between black intellectual elites and the black masses, the talented tenth and the allegedly untalented 90th, if you will, are not simply counter-revolutionary, but also a trend that is central to the social and political division of labor in white supremacist patriarchal bourgeois society. Therefore, Africana critical theory argues that theory, in the revolutionary sense, should not be disconnected from praxis, but should always be linked to the ongoing process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. There, quite simply, is no room in the Africana tradition of critical theory for black exceptionalism, black intellectual elitism or black vanguardism, a la Du Bois' initial articulation of the talented tenth. Africana intellectual activists must, indeed, continue to practice conceptual generation, but with a deeper and more critical dialogue with the black masses who, in the final analysis, are the true creators and wielders of the weapon of Africana critical theory. The Africana tradition of critical theory has been often overlooked in annuals of Africana intellectual history, and when on rare occasions it has been engaged, it has been seen as the exclusive domain of a very small cohort of big word-wielding and super-sophisticated theorists, many of whom maintain that their work represents an historically necessary stage in the development of black radical politics and critical social theory. Africana critical theory acknowledges that theory in Africana studies has often been manipulated for elitist and extremely opportunistic purposes, which, consequently, explains why so many contemporary Africana studies scholars and black radicals seem to have a revulsion against, or, at the least, an aversion to new theory and new praxis, and often uncritically advocate returning to classical black radical political theories and revolutionary praxis. Employing Cabral as one of its primary points of departure, Africana critical theory, indeed, does advocate returning to the sources of classical black radical politics and revolutionary praxis, but it importantly distinguishes itself from the theses of the anti-theory or anti-new theory advocates through its emphasis on ongoing epistemic openness and synthesis of classical theory with contemporary theory, Africana and otherwise, in the interest of creating critical theories and revolutionary praxis that address the new and novel issues of the 21st century. Africana critical theory argues that it will never be enough for black academics to write sophisticated philosophical treatises and elaborate analyses of racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism, though, it does acknowledge that work such as this is undoubtedly indispensable and a significant contribution to the Africana tradition of critical theory. What is more crucial in the long run for Africana critical theory is the popularization and diffusion of the weapon of theory, which is an indispensable aid in, not only critically understanding, but consciously transgressing, transcending, and I dare say transfiguring white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, colonialism, and heterosexism, among other aspects of modern imperialism, in the interest of bringing into being a new, post-imperialist humanity, society, and world. I shall end the way I humbly began, softly saying, singing this solemn, sacred prayer, go see Cyclel I Africa.